Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Issei Become Red Dragon King. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Issei's POV. Last night in the sauna, I displeased Bucho. After that, when I got out of the bath, there was a piece of paper stuck on the door to my room which read "SE not permitted," and I couldn't enter my room until this morning. Apparently Bucho slept with Asia. So I slept in the unused room. It sure was a lonely night. Even when I woke up, Bucho was still mad, and even though she talked to me it was a plain conversation where she didn't give me her smile, the girls also realized it, and everyone asked me, did something happen? I told them that I didn't know, but everyone insisted that it was definitely my fault, and everyone was saying that I'm the bad one. Well, it probably is my fault. What kind of mistake did I make in that situation? I don't have a clue. I heard that women seek romantic atmospheres, so I think the reason is somewhere there. My action was bad, I guess. But what kind of mistake did I make? What comes to my mind are the words Bucho's mother told me when I saw her the other day. It feels like the answer lies somewhere there, but it doesn't mean that the wild delusion I have is possible. In fact, it seems totally off the mark. In my private life, what kind of existence is Bucho to me? Bucho's mother's words are going around in circles in my head. Something that isn't a master-servant relationship. One of the answers pops up in my head, but that seems too far-fetched and it's more like a delusion. Also, what should I do if my guess is wrong? Again, Sheech appears back in my head. It's fun to play around with guys who have no experience with a woman. It was an ordinary date. Thanks to that, I royally bored. I don't want a rotten brat like you calling my name. You couldn't protect her. You couldn't protect her back in the evening and even now. You really are a pathetic boy. It's so amusing. Do you really think someone will love a low-class being like you? The fallen angel Rainier. The woman who deceived me. She was my first girlfriend. It's a horrible memory. Because of that experience, I became someone who can't take everything to the last step, that I had a nail impaled deep within my heart. Even up till now I can't get it out. I want to get along even more with the girls in our group, but I stop halfway. Shit. I'm so weak. I'm so pathetic. I understand that myself, but even so I can't do anything about it. But I want to tell my feelings to Bucho. When will I be able to move forward? That I should stop thinking about it. There is going to be an important meeting in the club room with Azazel-sensei regarding the game. Or club room. It was in the afternoon after school, after the meeting in regards to the raiding game had concluded. Azazel and Rossweiss left because they still had things to do as teachers. Issei Haida was sitting on the couch in the Orc, and his master Rias Gremory was reading some documents from the meeting. Things were not going too well between the Gremory princess and her pawn Issei Haida, since Issei still views her as his master and not someone as his equal. Issei, Bucho still hasn't returned to her good mood yet. I don't understand what I did wrong in the sauna. What should I do now? If I don't reconcile with her before the game, I'm scared that it might cause difficulties. Should I apologize? It seems like she won't forgive me unless I acknowledge the cause, but I don't know the cause of it. Issei silently pondered over what had happened. As he reflected on his situation, searching for an answer to the problem, Issei noticed a magic circle materialize before him on the coffee table. It was a communication type. Just as he was about to speak, Kaneko glanced at it and immediately recognized who it was from. Kaneko, Phoenix? From the magic circle a holographic image was projected and a young woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to Ravel appeared. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing the same blonde hair and blue eyes. The only difference was that her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with various ornamental pieces. Despite her youthful appearance, she gave off a high-class and respectable atmosphere. Ravel, mother? Ravel was completely taken by surprise. She didn't expect her mother to call. Issei, Ravel's mother? So that means she is the current head of the House of Phoenix, which also makes her Riser's mother. She's really pretty and looks like she is in her 20s. Since she is a devil, I don't know her real age, but she certainly looks like Ravel. Hello, Ravel. Sorry for the sudden call. I couldn't get any time, so I ended up calling at this hour. In the human world in Japan, it's still school time, right? Ravel, wise, it certainly is, but why did you call all of a sudden? Rias walked over to the hologram. Rias, hello Lady Phoenix. It's been a while. Is there any particular reason for the sudden call? Lady Phoenix, indeed, but first I should introduce myself. Everyone, my name is Leila Phoenix, the current matriarch of the Phoenix family. Is the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayato here? If so, may I speak to him? Issei, yes Lady Phoenix, I am here, do you need something from me? He responded with a respectful voice, but he also felt a bit nervous. Issei didn't want to embarrass himself or Rias. Leila, hello to you too. This is our first time meeting like this, isn't it Issei Hayato, the security eye? I apologize for introducing myself like this. Issei, and no, there's no need to apologize, it's a pleasure to meet you. So do you have some business with me? Leila, yes, I thought I should greet you properly. Normally, I would go and greet Rias, who is in charge of the Hayato residence and the academy which my daughter will be homestaying at, but there were reasons why we couldn't visit. Rias, it's fine Lady Phoenix, I understand how busy you are. Your words are more than enough, please rest assured that Ravel will be safe. Leila, thank you Rias, I'm truly sorry for having you take care of Riser after the raiding game, and having you look after Ravel. Also Issei Hayato, please especially look after my daughter. Issei, oh of course, I'll do my best to take care of Ravel, and everyone else will help too. Leila, yes. Of course, by entrusting my daughter Ravel to Rias and everyone else, she will have no trouble at the school in the human world, but that's exactly what I meant. I would like to ask of you is different from that. Will you please protect her so no weird pests would come near her? By having the Red Dragon Emperor who has gained many achievements next to her, both my husband and I can feel assured. I say, weird pests? Oh, she's telling me to look after Ravel so no guys would come near her in the human world? I understand. I don't know how much I can do, but I will protect your daughter. When Issei said that, Lady Phoenix made a bright expression. Leila, I thank you very much. And Ravel? Ravel, yes, mother. Leila, you know what you must do? You have to support Rias, and you have to listen to your seniors. On top of that, you have to deepen your relationship with Issei. As the daughter from the House of Phoenix, work very hard so you don't tarnish the name of our house, okay? Ravel, of course, her face was flushing red. Issei, I wonder what's up with Ravel? I don't know why, but Ravel has her face red, and it looks like she is filled with spirits. Leila, and lastly Issei Hayato. Issei, why is ma'am? Leila, I hear that your dream is to become a high-class devil. Say, yes, isn't? Leila, my daughter is currently my bishop. I traded with Riser. Please remember it very well. My daughter is free. She is my bishop. She doesn't belong to Riser. Very well? Issei, yes I understand. My business here is done. Rias, Issei, and everyone, please forgive my sudden introduction. And it's time now. Ravel, behave in a manner where you won't make any shame as a lady. Ravel, yes mother. Leila, see around Rias and stay safe everyone. Rias, of course Lady Phoenix. The magic circle disappeared, then Rias all of a sudden decided to go out, which Issei and the other club members present notice. Villainous. Issei, are you going somewhere, President? Rias looked at him with a sad look. Issei flinched. He did not know exactly what happened, or why she was still sad. Issei, is something wrong, President? Rias, Issei, I need to know, would you protect me? Issei, yeah, of course, I'd die for you, President. Rias, what about Asia? Issei, huh? Yeah, I'd protect her too. Rias, and Aquino? Issei, totally, why wouldn't I? Still though, why are you asking something up? Rias, Issei, tell me. Issei, yeah what? Rias, what am I to you? How do you see me? Say, dash. Rias, just answer me already. Issei, okay well let me think, you're the president. Rias, you idiot. She ran away from the room crying. Asia, Rias wait. I can't believe you, Issei, you're horrible, why can't you understand her feelings? Asia ran out of the room after Rias. Issei, wait, I don't understand what happened. Why are Asia and Rias angry? Aquino, it's natural that Rias and Asia are angry. Zenobia, even I, who is dense, know that you did it wrong. Kaneko, you are the worst. When they all said this, Issei felt as though his heart started to crack. Then he looked at Gasper. Issei, Gasper, do you think I'm a bad guy too? Gasper, yes, I think you are. You made the president cry. Issei was hurt by this and was about to leave the room to go after Rias, until Aquino stopped him. Aquino, don't you dare. The current Issei will fail to see this situation and will only hurt her more. That comment made Issei very angry. He didn't understand what he had done wrong, and he was trying to figure it out, but no one would let him talk. He simply ran out of the club room, and as he ran away from the orc building he had tears in his eyes. Everyone at school saw this and was wondering what happened to Issei. Some looked at him with pity, and others said he deserved it. Issei didn't know, and didn't care. All he knew was that he wanted to get away from the orc as fast as possible. Eventually he found himself in the park, the very same park that he was killed in by Rainer. He sat down on the fountain and tears began to fall from his eyes as he remembered that fateful day. Rias had always been there for him, supporting him and giving him a reason to live. But now, hearing her say those words, Issei felt like his whole world had come crashing down. He couldn't understand why Rias would say such a thing, and it filled his heart with a deep sense of betrayal. Issei, why did they say that to me? All because I couldn't say her name. She was the one who told me to call her Butcho. I've fought tooth and nail for her and the rest of them, and this is how they repay me? I've nearly died several times, Rainer and the fallen angels, Riser, Kokabeel, Vale, Kuroka, Loki and Fenrir. I fought a god and nearly died in the process. If it wasn't for Ravel giving me the Phoenix tears, I'd be dead. And finally, the dimensional gap. I was ready to give up being a devil just to save her, and I nearly died in there. I've put my life on the line several times, voice cracking. I've even sacrificed my limbs literally. I helped them overcome their traumas, so why couldn't they see mine? And how could she say that about me? All he could think about is how nearly everyone berated him. Why did they turn on him like that? What did he do to deserve such treatment? Is this karma for being a pervert? Did they ever stop to think that maybe he is still haunted by the ghosts of his past just as they were? Even before he became a devil, people constantly looked down on him. He was never taken seriously, even his own parents didn't take him seriously. He thought found a home with the ORC, but obviously he was wrong. Suddenly he heard familiar voices echo in his ear. He hadn't heard them since he used the Juggernaut drive. Say the chant, use the power of domination. It was Ddraig's past hosts. Issei, shut up. Make them regret turning their backs on you. They don't care about you, you're nothing but a tool for them. Issei, and no, you're wrong. It can't be. I who shall awaken. Issei, no. You know it's true, accept it. Issei, I just want the pain to end. I don't want to be alone, all I wanted was to be loved. To love is to rule, to be loved is to rule. Say the chant and you will be loved forever. Issei, yes, why you're right. He raised his arms summoning his sacred gear, the boosted gear, and he began the chant. I who shall awaken. Ddraig, partner. A familiar voice called out. It was Issei's partner, Ddraig the Red Dragon Emperor, also known as the Welsh Dragon. Issei, the heavenly dragon who stole the principle of domination from God. Ddraig, partner, don't do it. Do you really want to throw your entire future away? Think about your parents. Ddraig was worried about Issei. He had already lost 99% of his life force from the previous Juggernaut drive. Luckily, he and Kaneko were able to recover a good 10%, but that was over several sessions, and it wouldn't be enough to save Issei this time around if he activated the Juggernaut drive. Issei's rage clouded his mind. All he could think about was how nearly everyone in the orc turned on him. He wanted to hurt them, make them suffer. He wanted to kill them. He constantly put his life on the line to protect them, went to great lengths to help them overcome their problems, but now they treated him like trash. Issei spoke again, this time saying more of the chant. Issei, I mock the infinite and fret over the dream. Ddraig, don't you dare say it. Partner, I know you're hurt by what the Gremory girl and your friends said, but you're not alone. You still have me and always will. No matter what the world says or does, I'll believe in you, Issei. Please don't finish the chant. You're a good person and the best host. No, the best friend I've ever had. Ddraig's voice was filled with emotion as he pleaded with Issei, hoping that his words would reach him. Issei was about to continue the chant, but his lips didn't move. Instead, they quivered with emotion. Despite the negative emotions he was feeling, Issei didn't want this. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He was simply alone and scared. Ddraig saw this and continued speaking. He could tell his words were reaching Issei, even if only a little. Ddraig, I don't want to lose, Issei. Please, think about your future, your parents, and the other people who care about you. You have so much potential and there are still so many things you can accomplish. Don't let this moment define you. Rise up like you always have and keep on fighting, don't give up. After hearing that, Issei was silent for a few moments. Then, he let down his arm and started to break down and cry. Ddraig's words managed to reach him, and he was so hurt that he didn't have it in him to finish the chant. Ddraig let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt distraught. He couldn't stand to see his partner in this state. He had come to know Issei for who he is and truly saw Issei as a best friend. Before Issei, most of Ddraig's previous hosts used him only as a tool. They never bothered to speak with him or call him by his name. They simply called him Dragon and used his power. But Issei was different. Issei saw Ddraig as a partner and friend. He'd ask Ddraig for advice, and he respected him. In the beginning, when Ddraig looked into Issei's mind, he was disappointed. He thought Issei was going to be a useless pervert and, like most of his other hosts, use him as a tool, nothing more, nothing less. However, slowly over time, Issei proved him wrong. While Issei may not be the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, he was the best host Ddraig ever had, even compared to Elsha, the second strongest or smartest Red Dragon Emperor in history, and Belzerd, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history. Issei sat there and cried for a while. Issei, Ddraig, are you there? Ddraig, I'm here, partner. You almost used the Juggernaut drive, but luckily I managed to stop you. I'm glad you're alright, Dash. Issei, I'm not alright. I'm not alright at all. I just don't understand what I did wrong. If they just would have let me finish, I would have ugh. Why, I just don't understand. Why did they berate me like that? I feel like someone tore a hole in my soul. Ddraig, I'm sorry for saying you were alright. That was wrong of me. And I'm sorry about what happened to you. I saw everything that happened and I am deeply disappointed in them. I never would have thought that the girls would react like that. But listen, Issei, what happened was not your fault. They're the ones that are a fool, not you. They were concerned about you confessing your love to your master so they could deepen their relationship with you, that they failed to recognize or even consider your trauma from the fallen angel. I thought if anything the Gremory girl would understand your trauma, since she's the one that revived you into a devil and killed the filthy crow with her own hands. If anything, the former nun and hybrid fallen angel should have recognized the suffering you've been going through. After all, whenever they offered themselves to you, like how the hybrid fallen angel did when she was having issues with her father, you never took advantage of their vulnerability. And you never did once touch the girls without their consent, and if anything did happen, it was an accident. This is all happening because they didn't let you finish your confession, but had they been patient, this would have happened. Issei, it doesn't matter now. The damage is already done. I screwed up. It's not just their fault. This is all because I couldn't get over what that stupid fallen angel did to me. What did I do to deserve dying in such a way? And while I was dying, the only thing I could think of was boobs and my virginity. I didn't even think about my parents and how they would feel. I'm such an idiot. Ddraig, partner, I respect you for trying to be responsible in this situation, but this was really not your fault. There was nothing that could be done about your death. It was inevitable, and you have to stop thinking about the past. So what if you didn't think of your parents while you were dying? Am I saying that you were right for doing that? No, I'm not. I am telling you that you should spend your time focusing on the future. Spend as much time with your parents as possible. They aren't devils or supernatural beings, so they won't live for thousands of years. Issei, I just can't get it out of my head. Ddraig, voice cracking. I can still hear her cruel voice mocking me, asking me to die. Come on, Issei, please die for me. Please save me and I promise to love you forever. I don't want a filthy low-ranking devil saying my name. Issei, shut up. Ddraig, partner, calm down. You were already pathetic as a human, you're even more pathetic as a devil. The White Dragon Emperor was right about you. Issei, just leave me alone. Just die. Ddraig, partner, get a hold of yourself, she's not here, she's dead, remember? The Gremory girl killed her. Maybe after you were turned into a devil, I should have killed your parents and friends. Maybe I could have had a better time with them, who knows, they may have gotten some. No. Go away. Go away. Ddraig, partner, snap out of it. Roar. Ddraig roared loudly, trying to shake Issei out of his mental state. Right now Issei was having a panic attack, his heart was beating faster than it ever had before, his breathing was shallow, and his vision was becoming blurry. Issei felt like he was suffocating, as if the weight of the world was crashing down on him. He couldn't seem to stop the flood of negative thoughts racing through his mind. But then he heard a small choked voice. I managed to reach him and snap him out of his mental state. Strained voice, say, please let go, you're hurting me. Ddraig, partner, snap out of it and see what you're doing. Are you really going to harm the same girl you just promised her mother that you'd protect? Hearing Ddraig's words and the strained voice, Issei snapped out of it, and to his shock and horror he was choking Ravel. Her feet were dangling in the air. Ravel, strained voice, Issei, Ravel. He immediately released his grip on her. Ravel hit the ground and Issei backed away in horror and fear of what he had just done. He was unconsciously choking the life out of Ravel, and for some reason she didn't try to fight back. Ravel sat on the ground, gasping for air, her eyes fixed on Issei with a mix of fear and understanding. Issei's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the consequences of his actions unfold before him. Ravel, Issei. Coughing. Issei, Ravel, I didn't mean to, I don't know what came over me, I swear I didn't mean to hurt you, Issei stammered, his voice filled with remorse and desperation. He felt a surge of panic and shame wash over him. How could he have let himself lose control like that? He had promised to protect Ravel, yet here he was harming her himself. Ravel, Issei, are you okay? She started to get up and walk towards him. Issei, Ravel, stay back. I don't want to hurt you. Ravel, I know it was an accident, please let me help you. You need to calm down. She continued to approach him and Issei backed up even more, his breathing was shaky. Issei, just stay away, Ravel. I don't want your help, go back home. Issei shouted at Ravel and she flinched. Issei didn't really want her to leave. Right now he wanted comfort and support, but he was afraid of hurting Ravel any more than he already had. Despite Issei saying those harsh words to her, Ravel continued walking towards him. Say, why? Why won't you just leave? Why do you keep coming towards me? Leave before you get hurt. Please leave. Ravel, you're not feeling well, Issei, I can tell by your body's behavior. And I know that you didn't mean to hurt me, you'd never hurt an innocent or defenseless person. I won't leave you, I'll stay by your side no matter what and bring you back to your senses. Issei, and no, stay away. He was baffled, he couldn't understand why she was so determined to help him. After all, wasn't he just a useless pervert? Issei kept backing up until he tripped over a stone and fell backwards. Ravel, Issei. She reached out and tried to help him up, but Issei tried to push her away. But Ravel didn't give up, she clung to him with all her might. Issei, just leave before dash. Ravel, no, I refuse to leave, I told you I'm going to bring you back to your senses and I mean it. You can threaten me all you want but I refuse because I know you won't hurt me, and I care you. She said, blushing. Issei's eyes widened in disbelief as Ravel's confession hung in the air. He never would have thought she'd say such a thing. His mind raced with confusion, unable to comprehend how someone could care for him in such a vulnerable state. Right now he felt like a helpless loser that can't control himself. Ddraig, partner, snap out of it. Issei, Ddraig? Ddraig, you're having a panic attack, you need to calm down. Focus on the sound of my voice and take deep breaths. Issei's breaths were shallow and rapid as he struggled to regain control of his racing thoughts. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on Ddraig's steady voice, but it was barely working. Ddraig, mentally, damned at this rate he might go into shock from a heart attack. Ravel, please come back to us, she said, hugging him even tighter and pressing her breasts against his chest. He closed his eyes, feeling Ravel's comforting embrace and her steady heartbeat against his own. As his racing thoughts started to slow, he focused on the rhythm of her breathing, finding solace in the simple act of being held. Slowly, he began to regulate his breathing, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. With each breath, he felt the tightness in his chest begin to loosen, and the overwhelming fear that had gripped him started to ebb away. Ddraig, mentally, you've got to be kidding me. Well, this is Issei, so of course breasts played a role in helping calm him down. Honestly, I don't know why I'm even surprised at this point, but he's calming down and that's all that matters to me. I will have to thank the Phoenix girl for her help. After a few minutes, Issei's racing heart began to slow, and his breathing steadied. He opened his eyes, feeling drained but also relieved that he had managed to regain control of himself. Issei, Ravel? Ravel? I'm here, Issei. She got off him so he could sit up, then they sat on the fountain. Issei, Ravel, I'm so sorry for hurting you. And thank you for your help, I'm undeserving. Ravel, there's no need to thank me, Issei. How could I possibly turn a blind eye when I see that you're in so much pain? And you're wrong, Issei, you do deserve help. Ddraig, partner. Issei, I'm here, Ddraig, thanks for the help and sorry for scaring you and Ravel. Ddraig, it's alright, as long as you're alive that's all that matters. Your vitals have called back down and are now stable. Ravel, Issei, what happened to you? You were yelling at someone telling them to shut up, and you were very afraid. Issei, I. His hands began shaking and his lips quivered. He had never talked to anyone about Rainier and what she did to him before. I don't want a filthy low-ranking devil saying my name. Those cruel words ran through Issei's mind. He was afraid Ravel would mock him and turn on him like the majority of the orc did. Ddraig, partner. Issei, Ddraig? Ddraig, you should tell her about what happened. I know it hurts but keeping it bottled up won't solve your problems either. Trust me on this, I haven't steered you wrong so far, have I? Issei, no you haven't but dash. Ravel, Issei, I don't know what's going on with you but please let me help you. I promise I'll listen to whatever you have to say, I won't laugh or anything. Just take your time and tell me, she said taking Issei's hand in hers. His hands were shaking. Issei sat there for a moment thinking over Ddraig and Ravel's words. He wanted to talk about it but it hurt so much. But at the same time, he could feel the sincerity in Ravel's words. He looked into her eyes, seeing the genuine concern and care reflected in them. Her touch was comforting, and he knew that she was offering him a safe space to share his pain. Issei took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his emotions pressing down on him. Issei, Ravel, do you know how I became a devil? Ravel, no, I've never heard that. Very few knew in detail how Issei became a devil, those few being Azazel, Valet, Rias, and the orc. Issei, about 4 months ago, I was asked out on a date by a fallen angel named Yuma. Her real name was Rainier. I thought things were finally going my way. As you can tell, being asked out on a date meant the world to me, especially considering my reputation as a pervert. I even sold all my porn for some extra money so I could look my best. The day of the date everything went perfectly, but then at the end of the date when we were in a park, she said to me, "Will you die for me?" Afterwards, she revealed that she was a fallen angel. Then she stabbed me in the gut and said it was God's fault for giving me the sacred gear. After that, she flew away, and then Rias came and revived me into a devil. Luckily, I happened to be one of the people to receive a flyer from her familiar. The memory of that day has deeply scarred me down to my very soul. It's why I'm afraid of women, and the perversion was pretty much just a cover-up to an extent. Ravel, Issei, I'm so sorry that happened to you. No one should have to go through that, and I'm sorry for asking about that. How the hell did Rias and Sona let this happen? Ddraig, both the Gremory girl and Sona Citri didn't have a choice in the matter. The fallen angels happened to make a move on Issei before the Gremory girl and Sona did, and at the time it was unknown that the fallen angels were rouges. Had the Gremory girl and Sona acted rashly, it could have been seen as them trying to steal potential sacred gear users from the Gregory, which has been researching and recruiting. As a result, the Gremory girl and Sona had to act cautiously and be patient, Had they done the wrong thing, it could have potentially restarted the Great War, especially them both being little sisters of the current Devil Kings. This of course all happened before the peace treaty was signed by the three factions. Ravel, I understand, but still, Rias and the girls not knowing about Issei's trauma is no excuse to berate him like that. Issei, I know that I screwed up by not confessing the way they wanted me to, but they didn't have to treat me so harshly. We've been through so much together, all the times I put my life on the line time and time again. Sure, I made mistakes, but I kept going and didn't give up. I fought to the very end. If only I hadn't screwed up, maybe Rainier was right. Maybe it is my fate to be alone and never be loved. Ddraig, partner, you know that's not true. Just because things aren't going right doesn't mean you're never going to be loved. As I already stated, despite being a pervert, you're still loved by your parents, and if that isn't enough, you're adored by the children of the underworld. Issei, yes it is. I'm a pervert, yet I'm afraid of women. Do you know how crazy that sounds? Who would want to love a pervert like me? Ravel, I agree with Ddraig. Issei, it's not your fault. Stop trying to bear the blame. You're traumatized. It's no surprise that you couldn't confess. That's like trying to force someone who became traumatized of heights climb a mountain and expect them not to fall. Issei, you are a kind, sweet, caring, and determined person who makes the impossible possible. In my opinion, they were too concerned with themselves and what they wanted to see that you're in pain. Especially after what they said after you left. To say, huh? What did they say? Ravel, well. Issei, Ravel, please tell me, I need to know. Ravel, alright, but it's going to hurt. Flashback. Aquino, honestly I can't believe Issei, how dense can he be? He's such a brainless dildo. Zenobia, I agree, that was way out of line. Even though I'm dense, I know what he did wrong. Kaneko, it's because he's a useless pervert. Ravel, shut up. Ravel's sudden outburst caught everyone off guard. How can you speak about him like that after everything he's done for you? Aquino, Ravel, listen dash. Ravel, no, Aquino, you listen. Issei may be a pervert, but he's also one of the most loyal and caring people I've ever met. He's always looking out for you. And now you're all sitting here bad-mouthing him just because he made a mistake? It's not fair. Zenobia, Ravel, we didn't mean to upset you. We're just frustrated with his behavior lately. Ravel, that's still no excuse. Aquino, we just wanted Issei to acknowledge Ria's feelings. There's no reason to feel upset. Ravel, how's bad-mouthing him going to help? And don't you think you went a little too far? Kaneko, no one asked for your opinion, Yakitori. Why you even upset? Ravel, teach, call me what you want, but it doesn't change the fact that Issei didn't to be treated like that. He seemed really hurt when you guys said those things to him. And why am I upset? It's because he's a good person, and he's done countless things for the underworld. You of people should know that. She started to leave the room. Zenobia, wait, where are you going, Ravel? Ravel, to go find Issei. With that, Ravel walked out of the club room to find Issei so she could talk to him. Flashback and Issei, thanks for standing up for me, Ravel. Ravel, of course, Issei, they had no right to talk about you like that. Issei, even so, that's how they really feel about me. But maybe I deserve it, I've let them down so many times. Ddraig, Issei, that's enough of that foolishness, this isn't like you. What happened to the Issei that was willing to defy fate? Issei, he's dead, listen Ddraig, you should find a new dash. Ddraig, loud growl, listen here, you brat. I won't tolerate you acting like this. After everything we've been through, are you really going to give up? Even though it has been a short time that I've been with you compared to my other hosts, I'm proud of you. You're a true dragon in every sense. You're kind, courageous, determined, awe-inspiring, and most of all, you're pure-hearted, a rare quality among all beings, including dragons. And your will is simply incredible. Despite being a newly reincarnated devil for not even a month, you managed to take down Phoenix, who was rumored by the devils to be immortal, which should have been impossible for someone of your strength, but that didn't stop you. You gave it everything you had. Next, you managed to fight Kokabeel, a cadre-class fallen angel that survived fighting against God and the original 4 Devil Kings. Even though the odds were against you, you didn't give up, and not many can say that they fought against someone like that and lived to tell the tale. After that, you took on Valle, who is a direct descendant of the original Lucifer and proclaimed to be called the strongest white dragon emperor past, present, and future. You managed to fight him to a standstill. Then you proceeded to fight Loki, the god of mischief, and his son Fenrir. You took an attack from Fenrir that was meant for your master, which nearly resulted in your death. Thankfully, that was avoided thanks to Ravel, although I might have been able to save you by turning you into a dragon. You were also able to wield Mjolnir, which requires one to be worthy, and not to mention it was extremely heavy, especially after being bitten by a god-killing dog. Once that vermin was dealt with, you then entered the Juggernaut Drive, killing Shalba Beelzebub, and you managed to survive it, with some help from our rival. In most cases, other white dragon emperors or empresses would have let you die. Most importantly, you are the first to ever survive the Juggernaut Drive. After that, you saved your master from the dimension gap and attracted Great Red, which very few have been able to do. You could almost say it's his principle to ignore things that don't interest him. Lastly, but perhaps your greatest feat yet, you managed to make the wielder of the true Longinus run with his tail between his legs. Your will is what will make you truly dangerous and the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor. Whatever you choose to do, I'll stick with you all the way. I refuse to turn my back on you. While you may not be my most powerful host, you're definitely the best host I've ever had. Issei, thanks, Ddraig. That means a lot to me. Ddraig, I always care for my hosts, partner. Now stand up and quit moping around. Sure, you may have not been able to help the girls out the first time around, but you never gave up and you always came through. Besides, not all of the girls badmouthed you. Issei, what are you talking about, Ddraig? Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko, and Iri Dash. Oh man, how could I forget about Irina? Ddraig, she's up in heaven doing something for Michael, remember? So though the girls feel that way about you, it doesn't mean Irina does. In fact, if she knew about your trauma and heard what the other girls said, she'd probably be furious. She's your childhood friend after all. Ravel, Ddraig has a point. Issei, besides? Issei, besides what? Ravel, huh? Oh, it's nothing, just forget I said anything, it's not important. She said, slightly blushing. Issei, okay if you say so. Ddraig, we definitely need to get rid of his trauma. It's seriously blinding him, but it won't be easy. After hearing what the girls said, his self-confidence has been fractured more than it already was, but even so I have faith in Issei. I have a feeling he'll emerge from this stronger than ever. Issei, Ravel, I know I apologized already, but I'm really sorry for hurting you. Ravel, it's okay Issei, I know you didn't mean it. Her face turned red and she looked away from him. Issei, Ravel, are you alright? Your face is red. Ravel, I'm fine, there's no need to worry about me. In truth, she was blushing because she kinda liked it when Issei choked her. It turned her on a bit. Ravel wasn't a masochist or anything, but there was something about Issei being in control that excited her. Issei, well, let's head home, Mauf. He had tried to stand up but he fell on his face. Ravel, Issei, are you alright? Issei didn't respond, he had passed out. Chapter 2. Currently Issei was lying on his bed after he passed out in the park. Ddraig had instructed Ravel to take Issei home, the Hyudu residence. It had been 3 hours since Issei passed out, then finally he began to regain consciousness. His left hand twitched and his eyes slowly fluttered open. Issei found himself staring at the ceiling, confused as to how he ended up in his room. He slowly sat up and held his head as he tried to recall what happened. Then he heard a deep and familiar voice. Ddraig, I see you're finally awake, partner. Issei, Ddraig? What happened? Why am I in my room? Ddraig, you passed out in the park because of mental stress and near activation of the Juggernaut Drive. I asked the Phoenix girl to bring you here. Issei, how long have I been out? Ddraig, 3 hours. But we have more pressing issues. Throughout this whole time that you were unconscious, I could not see what was happening in your mind. No memories, dreams, or thoughts. This has never happened before with any of my previous hosts. Issei, do you think the past hosts have something to do with? Ddraig, While it is possible, I highly doubt it. Normally whenever the past hosts try to influence you, I can feel their negative emotions and malicious aura throughout the sacred gear regardless if you're conscious or not. However, I felt neither one of them. I am very concerned. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. Issei, I understand Ddraig. I'll try to keep my emotions in check. Ddraig, that being said, how are you feeling, partner? Issei, fine I guess, he said in a saddened tone. Ddraig, partner, what's wrong? Issei, it's just... Deep sigh. Ddraig, do you think I'll ever be able to get past what Rainier did to me? I've been trying to be the strong one for everyone else. But inside, it feels like I'm falling apart. I feel like I'm drowning in my own thoughts, and the weight is suffocating. I feel so pathetic. Ddraig, partner, Issei, I'm so pathetic that I'm afraid of women. Sure, I'm perverted, which I think might be from my parents, but the peeping, porn magazines, and boobs are the things that have prevented me from breaking down mentally. If it wasn't for those things, I don't know what I'd do. Whenever I think about having something beyond friendship with Rias or the girls, there's a pain I feel in my chest, like someone stabbed me in the chest with the true holy spear. And sometimes I can still hear Rainier mocking me. Ddraig, I want to say that I understand how you feel, but in reality I don't. However, I do know that you have a kind soul and an unbreakable will. Have faith in yourself, partner. You will eventually overcome this trauma like you've overcome other things. But overcoming this will take time. You've been deeply scarred by that filthy crow, so you need to allow yourself time to heal. For once, stop worrying about others and worry about yourself. Your emotional well-being is important, and the decisions you make should be based not only on what's best for others, but what's best for you. Just know that I'm here to support you, no matter what you decide. Issei, I hear you, Ddraig, and thanks. I feel a bit better now. Ddraig, good. Now then, you should go and talk to the Phoenix girl. She was very worried about you. I believe she's downstairs. Issei, all right. Issei walked out of his room and went downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Issei spotted Ravel in the kitchen preparing dinner. He approached her and gently tapped her shoulder. Ravel flinched and jumped back a bit. She had been so into her thoughts that she didn't notice Issei come downstairs. Ravel? Issei, you startled me. Don't just sneak up on people like that. Issei, sorry about that, Ravel. I didn't mean to scare you. Ravel, it's all right. How are you feeling? Issei, better. Thanks for helping me in the park and bringing me home. Ravel, it was no problem. I'm glad I was able to help you. Issei, by the way. Ravel, yes? Issei bowed his head as he apologized to Ravel. Issei, I'm really sorry for choking you in the park. Please forgive me. Ravel looked at Issei with a mixture of surprise and confusion. She had already forgiven him for that and didn't expect him to bring it up again. Ravel, Issei, you don't need to apologize. I already forgave you in the park. I know that you weren't exactly at the moment, and what happened was an accident. I understand that. So please raise your head. In a low voice. Besides, I kind of liked it. She said the last line in a very low voice which Issei couldn't hear. He raised his head and looked Ravel in her eyes. In them he saw compassion and understanding. Issei, I know that you've forgiven me, and I am grateful for it. But it's just that I still feel bad about it, so I'll try to make it up to you somehow, okay? Ravel, well, if that's how you feel, then fine. It's clear that you won't let it go until you feel better about it. But there is no need to rush it or anything. Issei, thanks Ravel. By the way, what are you making? Ravel, cheesecake for dessert, salmon, broccoli, and buttered rice for dinner. I heard cheesecake is your favorite, so I thought it would cheer you up. Want a taste? Say, sure. Ravel gave him a spoonful and he put it in his mouth. He slowly chewed it to enjoy the flavor, then he spoke. Issei, it tastes delicious. Ravel, I can't wait to eat some later on. Ravel, tea. Thanks Issei, she said, slightly blushing. Issei, well, if you need anything, I'll be in the training room in the basement. I need to prepare to face Serzex. Ravel, are you sure it's a good idea to go train? 3 hours ago you passed out from stress and exhaustion. Maybe you should relax a bit? Issei, I appreciate your concern, Ravel, but I feel fine, really I do. Besides, I've only got 2 weeks before the rating game against Serzex, so I need to be as strong as possible. Ravel, fine. Just promise not to overdo it. Issei, I promise. He walked off towards the basement, and Ravel turned back to her cooking. As she stood there, Ravel felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Issei's compliments about the food. A warm, fluttering feeling enveloped her chest as Issei's words echoed in her mind. Scene change, training room. The training room was located in the basement of the Hyudu residence. It had been added when Rias had requested that her brother Serzex to renovate and enlarge the house. The training room was full of weights, magical equipment, and it also had a simulator. The simulator would create magical clones of different beings with different power levels. Issei looked around trying to decide what to do first, then the boosted gear materialized on Issei's arm and Ddraig spoke. Ddraig, partner, I have some ideas in regards to your training. Issei, really? Alright, I'm listening, what are they? Ddraig, based on our previous encounters with Serzex, you can tell that he's a monster. Like you, he has no natural talent whatsoever. Instead, he has built and honed his body into a deadly weapon. Everything he's built is the result of hard work and dedication. However, one of the main differences between you two is your fighting experience and physicality. Issei, deep sigh, you've got a point there. Hell, in terms of fighting capability, I don't know which is worse, Serzex or Chow Chow. I mean, I've gotten better, but it's still not enough. Even if I use the Triana, there's no guarantee that I'll stand a chance. Last time we fought against Serzex, I practically got clobbered. I barely managed to put up a decent fight. Not only that, but he's probably heard about my new power and is preparing for it. Ddraig, that seems very likely. Also, don't forget that the Triana drains a lot of your stamina, especially the bishop form. Issei, yeah, definitely. If I use the knight form, I might be able to take him by surprise, but he'll probably notice the knight form's weakness, which is durability. And if I go with the rook form, that'll give me better defense, but it will lessen my speed, which will give him plenty of time to throw tons of solid hits. Worst of all, if I get knocked out of my balance breaker, it's game over. There's no way I take him without it. I suck at magic. I can't even cast a barrier to protect myself. I have to time the combinations of my promotions perfectly in order to put it off. Ddraig, I agree with you, partner, and don't forget, while like you, Serzex has no natural talent whatsoever, he is still a pure-blooded devil naturally imbued with strength and enhanced stamina. You, on the other hand, are reincarnated devil, practically human, and part dragon thanks to me. It's best if we focus work on strengthening your base form and increasing your stamina. That way you'll be able to maintain balance breaker longer and use the bishop more than twice, which is your current limit. Not only that, but even if you can't match Serzex in strength, you can at least wear him down using speed, which will help somewhat. Issei, alright then, that's what it'll be. Let's get to work. Time skip 3 hours later. Issei was in the training room fighting various magical holograms created by the simulator. He was drenched in sweat, his muscles aching from the intense workout. As he dodged a flurry of energy blasts and physical attacks from the holographic enemies, Issei focused on honing his combat skills. The room was filled with the sound of his grunts and the crackling of magical energy as he fired dragon shots to counter the attacks. Issei continued to push himself, his movements becoming more fluid and precise as he engaged with the holographic opponents. He focused on his breathing, his strikes, and boosting himself every now and then to enhance his agility and strength. The holograms also increased in intensity, their attacks becoming faster and more unpredictable. They were adapting to Issei's fighting style and movements, making it much more difficult to land any hits, but this was exactly what Issei needed. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, flipping over a particularly aggressive hologram and landing with a powerful kick that dispersed it into a burst of light. Breathing heavily, he wiped the sweat from his brow and took a moment to catch his breath, only to be sent flying into the wall. He let out a loud groan as he made impact with the wall. Ddraig, partner, are you alright? Issei, yeah, seems like I missed one of the holograms, huh? Ddraig, yes, it waited till you let your guard down and attacked from your blind spot. That is something you need to be cautious of. Depending on how an opponent strikes you, they could cause severe damage or very well knock you out cold. If you learn to read aura correctly, you'll be able to intercept or evade attacks from your opponent even if you can't hear or see them. Issei grunted as he peeled himself off the wall, feeling the ache in his muscles from the impact. He nodded in acknowledgement of Ddraig's observation, recognizing the importance of staying vigilant, even in the midst of exhaustion. Issei, all right, I guess that's what we should work on next. But for now I need to rest, I'm tired and I'm starving. He laid back on the floor trying to catch his breath. Meanwhile, in dining room. At this same time, Rias and the girls returned home, engaged in a conversation. However, their chatter was abruptly halted by the enticing aroma of dinner. As they made their way to the kitchen, and saw that Ravel had made dinner, she had already cleaned and put away the dishes that she used and was putting the rest in the container. Rias, oh hey Ravel, thanks for making dinner. We really appreciate it. Asia, it smells so good. Ravel, sure thing Rias. I'm gonna head upstairs. Zenobia, it tastes as good as it smells. Here, Kaneko, have a taste? Zenobia offered a piece to Kaneko, who enjoyed it but didn't show her satisfaction, thinking Ravel might be smug about it. Rias, Aquino, and Asia also helped themselves to the meal, savoring the taste. Aquino, this is very delicious Ravel, don't you agree Kaneko? Kaneko, mumbling not too bad, I guess the yakitori can cook a bit, she said as she continued munching on the piece. As Rias and the girls enjoyed the food, Ravel took this as an opportunity to head upstairs and get away from them. She was still upset about how they treated Issei, she herself had feelings for him as well. Ravel was halfway up the steps when Aquino called out to her. Aquino, hey Ravel, where's Issei? He usually doesn't miss dinner. Ravel, oh so now you decide to think about him? Didn't you call him a brainless dildo just a few hours ago? She said mentally. When the girls came in it seemed as if what happened in the clubroom went over their heads. They clearly felt as though they did no wrong. He's downstairs training for the fight with Serzex? Ravel replied to Aquino's question. Zenobia, good, we can join him after we get through eating. Asia, you should join too Ravel, it'll be. Ravel, no. Maybe another time, please enjoy the food. She said with a semi-sharp tone and she continued walking upstairs. The girls went back to eating and chatting. They didn't notice the way Ravel responded to them. Ravel's room. Ravel entered her room and quietly closed the door behind her. Then she decided to take a shower, trying to relax from the day's events. She hadn't expected it to turn out this way. As the warm water cascaded down her body, Ravel wondered how Issei felt towards the girls after the incident, and how his mental health was. She hadn't had a chance to talk to him about it. Ravel wanted to earlier when Issei came downstairs but decided not to, seeing he was in a better mood and not wanting to ruin it. She became lost in her thoughts but eventually snapped out of it and began washing up. As she washed up, Ravel looked at her breasts and squeezed them against her chest a bit. Her breasts were bigger than Asia and Kaneko's but they were smaller than Irina, Zenobia, Aquino and Rias. Ravel, I wonder if Issei would be satisfied with them. And no, what am I thinking? I shouldn't have thoughts like this and I shouldn't be comparing myself with the other girls. Issei likes someone for who they are regardless of their body. I should focus on being myself and helping Issei with his trauma. I did make that promise to Ddraig after all. But even if I didn't, I would still do it anyway. After her shower, Ravel dried off and changed into her pajamas. She sat down at her desk and pulled out her notebook, intending to work on some of her school assignments. But her mind kept wandering back to Issei and the other girls. She felt a sense of responsibility towards Issei, knowing that he had been through so much and that she wanted to support him in any way she could. Then she felt her eyes itch, and she went to the bathroom to wash them when she noticed there was blood in her eyes. Ravel, what the hell? She put her left near her face to wipe away the blood, but when she did she felt her skin burn a bit. What's happening to me? This image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. She was confused and worried as she grabbed a towel and wiped the blood away with it. Then she washed her eyes and walked over to her bed. Ravel, there's no need to panic. Maybe something went in my eyes or maybe I'm just tired. Besides, there's a lot going on already and I don't need to burden anyone with this. Ravel closed her eyes and tried to go to sleep, hoping whatever it was happening was nothing serious. Scene change, training room. After lying on the floor of the training room, having caught his breath, Issei stood up and was about to leave the room when he heard voices. The door of the training room opened and Rias and the girls entered. He didn't make eye contact with them. Issei simply walked past Rias and the girls. They tried to talk to him but he kept walking, ignoring them. Rias: great, first he can't confess his feelings and now when we try to talk to him he ignores us as if we are to be blamed for his failure. Aquino: he is running away from the consequences of his own actions, like a coward. Asia: he didn't even look us in the eyes. Kaneko: he didn't even apologize for his blunder earlier. Maybe I should beat some sense into him. Zenobia: it's because of his stupid ego. Since he made Chow Chow retreat he probably thinks himself to be some hotshot, but in reality he is the weakest Red Dragon Emperor. Rias: yeah, you are right, but don't need to worry, girls. After he spends another night without feeling our warmth he will beg for forgiveness and crawl back to us. And hopefully he'll confess. Akina: Era, just imagine him on all fours with a leash around his neck as he barks at me. It makes me so hot. Kaneko: your fantasies are messed up, senpai. With Issei. After ignoring Rias and the girls in the training room, Issei headed upstairs to his room to take a shower and go to sleep. When Issei entered the spare room that he was sleeping in, he saw a tray of food on the desk and a note. It was from Ravel. Issei sighed as he read the note from Ravel, appreciating her understanding. It said that she had left it for Issei, knowing he probably wouldn't want to eat downstairs because of not wanting to be around Rias and the girls. He picked up the tray of food and began to eat, his thoughts still lingering on the intense training session and the upcoming battle with Serzex. The events of the day had taken a toll on him both physically and emotionally. After finishing the food, thoroughly enjoying it, Issei went to the bathroom, stripped out of his clothes and got into the shower. Issei let the warm water wash away the sweat and exhaustion from his training. As he stood under the shower, thoughts about his upcoming battle with Serzex and the recent events with Rias and the girls filled his mind. He couldn't shake off the lingering unease. Ddraig: partner, you did well in the training today. Remember, it's okay to take some time for yourself and address your emotions. So don't stress yourself too much, he said, trying to ease Issei's stress. Issei simply nodded. The night wore on, and Issei finished his shower, feeling the warmth and comfort of the water soothe his tired muscles. He dried off, changed into his sleepwear, and laid down on the bed. Despite the physical exhaustion, his mind was still restless, grappling with the complexities of his emotions and the challenges that lay ahead. Ddraig: is there something on your mind, partner? Issei sighed, staring at the ceiling as if searching for answers among the shadows. Issei: yeah, there's a lot. I can't help but think about the upcoming battle with Serzex, and well, everything that happened today. Ddraig: don't worry, partner, as long as you put the work in we'll be able to take on Serzex. Try to get some rest, you need it. And try not to focus on what happened between you and the girls, it will only interfere with the training and cause more issues. You still haven't sorted out your feelings yet. Issei: alright, I'll try. Ddraig: good, and remember I'm here if you need anything. Issei mentally nodded before closing his eyes and quickly falling asleep. He was exhausted from the day's events and training. Ddraig: stay strong, Issei, you'll get through this eventually. Now then, I should prepare for tomorrow's training and those foolish girls' behavior. I would like to be wrong, but I have a bad premonition about them. Perhaps I should contact Azazel. Issei is likely to not say anything because he doesn't want to feel like he's burdening anyone, but this might get out of hand. And there's the other matter of, this again? I can feel that he's dreaming, but I can't see inside of Issei's mind. I wonder if Ddraig's thoughts were interrupted when he got a call from someone he never expected. Ddraig: Albion? What do you want? Albion: hello, Ddraig. How's your host doing? Ddraig: what do you want from him? If your host wants to fight, he can forget about it. Issei isn't dash. Albion: no, that's not why I am calling. Sai: listen, you know I would never contact unless it was something serious. Valley is acting strange. Now Ddraig became intrigued. Ddraig: acting strange how? Albion: for some unknown reason I'm having trouble seeing into his mind, and I can barely contact him when he's asleep. You know how dangerous that is? Ddraig: something similar is happening to Issei, only that I can contact him in his sleep and drag him into the sacred gear. But these symptoms only appeared after what the girls did, and he nearly used the Juggernaut drive. Albion: what do you mean? What did the girls in his group do to cause him to want to use the juggernaut drive? Ddraig, huh? Don't worry about it, I was talking to myself. This doesn't concern you. Albion, Ddraig please, for all we know this could harm both of our hosts. People like them are rare, we may never find anyone like them again. I know we're rivals but… Ddraig, fine, save the heartwarming speech, he said, causing a tick mark to form on Albion's head. But you're right, this does concern both of our hosts, however. Don't tell your host about what happened to Issei or this will be the first and last time you'll receive help from me. Albion, deal? Ddraig then explained everything that happened to Issei and what the girls did. Albion, well I must admit, I never imagined that the girls would treat him like that. And I didn't know your host was traumatized considering how he acts. I am sorry to hear that. But basically, the girls said some harsh things and that caused the negative emotions from the trauma that Issei had been suppressing to overflow, creating the perfect opportunity for the past hosts to influence him. Is that correct? Ddraig, yes that is correct. Albion, interesting, Vala does have some horrible memories of his childhood from his father and grandfather but I doubt it has anything to do with anything. Ddraig, have you told Valley about what's been happening? Albion, no. I don't want him to worry about it. We have more pressing issues. Ddraig, I see. Well, hopefully it's just a bug in the sacred gear system like the other times. Albion, I hope so as well, but if anything serious happens I will tell you. Ddraig, alright, bye Albion. Albion, bye Ddraig. The call was disconnected, leaving Ddraig and Albion in their respective thoughts. The next day, Issei woke up in bed feeling sore. The aftermath of the previous day's intense training session making every movement an effort. As he slowly sat up, the events of the previous day flooded his mind. The clash with the girls, the near activation of the Juggernaut drive, and the heartfelt conversation with Ddraig. He shook his head, trying to dispel the lingering drowsiness and the heavy thoughts that were weighing him down. As Issei sat on the edge of his bed, trying to shake off the heaviness that clung to his thoughts, Ddraig's voice resonated within him, breaking the silence of the morning. Ddraig, good morning partner. Issei, morning Ddraig. Ddraig, how are you feeling? Issei, my body feels pretty sore, but other than that I feel alright. Ddraig, I'm glad to hear that. Issei, did anything happen last night? Ddraig, no, he lied. Issei, alright. Sigh, well I guess I better head downstairs for breakfast, school starts in about an hour. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to take care of his hygiene. After finishing his morning routine in the bathroom, Issei made his way downstairs, feeling the stiffness in his muscles with every step he took. When he made his way downstairs he saw Rias and the girls sitting in the kitchen eating breakfast. Rosweiss was there as well. She spoke to Issei but the rest of the girls chose to ignore him, like he did to them last night. They didn't even have a plate for him at the table like they usually did. Rosweiss was confused about the girls' behavior towards Issei and the fact that he was ignoring them. She wanted to ask questions but decided to stay quiet. She would have to talk to Issei about it later on. Seeing that there was no food for him at the table, Issei walked into the kitchen to grab something to eat. To his frustration, there was hardly anything in the fridge or cabinets either. They needed to stock up on groceries and the girls used the last of them to make breakfast. He closed the fridge irritated and turned around to exit the kitchen when he saw Aquino standing there. Issei, what do you want Aquino? Aquino, don't you have anything to say to us? Issei didn't respond, he simply walked past her and headed towards the front door. He was about to put on his shoes and leave the house when he realized he was missing his backpack. He turned around and went back upstairs. He went to the spare bedroom and grabbed his backpack, went back downstairs and out the door. Issei felt infuriated as he walked down the street. He was really hungry, but what really ticked him off was how the girls felt like they didn't do anything wrong and weren't trying to see if maybe they were mistaken. Rias, wow, does he think he is so in the right that he can give us the silent treatment? The other girls nodded in agreement. With Issei, they are all so ungrateful after everything I've done for them. Ddraig, partner, calm down. I understand that you're upset. Remember you need to keep your emotions under control. Have you forgotten what happened in the park? Issei, sigh, no Ddraig, I haven't forgotten. It's just hard to control my emotions with everything that's going on and I'm so damn hungry. I need something to eat. I doubt I'll make it to school. I wish that I had saved some of the food Ravel made last night for later. Ddraig, I understand partner, but please try to calm down. I'm sure things will get better. Issei, I hope so. Ddraig, I hope so. He said as he continued walking down the street towards the school. He took a wrong turn and saw a building. Issei, what's this place? I've never been here before. It seems like some kind of cafe. I wonder what's inside. Hopefully I can get something to eat. Issei walked towards the cafe hoping to find some solace and food to quell his hunger. The cafe had a warm and inviting atmosphere, a stark contrast to the cold reception he'd received at home. The scent of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods filled the air, easing some of the tension in his shoulders. As Issei entered, he was greeted by a friendly waitress who showed him to a table by the window. The place wasn't too crowded, offering him a quiet corner to gather his thoughts. He scanned the menu, his stomach growling louder with each item he read. Finally deciding to get an orange juice and a donut. That's when he heard a recognizable voice behind him. He turned around and saw Kiba. Issei, oh hey Kiba. I didn't see you there. Kiba, well, I often come here on my way to school. But never mind that, what's wrong? You seem pretty upset, let's have a seat while we wait for our order. Issei nodded and they sat down at a table near the entrance of the cafe. Issei, sigh man, the girls have been treating me like crap ever since what happened yesterday in the clubroom. Kiba, what happened? I would have been there yesterday, but a client called needing something. Issei, well Ravel's mother called yesterday asking us to look after Ravel, me especially, then after that Rias asked, what is she to me? She was trying to get me to confess my feelings for her, that too in front of everyone, but… Kiba, but what? Issei, I couldn't, or at least I was trying to but maybe I did it wrong. I started off by saying she was the president and then she cut me off by calling me an idiot, then she ran out of the clubroom crying. Kiba, why couldn't you confess your feelings for her Issei? You love Rias and you know that she loves you too, so do the other girls. Issei, do they really? After what happened in the clubroom I'm not so sure. After I supposedly messed up, Aquino and the other girls, except for Ravel, said some harsh things to me. They said some things behind my back as well. I felt and still feel really hurt by what they said and then I almost hurt Ravel. Kiba, wait what? You almost hurt Ravel? Why? Issei, well I dashed. Issei was about to respond when their conversation was interrupted by a waitress. Issei and Kiba's orders were ready. Waitress, thank you for visiting us, we hope you come again. They grabbed their orders and continued talking as they walked down the street. Kiba, now then back to you. What would make you want to hurt Ravel? Issei, it wasn't me alright? Well it was, but the past hosts were influencing me so I wasn't myself. Kiba, the past hosts? What do they… It suddenly hit Kiba what Issei was talking about. Do you mean the Juggernaut drive? Issei, if you had used it you would have… Say, I know. Thankfully I didn't use it, I was only halfway through the chant. But Ddraig and Ravel stopped me, well, after I accidentally choked her. Kiba, oh man that's bad. Is she alright? Issei, yeah, and Ravel said she forgave me but I still feel bad for what I did, even though I apologized twice. Kiba, I'm shocked, I mean I never thought things could actually turn out this way. I'm really glad no one was seriously hurt or killed. But to think that some heartbreaking words from the girls was enough to make you want to use the Juggernaut drive. Ddraig, that's not necessarily true. Kiba, what do you mean by that Ddraig? Ddraig, while it is true that the girls played a significant role in the near activation of the Juggernaut drive, they aren't the root of it. Kiba, then what's the root? Issei, Rainer. She's the cause of all this. She's the reason I couldn't confess. Kiba, I don't understand, what does Rainer have to do with anything? Issei, Kiba, what that bitch did to me in the park that day when she killed me broke my heart. It traumatized me. I couldn't even land the killing blow back then when we had her begging for her life, even after what she did to me, what she did to Asia, somehow a part of me still loved her. Probably because she was my first real girlfriend, and she seemed like a genuinely good person. Of course later I found out that she wasn't. And seeing Rainer in her Yuma form, before Rias killed her also fucked my head up. It's because of her that I'm afraid of women. I've been suppressing my trauma for a long time, But those negative emotions spilled over when the girls said what they said to me. Kiba, Issei, I'm really sorry that you've had to suffer like this. And to think that none of us noticed it, despite the fact that you helped all of us face our problems, I feel so ashamed. I wish I had been there yesterday, maybe I could have said something, or helped you. Issei, it's not your fault, Kiba. If the girls had been more understanding, instead of berating and talking behind my back, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. But that's not the only thing upsetting. What really upsets me is how they don't feel as though they did anything wrong. In their eyes, I'm the bad guy. They're not even trying to see what went wrong. Kiba, I'm so sorry, Issei. I know you said it wasn't my fault regarding what happened in the club room, but even so, I still feel responsible. A few months ago I promised you that if anyone tried to harm you, I would annihilate them, but I wasn't there when you needed me. I know you don't want to hear me apologize, but my pride as a knight won't allow me to do otherwise. Issei was silent for a while before deciding to speak. Issei, Kiba. Kiba, yes, Issei? Issei, for a long time I've been lonely, ever since I was a child. That was of course until I met Irina, but once she left for England I felt lonely again. That was until I met you guys. Kiba, you've done a lot for me. You helped me save Asia, taught me the basics of sword fighting, to widen my field of vision whenever battling an opponent, and you helped me adjust to my life as a devil. Thank you for that. Everything I've done for you has been from the kindness of my heart. You don't owe me anything. But if you still feel indebted to me, and you want to pay me back, then I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mind sparing some time later on. Kiba, sure thing, I'd be happy to spar with you. Issei, thanks Kiba. Kiba, so you are mad at Gasper? Issei, no, I'm not upset with him. He didn't say anything to me until I asked for his opinion. All he said was that I am the bad guy because I made the president cry. And to be honest, I was the one who taught him that you must never make a girl cry. So he was just following my teachings. Kiba, yeah, that's a fair point, and Issei, I think you should have a talk with him. Yesterday after reaching home he was very sad and kept on repeating, I shouldn't have said that, and I should have sided with Senpai. I tried to ask him about it, but he refused to speak anything. Issei, he doesn't have to blame himself, and also I don't want him to get affected because of our mess. So alright, after school I will talk with him regarding this situation. Time skip. Keiichi Academy. Issei and Kiba arrived at school, then they split up and went to their respective classrooms. Issei walked in and sat in his seat. As he began taking his books out, two of his friends Motohama and Matsuda walked up to him. Issei, oh no, here comes trouble. Motohama, hey Issei, where were you yesterday? You missed our appointment. Matsuda, yeah, it was fantastic. You should have been there, man. Issei, deep sigh, look, I'm not in the mood, man. What do you want? He said in a sharp tone. Matsuda, hey, no need to get all feisty, man. Don't worry, we got you covered next time, alright? Issei, I don't care about that shit. Unlike you, I've got real issues going on and my day has already started out being shitty. I'd rather be alone right now. He said, trying to get them away from him. Issei was trying not to snap on them. Motohama, what's wrong? Rias didn't let you grope her boobs? He said, whispering. Matsuda, yeah, that's probably why he's so upset. He said, whispering as well. Issei slowly clenched his fists as he took a deep breath, trying to control himself. The last thing he wanted to hear right now was Rias and the girls' names. Ddraig, this is bad. Why the hell did these two have to come around Issei right now? He said to himself, worried that Issei might snap. Matsuda, so Issei, what happened to the chestnut-haired chick that you said was your childhood friend? Motohama, yeah, and what's going on between you and the new girl that transferred here? You know, the one with the drill curls. We heard she's staying at your place. Her breasts are a lot bigger than Asia's. Issei, shut the hell up. Do you two think of anything other than breasts? Stop speaking about Irina and Ravel like that. He shouted, slamming his fist into his desk, slightly cracking it. The other students turned to look at him. Matsuda, calm down, Issei, we were just curious. Issei, where my friends are and what they're doing is none of your damn business. Some of us have real-life problems and don't have time for bullshit like this. All you two do is think about women's body parts. Maybe if you weren't so focused on boobs, then maybe you two would have girlfriends. You two are so pathetic you can't even get laid by a whore. If you don't have anything that's actually important to say, then get out of my face. I was trying to keep to myself and you two came and fucked that up? Motohama, you're being a real jackass, Issei, after all the things we've done for you. Issei's patience was already hanging by a thread, and Motohama's last comment was the final straw. His eyes flashed with an emerald glare of anger, his temper reaching its boiling point. Issei, all you've done for me? Like what exactly? Drag me into your perverted schemes? Use me to get out of trouble and laugh it off later? All you've done is used me and I'm fucking sick of it. You claim to beat my friends, but you've never once considered what I might be going through or how I might feel even now. And you don't respect me at all. It's always just been about your next perverted adventure. I've had enough of your bullshit. Maybe if I didn't meet you two, my life wouldn't be such a damn mess right now. Matsuda, hey, let's all just chill out, okay? No need to get all worked up, he said, sensing the tension escalating as he tried to defuse the situation, albeit awkwardly. Motohama, yeah, Issei, we didn't mean to. Issei was beyond calming down. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor, drawing even more attention from the class. Issei, no, I'm done and I'm sick of chilling out. I'm sick of pretending everything's fine when it's not. You two wouldn't understand real problems if they hit you in the face. And you can't find your way out of a wet paper bag. You two are like the human embodiment of an error 404 page, completely useless and frustratingly disappointing every time you show up. Motohama, whoa, Issei, no need to get personal. Issei, personal? I haven't even started. You two are like a pair of mismatched socks. One's lost all elasticity, and the other's just a sad, hole-ridden reminder of better days. Matsuda, hey, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? Say, harsh? You want harsh? If brains were gasoline, you couldn't power an ant's motorcycle around the inside of a Cheerio. And you, he pointed at Motohama, you're about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Motohama, come on, say, dial it back. Issei, dial it back? How about your stellar contributions to every conversation? If ignorance is bliss, you two must be living in eternal ecstasy. You're like a pair of human rain delays, prolonging the inevitable with your mind-numbing drivel. Motohama attempted to interject, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise before Issei steamrolled ahead. Issei, hold it, Motohama. The only thing lower than your standards is your IQ when it comes to women. You're like a walking, talking, how not to guide for human interaction. Matsuda, if being clueless was a sport, you'd be an Olympic gold medalist. Your approach to understanding women is like trying to read a book by eating the cover. Your romantic prospects are so fucking horrible, even a GPS couldn't navigate you to a second date. Oops, my bad, you'd never make it to the first because you would scare the girl away with your face. With Issei's tirade delivered, Motohama and Matsuda stood dumbfounded, their usual retorts and snide comments utterly deflated by the barrage of clever and cutting remarks. The classroom, a mix of shocked silence and barely suppressed snickers, bore witness to a side of Issei they. Wasn't my fault regarding what happened in the club room, but even so, I still feel responsible. A few months ago I promised you that if anyone tried to harm you, I would annihilate them, but I wasn't there when you needed me. I know you don't want to hear me apologize, but my pride as a knight won't allow me to do otherwise. Issei was silent for a while before deciding to speak. Issei, Kiba, yes Issei? Issei, for a long time I've been lonely, ever since I was a child. That was of course until I met Irina, but once she left for England I felt lonely again, that was until I met you guys. Kiba, you've done a lot for me. You helped me save Asia, taught me the basics of sword fighting, to widen my field of vision whenever battling an opponent, and you helped me adjust to my life as a devil. Thank you for that. Everything I've done for you has been from the kindness of my heart. You don't owe me anything. But if you still feel indebted to me, and you want to pay me back, then I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mind sparing some time later on. Kiba, sure thing, I'd be happy to spar with you. Issei, thanks Kiba. Kiba, so you are mad at Gasper? Issei, no, I'm not upset with him, he didn't say anything to me until I asked for his opinion, All he said was that I am the bad guy because I made the president cry. And to be honest, I was the one who taught him that you must never make a girl cry, so he was just following my teachings. Kiba, yeah, that's a fair point, and Issei, I think you should have a talk with him. Yesterday after reaching home he was very sad and kept on repeating, I shouldn't have said that, and I should have sided with Senpai. I tried to ask him about it but he refused to speak anything. Issei, he doesn't have to blame himself, and also I don't want him to get affected because of our mess. So alright, after school I will talk with him regarding this situation. Time skip. Keiichi Academy. Issei and Kiba arrived at school, then they split up and went to their respective classrooms. Issei walked in and sat in his seat. As he began taking his books out, two of his friends Motohama and Matsuda walked up to him. Issei, oh no, here comes trouble. Motohama, hey Issei, where were you yesterday? You missed our appointment. Matsuda, yeah, it was fantastic, you should have been there, man. Issei, deep sigh, look, I'm not in the mood, man, what do you want? He said in a sharp tone. Matsuda, hey, no need to get all feisty, man. Don't worry, we got you covered next time, alright? Issei, I don't care about that shit, unlike you I've got real issues going on and my day has already started out being shitty, I'd rather be alone right now. He said, trying to get them away from him. Issei was trying not to snap on them. Motohama, what's wrong, Rias didn't let you grope her boobs? He said, whispering. Matsuda, yeah, that's probably why he's so upset. He said, whispering as well. Issei slowly clenched his fists as he took a deep breath, trying to control himself. The last thing he wanted to hear right now was Rias and the girls' names. Ddraig, this is bad. Why the hell did these two have to come around Issei right now? He said to himself, worried that Issei might snap. Matsuda, so Issei, what happened to the chestnut-haired chick that you said was your childhood friend? Motohama, yeah, and what's going on between you and the new girl that transferred here? You know, the one with the drill curls. We heard she's staying at your place. Her breasts are a lot bigger than Asia's. Issei, shut the hell up. Do you two think of anything other than breasts? Stop speaking about Irina and Ravel like that. He shouted, slamming his fist into his desk, slightly cracking it. The other students turned to look at him. Matsuda, calm down, Issei, we were just curious. Issei, where my friends are and what they're doing is none of your damn business. Some of us have real-life problems and don't have time for bullshit like this. All you two do is think about women's body parts. Maybe if you weren't so focused on boobs, then maybe you two would have girlfriends. You two are so pathetic you can't even get laid by a whore. If you don't have anything that's actually important to say, then get out of my face. I was trying to keep to myself and you two came and fucked that up. Motohama, you're being a real jackass, Issei, after all the things we've done for you. Issei's patience was already hanging by a thread, and Motohama's last comment was the final straw. His eyes flashed with an emerald glare of anger, his temper reaching its boiling point. Issei, all you've done for me? Like what exactly? Drag me into your perverted schemes? Use me to get out of trouble and laugh it off later? All you've done is used me and I'm fucking sick of it. You claim to beat my friends, but you've never once considered what I might be going through or how I might feel even now. And you don't respect me at all. It's always just been about your next perverted adventure. I've had enough of your bullshit. Maybe if I didn't meet you two, my life wouldn't be such a damn mess right now. Matsuda, hey, let's all just chill out, okay? No need to get all worked up. He said, sensing the tension escalating as he tried to defuse the situation, albeit awkwardly. Motohama, yeah, Issei, we didn't mean to. Issei was beyond calming down. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor, drawing even more attention from the class. Issei, no, I'm done and I'm sick of chilling out. I'm sick of pretending everything's fine when it's not. You two wouldn't understand real problems if they hit you in the face. And you can't find your way out of a wet paper bag. You two are like the human embodiment of an error 404 page, completely useless and frustratingly disappointing every time you show up. Motohama, whoa, Issei, no need to get personal. Issei, personal? I haven't even started. You two are like a pair of mismatched socks. One's lost all elasticity, and the other's just a sad, hole-ridden reminder of better days. Matsuda, hey, That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Say, harsh? You want harsh? If brains were gasoline, you couldn't power an ant's motorcycle around the inside of a Cheerio. And you, he pointed at Motohama, you're about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Motohama, come on, say, dial it back. Issei, dial it back? How about your stellar contributions to every conversation? If ignorance is bliss, you two must be living in eternal ecstasy. You're like a pair of human rain delays, prolonging the inevitable with your mind-numbing drivel. Motohama attempted to interject, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise before Issei steamrolled ahead. Issei, hold it, Motohama. The only thing lower than your standards is your IQ when it comes to women. You're like a walking, talking, how not to guide for human interaction. Matsuda, if being clueless was a sport, you'd be an Olympic gold medalist. Your approach to understanding women is like trying to read a book by eating the cover. Your romantic prospects are so fucking horrible, even a GPS couldn't navigate you to a second date. Oops, my bad, you'd never make it to the first because you would scare the girl away with your face. With Issei's tirade delivered, Motohama and Matsuda stood dumbfounded, their usual retorts and snide comments utterly deflated by the barrage of clever and cutting remarks. The classroom, a mix of shocked silence and barely suppressed snickers, bore witness to a side of Issei they rarely ever. Motohama, look, Issei, we didn't mean to. He attempted to salvage some semblance of pride, but Issei cut him off. Issei, save it. The only thing you're good at saving is your own skin when things get real. And even then, you're about as effective as a parachute that opens on impact. Matsuda, come on, Issei, we're friends. Why are you being like this? Issei, friends? You two are about as dependable as a paper anchor. Oh, and before you try any harder to salvage your so-called dignity, remember, it's hard to take the moral high ground when you're standing in quicksand. You're about as relevant as a Betamax tape in the age of streaming. I'd call you Neanderthals, but that would be an insult to prehistoric man's ingenuity. The room, already thick with tension, felt even heavier due to the weight of Issei's words, each insult sharper and more biting than the last. Motohama and Matsuda, usually so full of bluster, found themselves speechless, their usual antics no match for the fury unleashed by their once friend. Issei, I'm done being the butt of your jokes and the third wheel to your escapades. I've got my own battles to fight, ones that actually matter. You two are like a pair of comic relief characters who don't realize the show's been cancelled. Matsuda, come on man, why are you being so harsh? Say, harsh? You two wouldn't know harsh if it slapped you across the face and called you its bitch. Listening to you two is like trying to make sense of a Morse code transmitted through a blender. And Matsuda, your idea of a clever comeback is about as sharp as a marble. Speaking of marbles, I'd wager that's exactly what's rolling around in your heads when you try to think. The emptiness in there must echo like a cavern. You two are the human equivalent of a participation trophy. Always showing up, contributing nothing of value, but expecting applause for breathing. Motohama, flustered, tried to mount some defense, but Issei cut him off. Issei, and Motohama, your attempts at being a Casanova are so pitiful. If cringe were currency, you'd be a billionaire. You're like a walking, talking facepalm moment. Your idea of flirting is like trying to light a candle with a fire extinguisher, not only ineffective but pathetically misguided. Matsuda, come on, Issei, please stop, we're just. Issei, just what? Just the daily reminder that evolution can go in reverse? Your combined intellect couldn't toast bread, let alone light up a room with wit. If being a disappointment was an art, you'd be the Picasso of it. Your love life is like a report card full of FS. It's just one failure after another. You two are the reason dictionaries include definitions for incompetence and stupidity. Monkeys are smarter than you two. Hanging out with you two is like trying to get a signal on a deserted island, a complete waste of time and effort. Listening to you talk is like listening to a broken record that only plays the sound of failure. You're not just at the bottom of the barrel, you're the sludge beneath it. I've heard the girls and others say that your brains are on airplane mode, but that would imply you could actually take off in a conversation without crashing. Calling you two friends is like labeling a sinking ship as a luxury cruise. You're more like life's accidental button presses. Nobody's happy when you show up, like a glitch in reality that everyone wishes they could just reboot and fix. A bunch of pop-up ads, annoying, unwanted, and popping up when least expected to ruin everything. You two are like paper bookmarks in a digital novel, utterly pointless and a reminder of a bygone era of usefulness. Motohama, Issei, that's too far, man. Issei, too far? The only thing far here is the distance between your thoughts and anything resembling logic. You're like a pair of garden gnomes, except less decorative and more irritating. Matsuda, why are you being so mean? Issei, mean? I'm just mirroring the level of your contributions to any meaningful discourse. You're like a software update that promises improvements but just ends up crashing the system. Motohama, we're just trying to be friendly. Issei, friendly? Your version of friendly is like a mosquito thinking it's giving you a kiss. You're the equivalent of clicking accept on terms and conditions without reading nobody really wants to, but they think they have to. With that, Issei grabbed his backpack with a swift, determined motion and stormed out of the classroom. He left behind a stunned silence, a palpable void where his presence once was. Motohama and Matsuda stood frozen, their faces a mask of shock and confusion, the remnants of their smirks wiped clean by the unexpected ferocity of Issei's retort. They were like deflated balloons, suddenly void of all the hot air that had puffed up their bravado. After Issei left, the classroom was silent, everyone shocked by what had happened. Then a snicker was heard from a student, and eventually, it turned into full-on laughter, causing everyone to burst out laughing. Matsuda and Motohama could only sit down and hide their faces behind books, feeling completely embarrassed, and they shed some tears. As Issei made his way through the school corridors, his mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, frustration, and a deep-seated sense of betrayal gnawed at him. Issei decided to skip the rest of the day's classes. He needed time to think, to process everything that was happening, and to figure out his next steps. The school rooftop offered a quiet refuge, a place where he could be alone with his thoughts away from the prying eyes and whispers of his classmates. Issei took deep breaths, trying to calm the storm within him. The cool air helped to clear his mind, and he began to reflect on everything that had happened. The pain of being misunderstood by his friends, the anger at being mocked, and the loneliness that seemed to follow him like a shadow. It was all too much. Ddraig, sensing Issei's turmoil, spoke up. Ddraig, Issei, you're stronger than this. Don't let them get to you. Issei let out a deep sigh, running a hand through his hair. Issei, I know, Ddraig. It's just hard, you know? Feeling like you're fighting alone. I mean, I know I've got you, but still, I've got a lot of shit on my plate, and I don't have time for nonsense like those two idiots tried to pull. And I meant it when I said that maybe my life wouldn't be such a damn mess if not for them. If I hadn't met them, then perhaps I could have had an actual girlfriend, and I wouldn't have met Rainair, and things wouldn't be such a damn mess. All I want is peace. Is that too much to ask for? He screamed mentally. Ddraig, peace isn't something that's given, Issei. It's something you have to find and sometimes fight for. You've been through so much more than most could handle, and yet you've always found a way to rise above it. The challenges you've faced, the battles you've fought, whether you won or lost, they've made you stronger. You've grown a lot as a person, Issei, even if you can't see it, you've come a long way from when we first met. Your strength isn't just in your power as a devil or being the Red Dragon Emperor, it's in your heart, your will to keep going even when the odds are against you. Your heart, your determination, that's what sets you apart from others. Issei took a moment to let Ddraig's words sink in. The ancient dragon had been with him through thick and thin, a constant source of strength and wisdom. It was true he had faced unimaginable challenges, fought battles that would have broken others, and yet he was still standing. Issei, you're right, Ddraig. I've faced down fallen angels, rogue devils, and all sorts of supernatural threats. It's just it hurts, you know? When the people who are supposed to have your back just don't get it. Ddraig, I understand, partner. That being said, the way you roasted those two idiots was pretty funny. Issei managed a small chuckle at Ddraig's comment, finding a sliver of humor in the situation despite the swirling storm of emotions within him. The laughter, brief as it was, helped to lift the weight on his shoulders, if only slightly. Issei, yeah, I guess I did get carried away. But it felt good to stand up for myself, to finally say what I've been holding back. Ddraig, agreed, those two were only interested in using you, and I'm glad that you got rid of them. But you were right, if you hadn't met them, then a lot of things would definitely be different in your life for better or worse. Issei, yeah, and I just couldn't take them talking about Irina and Ravel like that. It really infuriated me. Ddraig, I could tell, but it seemed to help relieve some of the stress you've been feeling. Issei, yeah, I guess, he said as he laid back, his gaze fixed on the beautiful and expansive blue sky above, where the drifting clouds and boundless horizon offered a silent, serene spectacle. This vastness, usually a symbol of freedom and endless possibilities, now felt like a poignant contrast to the inner turmoil churning within him. The open sky, with its fleeting clouds and gentle hues, echoed the transient moments of peace in his life, so often eclipsed by the shadows of unrest and solitude. Yet, in this quiet observation, there was a calming melancholy, a reminder that in the vastness of the world, his troubles were but a small part of an immense tapestry. This bittersweet realization brought a certain solace, a sense of being part of something larger, where his pain, though profound, was intertwined with the beauty and complexity of existence. Issei felt a little at peace and closed his eyes. Scene change, student council office. It was lunchtime, and Sona Citri was sitting at her desk about to eat lunch while she took care of some documents. The other members of the student council were eating elsewhere on the school grounds. As she was about to open her bento box, she heard a knock on the office door. She sighed, wondering who could want something at this time. Sona, come in. The door to the student council office opened, and Rosweiss entered, wearing her teacher's uniform. Sona was surprised to see Rosweiss. Sona, Rosweiss, what brings you here at this hour? It's lunchtime. Rosweiss, hello, Sona. Sorry to interrupt your lunch, but I have a pressing issue. It's in regards to Issei. Do you know where he is? Sona raised an eyebrow, her interest now piqued. Sona, no, I don't have any information on his whereabouts, other than he came to school today. Did something happen with him and the kendo club? If so, I'll send. Rosweiss, no, it's nothing like that. I'm actually quite worried about him. You see, he lashed out at the other members of the perverted trio, Motohama and Matsuda. He skipped all of his classes today. Sona's expression shifted from mild curiosity to concern. She placed her bento box aside, giving Rosweiss her full attention. The usually composed and unflappable Sona seemed visibly troubled by the news. Sona, that's unlike Issei. While he does have a temper, it's rare for him to lash out at others, and he doesn't really skip classes. What exactly did Motohama and Matsuda do? Rosweiss, from what I've gathered from the other students who were present, they were harassing him by making inappropriate comments about his relationships with the girls. He verbally lashed out at them quite harshly in front of the entire class. In fact, I have a video from one of the students who was recording the incident. She pulled out her phone and showed Sona the video. Sona had a very hard time trying to suppress her laughter and stay professional. When the video ended, Sona cleared her throat, giving herself a moment before speaking. Sona, I see. This is quite serious. Issei is generally tolerant, despite his less admirable traits. Rosweiss, exactly, and normally I would have asked Rias about where he might be, but I think something is going on between the girls and Issei. Sona, what makes you say that? Rosweiss, well, this morning the girls didn't leave any breakfast for Issei or speak to him like they normally do. They seemed pretty upset with Issei, and he was upset as well. After walking into the kitchen, probably looking for something to eat, he stormed out and then went upstairs to grab his backpack before slamming the door behind him. Sona, what about Ravel? Rias told me she's staying there as well. Rosweiss, actually, I didn't see her. When I saw her later today, she said she was a bit tired from finishing her homework and needed a few more minutes of rest. Sona, now fully engaged in the matter, began to strategize. Sona, we need to handle this delicately. Issei is clearly under a lot of stress, and the last thing we want is for him to feel cornered or more isolated. If you find him, let me know. I'll have my peerage search for him after lunch. In the meantime, let's keep this matter between us. We don't want to cause any unnecessary drama or speculation among the students. Rosweiss agreed. Thank you, Sona. I appreciate your help. Issei might be rough around the edges, but he doesn't deserve to be treated like this by those he considers friends. Sona, indeed. Issei has his faults, but he's also shown time and again that he's capable of great compassion and bravery. Let's ensure we support him through this, just as he's done for others. Rosweiss got up from her seat and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Sona sat at her desk and let out a deep sigh. Sona, what have you gotten yourself into this time, Rias? I have a bad feeling about this, especially with the rating game coming up. Chapter 3. After her conversation with Sona, Rosweiss walked down the hallway thinking of where Issei could be. She had already spent a considerable amount of time looking for him and had checked his usual places. Then it dawned on her the one place she didn't check, the roof. Rosweiss made her way to the school rooftop, hoping to find Issei there. The rooftop was a place where students seldom went, making it a perfect spot for someone who wanted to be alone. As she pushed open the door and stepped out into the open air, she saw Issei lying on his back, staring up at the sky. He seemed lost in thought, and for a moment, Rosweiss hesitated, not wanting to intrude on his solitude. Rosweiss, Issei? Issei turned around. He was surprised to hear Rosweiss call his name. He didn't notice her presence at first. Seeing that she had his attention, Rosweiss walked towards him. Issei, what do you want, Rosweiss? He said coldly. He didn't even address her as sensei like he normally did when they were at school. Rosweiss was taken aback by Issei's cold tone. She could feel the anger radiating from him. She took a moment to compose herself before responding. Rosweiss understood that Issei was going through a difficult time and his reaction wasn't personal. Rosweiss, I heard about what happened earlier today. I'm not here to lecture you or to add to your troubles. I'm here because I'm worried about you, Issei. It's not like you to lash out like that or to skip classes. Issei, I'm fine. It was nothing, I simply lost my cool for a moment, he said, turning back to stare out into the distance. Rosweiss walked over and sat down beside him, her expression softening. She saw right through his facade. She could see that he was deeply hurting inside. Rosweiss, Issei, this is about more than just you losing your cool. It's okay to feel overwhelmed sometimes. You don't have to carry everything on your own shoulders. I know you're going through a lot, especially with Rias and the girls. Issei, no you don't. You don't understand anything, Rosweiss. No one knows what I'm going through. What could you possibly know about relationships? You've never even had a boyfriend. You think just because you show up here, you can make everything better? You can't possibly understand what it's like, being me, dealing with the expectations, the battles, the constant threat to those I care about. You think just because you're here, you can make everything better? You think a few words are going to fix what I'm feeling? You're out of your depth, Rosweiss. This isn't about some lesson you can teach or a problem you can solve with your magic. This is my life, and you're just pretending to understand, he said as he stood up. His words were like daggers, each striking Rosweiss hard, the impact of his words leaving her momentarily speechless. Sure, she was used to people mocking her about not being able to get a boyfriend, but for some reason hearing it from Issei hit harder. She had come here with the intention of helping Issei, of being a source of comfort, but instead, she found herself the target of his fire. His words were like daggers, each striking Rosweiss hard, the impact of his words leaving her momentarily speechless. Sure, she was used to people mocking her about not being able to get a boyfriend, but for some reason hearing it from Issei hit harder. She had come here with the intention of helping Issei, of being a source of comfort, but instead, she found herself the target of his fire. Yet, despite the sting of Issei's words and her own personal insecurities about her romantic life, she managed to keep her cool. She understood that Issei's outburst wasn't truly about her, it was a manifestation of his own turmoil. She reminded herself that she was here to help Issei, not to escalate the situation. Upon realizing what he said, Issei immediately apologized to Rosweiss. Issei, I'm sorry Rosweiss, I shouldn't have said that. I'm just really stressed right now, I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. But, Rosweiss, it's true, I don't not have personal experience in romantic relationships, but that doesn't mean I can't understand or empathize with your feelings. We all have our own struggles and insecurities. What's important is that we support each other through them. I'm here not as your teacher, but as your friend and teammate. I want to help you, Issei. You're going through a lot right now, but I can't help you if you won't let me. I know that you're using your anger to hide how you truly feel. Issei looked away from Rosweiss. He felt conflicted. A part of him wanted to push her away, but another part of him desperately sought comfort and understanding. Rosweiss hugged him from behind, catching him off guard. Issei, Roswei? Rosweiss. Sure, you don't have to say anything if you're not ready to. I'll stay here with you until you're ready to talk. Issei's expression softened, feeling comfort in Rosweiss's words and feeling the warmth of her body against his. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Issei took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. Once she felt him calm down, Rosweiss let go of Issei, letting him collect his thoughts. After a few moments, Issei spoke. Issei, everything's just a mess right now. I feel so hurt and angry, but I don't know how to deal with it. Rias and the girls, it's like they don't understand or even care, and I just feel so hurt inside. Rosweiss, what's going on between you and the girls? At breakfast this morning they treated you like you didn't exist, and before I came to look for you when I asked Ravel and Kiba, they said it'd be best if I talked to you, which I assumed was out of respect. Issei, well, Rias and the girls have been wanting me to confess my feelings, and the other day they pressured me into confessing for her. And then everything went wrong from there. Rosweiss, what happened? Issei, I couldn't confess my feelings for Rias and she got upset. Then Aquino and the others said some harsh things to me that really hurt and made me upset. After that, I left the clubroom wanting to get as far away from them, but then… Rosweiss, then what? Issei, I nearly used the Juggernaut drive. Rosweiss, what? Issei, why would you want to use the Juggernaut drive? You could have died and have destroyed all of Ku, killing nearly all of us. Issei, I didn't want to, but the past hosts managed to take advantage of my emotions and trauma. There was nothing I could do. It felt like I was sinking into an endless hole. Thankfully, according to Ddraig, I was only halfway through the chant and he and Ravel managed to bring me to my senses. Rosweiss let out a sigh of relief. Rosweiss, I'm glad. Wait, Issei, did you say trauma? What do you mean by that? Issei, oh that's right, you don't know either. Well. Issei explained to Rosweiss about Rainier what did and how it affected him, to the point that Issei was afraid of women. He was afraid of loving. Rosweiss was completely shocked. She never would have imagined that Issei had been suffering so much, and yet he managed to keep smiling. She felt really bad for him, but at the same time she began to understand more of who Issei really was. Rosweiss, Issei, I'm so sorry to hear that such a thing happened to you. I understand why you feel so hurt, afraid, and upset. Issei, the messed up part is that even though I wasn't able to confess to Rias at that moment, I still mustered up the courage to try to do it, but they cut me off. All they had to do was just let me get it out or not pressure me at all. They turned against me after everything I did for them. I helped them fight their personal problems that had been haunting them for quite some time now, but they failed to even consider that I might be going through something. I am a person with a heart, soul, and feelings of my own. Why do they not understand? Rosweiss, as much as it pains me to say this, it's very likely that the girls, including Asia, have forgotten all about Rainier and what she did. However, what Rias did was quite childish. Instead of running off crying, she and the girls could have tried to talk things out. Issei, yeah, that already crossed my mind, but it's no excuse to treat me like crap. Rosweiss, Issei, it's clear that the pain you're carrying is deep, and it's not just about what happened recently. The trauma from your past, the weight of the expectations on you, and the fear of losing those you care about, it's a lot for anyone to bear. But you don't have to bear it alone. Issei looked at Rosweiss, her words resonating within him. The turmoil and the loneliness he was feeling right now seemed to lessen, even if just slightly, in her presence. Issei, Rosweiss, I don't even know where to begin. I've been trying to be strong, to protect everyone. But who protects me? When do I get to say, I'm not okay? Rosweiss reached out, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Rosweiss, right now, Issei. You can say it right now to me. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to need help, to feel scared or overwhelmed. Your strength isn't diminished by acknowledging your pain. In fact, it takes a great deal of courage to face it. Issei felt a lump form in his throat, her words cutting through the facade he had been holding up for so long. For the first time in what felt like forever, he allowed himself to be vulnerable, to let down the walls he had built around his heart. Issei, I am not okay, Rosweiss. I'm scared of repeating the past, of losing the people I care about, of not being enough. And I'm angry, so angry at everything that's happened, at myself for not being able to move past it, at the girls for treating me wrong. Rosweiss, and that's okay, Issei. It's okay to feel all of those things. You've been through so much more than most people could handle. But you're not alone in this. I'm here as a friend, and I'm not going anywhere. The sincerity in her voice, the warmth of her gaze, it all reached Issei in a way he hadn't expected. For the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of hope, a sense that maybe, just maybe, things could get better. Issei, thank you for listening, for being here. It means a lot to me. And I'm sorry for what I said to you. I was being a real jerk. Rosweiss, of course, Issei. And remember, healing isn't a linear journey. There will be good days and bad days, but what matters is that you keep moving forward, even if it's just one small step at a time. And on the days when you can't take that step on your own, I'll be here to help you, so Ravel, Kiba, and Azazel, she said, smiling softly. Issei, thanks sensei. Rosweiss, you're welcome, Issei. Issei and Rosweiss sat there in silence, gazing off into the distance for a while. Then Rosweiss stood up. Rosweiss, I have to go, Issei. There are other classes that I have to teach, but here. She reached into her pocket and handed Issei a pamphlet with Norse runes on it. It's for communication. It'll work even for someone with little magic control and power like you. This is a direct line, so if you need anything I'll answer it immediately, alright? Just let me know. Issei, thanks sensei. I'm gonna stay up here for a while. Rosweiss, I understand. Don't worry about the classes you missed today. We can deal with them another time. Issei, alright, thanks. Rosweiss nodded and walked away to handle the other classes she was scheduled to teach. Issei sat there contemplating what Rosweiss said. Issei, move forward, huh? I want to, but the girls are making it so hard. He sighed and laid on his back again. Time skip, 3 hours later, Azazel's office. Azazel was sitting at his desk drinking, while looking over some documents in relation to his artificial sacred gear, when he heard a knock on the door. He got up and went to the door. Upon opening it, he saw it was Rosweiss. Azazel, Rosweiss? To what do I owe the pleasure? A teasing smirk crossed his face. Care for a drink? Rosweiss, no, thank you, Azazel. I'll pass on the drink. Azazel, with a sly grin, so what brings you here? Don't tell me, you finally snagged yourself a boyfriend? Rosweiss, visibly annoyed being reminded of her earlier conversation with Issei. That's not why I'm here, Azazel. This isn't about my personal life, not that I would talk to you about it anyways. I'm here to talk about Issei. We have a serious problem. Azazel, lightly chuckling, Issei, huh? Did he happen to see you in a compromising position again? Rosweiss, blushing with anger and embarrassment, this is serious, Azazel. He was on the brink of activating the Juggernaut drive yesterday. Azazel choked on his wine, spitting it out in disbelief. Azazel, he what? Rosweiss, are you serious? His usual laid-back demeanor replaced by one of grave concern, seeking confirmation. Rosweiss, despite her earlier embarrassment from Azazel's light-hearted jabs, affirmed with a serious nod, her expression solemn. Rosweiss, yes, I'm completely serious. He was in a bad state when I found him on the rooftop. There's a lot going on with him emotionally, and it seems like his recent conflicts with Rias and the others have pushed him to the edge. Azazel, I need to understand everything. Start from the very beginning, he said as motioned for her to have a seat. This was a very serious and delicate situation. With that, Rosweiss recounted the events that happened between Issei, Motohama and Matsuda at the school before she arrived. What happened on the rooftop, and everything that Issei told her, painting a vivid picture of Issei's emotional turmoil. She highlighted Issei's unresolved psychological scars stemming from his past ordeals with Rainier, underlining the profound impact on his psyche. Azazel, his attention unwavering, absorbed every detail, his features etching with concern as the account unfolded. After Rosweiss concluded, Azazel sat back in his chair, his mind racing with thoughts. Azazel, this is bad. Issei's always been good at hiding his true feelings under a facade of cheerfulness. But if he's at the point of nearly activating the juggernaut drive out of emotional distress, we need to take immediate action. Rosweiss, what do you suggest we do, Azazel? Azazel, first, we need to address the immediate issue, Issei's emotional well-being. I'll talk to him personally, see if I can get through to him and if there's anything I can do to help. But it's not just Issei, the whole team needs to get back on the same page. Misunderstandings and conflicts like this can't be allowed to fester, it's bad for all of them. Rias and the girls need to see that they've screwed up, and unfortunately there's not much of anything we can do about it, we can't force them to see it. All they are doing is making things worse between them and Issei. Rosweiss, that's true, if we did try to force it would only give rise to new issues. Azazel, I'm tempted to request Michael to dispatch Irina back down here. Her assignments in heaven are important, I get that, but her presence could significantly stabilize Issei's emotions, given her close bond with him, second only to his family. Her return could potentially alleviate many of our concerns. Rosweiss, I understand your line of reasoning, Azazel, but if we did do that, then Issei would just feel guilty like he's a burden on us and Irina. If we bring Irina back under these circumstances, it might just add to his stress, making him feel responsible for disrupting her duties in heaven. Issei's self-esteem is already fragile, and making him feel like he's causing trouble for others will only worsen his state. Azazel, you're right, Rosweiss. The last thing we want is for Issei to feel like he's a burden. It's a delicate situation, and we need to handle it with care. Damn, that kid is so selfless, it's distressing. His propensity for self-sacrifice, always prioritizing others' well-being over his own, even though he's the one suffering. Rosweiss, I agree, his altruism is perhaps his most commendable trait. I gave him a communication pamphlet earlier. Should he need assistance or if circumstances escalate, he can reach out to me directly. But I'm worried, despite the adversity, Issei persists in soldiering on independently. If he keeps going on like this, he'll run himself into the ground. Could greatly benefit from professional counseling or therapy to help him work through his trauma. Azazel, the dilemma lies in identifying an appropriate expert. On another note, how is Ravel adjusting to the human world? Rosweiss, fine. Why do you ask? Azazel, based on your account, Issei seems somewhat comfortable around her. Ravel might be instrumental in his recuperation, she seems to have a calming influence on him, if so then she'd be able to help keep him in check. Not to place the burden on her, but she might provide a comforting presence that could ease his mind a bit. Granted, Ddraig and Kiba are already trying to help, Ravel's involvement is crucial, since she played a part in deterring Issei from completing the Juggernaut drive. Rosweiss nodded, considering Azazel's suggestion. Rosweiss, it's a viable option. Ravel does seem to understand him. There's a chance that she might have feelings for Issei, I mean look at how the other girls are attracted to his good nature. If there are deeper feelings between them, fostering a more open and deeper communication between them could serve as a significant emotional anchor for Issei. Ravel's presence and understanding could offer him a sense of stability and reassurance, which seems to be in short supply for him lately. Azazel, you make a good point. If there's a genuine connection that could benefit both of them, especially in light of Issei's current struggles, a gentle nudge in the right direction might be what's needed. Regarding the counseling, it's a solid plan. I'll initiate a search for a specialist well-versed in trauma, particularly trauma that intersects with the supernatural realm. It's a niche field, but I'm confident there are entities equipped to assist. I'll talk to Issei tomorrow. In the meantime, keep a watchful eye on him and update me on any developments. Rosweiss. Understood. She exited Azazel's office. After she left his office, Azazel formed a teleportation circle and teleported to the underworld. Scene change. In the underworld, the city of Lilith, the capital city of the devils. Serzex Lucifer was sitting in a meeting room with the other 3 devil kings, Seraphal Leviathan, Falbum Asmodeus, and Ajuka Beelzebub. They had been discussing various matters, the raiding games, Cow's Brigade, and so on. They were also taking care of paperwork. Well, Falbum was sleeping when the doors to the meeting room opened and Azazel walked in. They were all surprised to see him. Serzex, Azazel? What are you doing here? Azazel, sorry to drop by so suddenly. I didn't mean to interrupt your meeting, but we have a major problem and it's about Issei. Ajuka, what's going on? Azazel, he nearly activated the Juggernaut drive. The room fell into silence after Azazel said that. Even Falbum woke up from his nap hearing the words, Juggernaut drive. Serzex, what? Azazel, you can't be serious. Issei would never use that forbidden power, he knows the consequences for it. Wait, are you saying something happened to Ria Tan or one of the girls? We need to get there. He was cut off when he felt Ajuka put his hand on his shoulder. Ajuka, Serzex, calm down. I understand that you're worried about your sister and her peerage, but we need to hear the rest of what Azazel's saying. He wouldn't be calm right now if they were in danger. Serzex saw the logic in Ajuka's words and calmed down. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Azazel began explaining what led Issei to the near activation of the Juggernaut drive and the emotional turmoil Issei had been experiencing due to the pressures from Rias and the girls, his unresolved trauma from his past encounter with Rainer, the recent altercation with Motohama and Matsuda, and Issei snapping at Rosweiss. Serzex listened intently, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Azazel, once again, sorry I interrupted your meeting. I didn't expect you all to be here. I wanted to talk to you or Ajuka in private, but I suppose it shouldn't make a difference. In the worst-case scenario, it might become some sort of news in the underworld anyway. Azazel apologized while leaning back in his chair. Serzex, no, that's all right, Azazel. It's fine this way. It certainly wouldn't hurt to tell all of us either way. It was merely a matter of convenience. Don't worry about it too much. More than that, this situation is a bit disheartening, to say the least. Serzex sighed heavily. He came to understand the situation quite easily. Thinking about it logically, it made sense how it turned out this way. The Gremory group were all just children, still learning, growing and adapting to life, and they were being dragged into a war with a terrorist group. Considering their personalities and the inexperience with romantic relationships, it wasn't too surprising that this happened, but what was surprising and unacceptable was the fact that this led to the near activation of the Juggernaut drive. It was also surprising to hear that Issei was traumatized. The smile on his face and his perverted behavior would make one think otherwise, but of course it was all a facade. Serzex, it seems we have Ravel and Ddraig to thank for keeping Issei from using the Juggernaut drive. We knew Issei has been going through a lot, especially with the Cow's Brigade running rampant, but to think he'd be so emotionally distressed. We've all been so focused on the physical threats that we have overlooked the emotional and psychological toll it's taking on him. He went from a regular high school student to fighting gods and other powerful figures. He admitted, feeling a pang of guilt for not noticing the signs earlier or even considering the possibility that Issei was mentally worn down from the constant threats and fighting for his life and the lives of others. Ajuka, you are correct, Serzex, and Issei's emotional stability is crucial, not just for his well-being, but for the safety of those around him. The Juggernaut drive is not something to be taken lightly. He might not be the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor in history, but the fact remains that the Juggernaut drive is still dangerous. Issei did kill Shalba with it. And even without it, Issei is indeed powerful, and he's become a symbol of hope in the underworld, especially to the children, lower classes, and reincarnated devils. His story resonates with so many, his journey from a lowly human to a powerful devil, his struggles, his triumphs. It's inspired countless others to believe in themselves, to strive for greatness. Losing Issei could shatter that hope and destabilize the fragile peace we've worked so hard to establish. The other factions are paying attention to him as well, especially with his rapid growth of power. It's astounding how someone like Issei with no talent has become so powerful in such a short amount of time. It hasn't even been a whole year yet. Serafal Leviathan, usually the more jovial among them, also adopted a serious tone. Serafal, this isn't just about Issei or Rias, it's about the entire younger generation of devils and their well-being. We've been so focused on the threats from outside, we might have overlooked the storms brewing within our own homes. This is a wake-up call for all of us. Diodora was one as well. We need to re-evaluate how we guide and support the younger generation of devils. Issei-kun has such a bright and resilient spirit. It's heartbreaking to hear he's going through so much pain. We need to support him in any way we can. Fallbum, and what about the kids? Mental state? Sounds like he's got a lot of demons, no pun intended. He said with a yawn. The others just stared at him. He'd been asleep and so quiet that they had forgotten all about him. Serzex. Yes, Fallbum has a point. Azazel, how is Issei holding up currently? Azazel, not sure, but considering that Rosweiss is monitoring the situation and she hasn't contacted me yet, I'd say things are going fine. Last I heard Issei had calmed down somewhat and was sparring with Kiba. Serzex, that's good to hear. Sai, I am very disappointed in Rias. This entire situation has left me feeling quite perturbed. I understand that she and the others are young, and their inexperience in handling such emotional matters is to be expected, but this is a serious lapse in judgment. I expected better from Rias, especially in understanding and supporting Issei. He's been through so much and she's been beside him. This goes for the girls as well. While I understand Rias's intentions, I cannot condone the pressure placed upon him. It's clear that their actions, however well-intended, have contributed to his current state of distress. To think that Issei has been shouldering such burdens alone, it's troubling. We've been asking so much of him, pushing him to grow stronger, to fight harder. Yet, in our focus on the physical battles, we've neglected the silent war raging within him. This oversight is something we can't simply excuse. Issei is not just a valuable asset in this conflict. He's a young man who's been thrust into a chaos that no one his age should have to face. We owe him a lot. And as for Rias and the others, his voice hardened slightly. They need to understand the gravity of this situation. Issei is a person with his own struggles and emotions. The way they've treated him is not acceptable. I will not stand by and watch as one of our most promising young devils is pushed to the brink over something that could have been handled with empathy and care. Ajuka, we must also consider that Issei's emotional state could have wider implications. If the news of the Juggernaut Drive incident leaks, it could cause panic and fear. It could also lead to the Chaos Brigade deciding to attack in an attempt to kill Issei in a vulnerable state. Perhaps we should consider a retreat or a break for Issei after the raiding game, somewhere he can find peace and regroup. Away from the pressures of being a devil and the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel, I agree with you, Ajuka. If that should happen, we would have a serious problem on our hands. However, in regards to Issei's mental condition, I'm searching for a specialist who has experience in dealing with trauma, particularly trauma related to the supernatural. It's not easy to find, but given our resources, I'm hopeful. Issei needs professional help to navigate through his emotional and psychological turmoil. And I do have some interesting news. According to Rosweiss, it seems that Ravel might harbor feelings for Issei. Serzex, Ravel, you say? That is intriguing. If she does have feelings for Issei, I wouldn't be surprised, but she could serve as a source of comfort and support for Issei during this trying time. Ajuka, true, but Issei doesn't need to feel pressured or like he's being pushed into a relationship. Ravel's feelings, if they exist, should only be encouraged if it's in the best interests of both parties. It's crucial we handle this delicately. Any potential relationship must develop naturally, without external pressures. If Ravel's feelings can bring some positivity into his life, then it's worth exploring, albeit discreetly. Maybe we can arrange for them to spend some time together in a low-pressure environment. Fallbum, who had been listening intently, finally chimed in. This kid, say, he's been through hell and back, hasn't he? If this Phoenix girl can make him smile, then I say let's give it a shot. But let's not turn it into some kind of matchmaking game. The kid's got enough on his plate. Serzex, I agree, and I have no intentions on doing so. We can see from what happened between my sister and Riser what happens when someone is forced into a relationship with someone they don't love. For now, Azazel, please keep us updated on your search for a trauma specialist. It's essential we find someone soon. And about the retreat, I think it's an excellent idea. Issei needs time away from all this chaos. A place where he can just be a normal teenager, even if it's just for a little while. It might give him the space he needs to heal and come to terms with everything that's happened. Azazel, I'll convey this information to Heaven and the Norse faction. Michael and Odin need to be aware of what's happening. Serafal, hold up, what about Irina-chan? She's Issei's childhood friend. Doesn't she have feelings for Issei too? Perhaps she can help. Azazel, yes, Irina does have feelings for Issei, but she's currently in heaven doing work for Michael. I considered asking for Irina to be sent back down here to help out with Issei and what he's going through, but that would only make Issei feel guilty, like he's a burden on the Alliance and Irina. If we bring Irina back under these circumstances, it might just add to his stress, making him feel responsible for disrupting her duties in heaven. Ajuka, Azazel makes a valid point. While it holds good intentions, doing so could exacerbate his current emotional state. We must prioritize methods that will aid his recovery without making him feel indebted or burdensome. Serzex, agreed. The last thing we want is for Issei to feel like he's causing trouble for others, especially Irina. However, we should keep in mind that Irina is an important person in Issei's life, and if things become dire we will have to ask for her. Fallbum, don't not forget about the other kids in his life. The whole bunch that looks up to him. Maybe getting some of them to show their appreciation could give him a morale boost. Sometimes, knowing you're valued can make a world of difference. Azazel, that's an excellent idea. A show of support from those he's influenced could indeed remind Issei of the positive impact he's had. As for the retreat, we need to select a location that's secluded and peaceful, yet secure. A place where Issei can relax without the fear of being attacked or dragged into supernatural politics. Ajuka, I'll reach out to some of my contacts in various factions. There might be someone out there with the exact expertise we're looking for. Serafal, I love the idea of rallying the younger generation to show their support for Issei. It's going to be like a mini morale-boosting campaign. I'll get started on it right away. We need to remind Issei that he's not alone and that he's made a significant impact on so many lives. Fallbum, let me know if there's anything I can do. Maybe I can help with setting up the retreat or beefing up security. Serzex, yes, Fallbum, we would definitely appreciate help with that. We'll ensure it's equipped with everything necessary for Issei's comfort and security. In the meantime, let's all do what we can to support him from afar. Azazel, continue your search for a trauma specialist. Serafal, perhaps you can coordinate with the younger generation to organize a small gesture of appreciation for Issei. As for me, I'll take the responsibility of finding such a place, and Rias and I need to have a talk. He began to rise from his seat. Azazel, hold it, Serzex, not yet? Serzex, what do you mean, Azazel? Azazel, I'm saying we shouldn't get involved yet. Serzex, why not? Azazel sighed deeply. Azazel, listen, the heart of the matter is that Rias and the others may not fully realize the pain they've inflicted on Issei. On the off chance they do, they're likely rationalizing their actions, convinced they're justified. Our intervention in their group dynamics won't do any good. It'll just mean we're fixing their interpersonal problems for them, which stunts their growth. This is a dilemma that Rias, the girls, and Issei need to work through on their own. If we step in there, we're merely reinforcing the belief that their interpersonal troubles will always be taken care of by someone else. It's essential for them to learn from this experience, to grasp the gravity of their actions and their effects on others, particularly Issei, who has already suffered greatly. They need to recognize their errors in this regard and seek to make amends autonomously. Such a resolution, reached independently, will foster genuine growth and insight in their group dynamics. However, when it comes to helping Issei heal from his personal traumas, it's a different matter. Providing him with support, like encouraging healthy relationships, doesn't solve their group issues for them but offers him a chance to heal. This doesn't contradict our stance, Rather, it complements it by addressing his individual needs without interfering in the group's process of learning to resolve their conflicts. This moment is critical, marking a potential turning point that could shape the future of their relationships and their personal and collective development. Although we may not agree with the outcome, our role is to observe from a distance for now. Making plans as we are is one thing, but direct involvement could breed dependency and future issues. This whole scenario is juvenile and could have been avoided with proper communication. A skill Issei struggled with because of his trauma, but the girls could have facilitated it. This situation should serve as a wake-up call for the entire group to mature. Given the ongoing conflict with the Cows Brigade, unresolved tensions could lead to one of their deaths, a burden none of us wishes to bear. We must allow them the space to navigate their conflicts and rediscover their bond. It's a vital part of maturing and evolving into leaders capable of managing not only battlefield confrontations but also the internal emotional strife within their ranks. Issei, Rias, and the rest need to understand that their actions bear consequences, and it's up to them to address those consequences in their group dynamics. We'll keep a close watch and step in only if the situation escalates to a life-threatening level. Until such a time, our trust lies in their ability to resolve this on their own. It's a fine balance, yet crucial for their growth and team unity. Serzex pondered Azazel's words, recognizing the wisdom in them. Serzex, you're right. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. It's just difficult to stand by when I know my sister and her peerage are part of the reason Issei is in this state. It's unsettling. But I won't interfere, as you said they need to navigate this challenge themselves, to learn and grow from it. We can provide support and guidance, but we cannot take their place in resolving this conflict. It's a hard lesson, but a necessary one. Ajuka, it's a delicate balance, offering support without overstepping. We must trust in their ability to overcome this hurdle. Meanwhile, we'll focus on ensuring Issei's well-being and providing him with the resources he needs to heal. Serafal, it's tough, watching from the sidelines, but I also think it's for the best. With a plan of action decided, the meeting adjourned, each member tasked with their respective roles in aiding Issei and monitoring the situation from afar. The balance between intervention and autonomy was a fine line to walk, but they were committed to walking it, for Issei's sake and for the growth of the younger generation of devils under their care. Issei was still on the school rooftop. School had been out for about an hour now, and everyone except some members of the school and those in clubs had gone home. Feeling lonely, Issei called out to Ddraig. Issei, are you awake, Ddraig? You've been awfully quiet since Rosweiss came around. Ddraig, yes, I am awake. I didn't want to interpret your conversation with the Valkyrie, those were words that you needed to hear. But what's on your mind? You seem troubled. Issei, Ddraig, do you really think it's not my fault? Ddraig, what are you talking about, Issei? We've been over this already. Issei, I know, but I can't help but wonder if maybe there's anything I could have done differently, anything at all that might have prevented all of this from happening. Ddraig, sensing the depth of Issei's turmoil, replied with a tone of understanding and wisdom. Ddraig, Issei, there's always going to be the what-ifs and could-haves, but dwelling on them won't change the present. The important thing now is to learn from these experiences and move forward. It's not just about finding fault in yourself or others, but understanding the situation and finding a way to improve from it. You've done more than anyone could have expected of you. You've fought, you've protected, and you've cared deeply for those around you. The situation with Rias and the others is complex, and it's not your responsibility to manage the emotions and reactions of others. You've been carrying a heavy burden, and it's okay to acknowledge that not everything is within your control. Issei, it's just hard, you know? I feel like everything's falling apart around me. The team, my relationship with the girls, it's like I'm losing everything that mattered. It feels like no matter what I do, it's never enough. I try to protect everyone, to be strong, but then things like this happen, and it just makes me doubt everything. Ddraig, Issei, being strong isn't just about winning fights or being invulnerable. It's also about facing your doubts, your fears, and your mistakes head-on. It's about being able to get back up when you're knocked down, to learn and to grow from each experience. As I said before, for once stop concerning yourself with others, think about yourself and what you want. What happened is not your fault. You know that logically there was nothing you could have done. Even if you went and told the girls that Rainier traumatized you, it won't solve anything because they won't see what they did wrong. So what if you didn't say her name and you couldn't confess? You've got a raiding game coming up and you're dealing with a terrorist faction. This is hardly the time to think about a confession. Not to mention they tried to force it out of you. Something such as someone confessing their love needs to be done naturally. There isn't always a right or wrong way, Issei. Life is complex, and so are relationships. Issei, I guess you're right. Ddraig, that aside, you've got a training session with Kiba. Issei, oh shit, I totally forgot. He grabbed his backpack and walked back into the school. Issei hurried through the hallways, ignoring the stares from the other students, his thoughts still swirling from his conversation with Rosweiss. As he neared the agreed meeting spot, he could see Kiba waiting for him, a look of concern etched on his face. Kiba, Issei, you're late. I got done with my contracts early today. Is everything okay? Issei, yeah, sorry about that. Had a lot on my mind. Kiba studied Issei for a moment, sensing the weight of his words. He then nodded, a silent understanding passing between them. Kiba, all right then, let's focus on training for now. We can talk later if you need to. Kiba formed a teleportation circle and teleported him and Issei to the training grounds. The training grounds were a lot larger than Issei's basement and would provide more room to move around. The training grounds had been built by the Gremory family. After stretching a bit, Kiba and Issei took up their fighting stances. Kiba formed a holy devil sword in his hands, and Issei took Ascalon out of the boosted gear so that he could use it properly. The training session proved to be a much-needed distraction for Issei. He was managing to keep up with Kiba's speed but was struggling against his techniques. Issei's focus sharpened as he faced off against Kiba, the weight of his recent troubles momentarily set aside. The open space of the training grounds, surrounded by the faint hum of protective barriers, provided the perfect secluded environment for intense practice. Kiba, with his expertise in swordsmanship, was a formidable opponent. He moved with grace and speed, his holy devil sword cutting through the air with precision. Issei, wielding Ascalon, tried to match Kiba's movements, but the difference in their swordplay experience was evident. Kiba, remember, Issei, it's not just about strength. You need to anticipate your opponent's moves, think 2 steps ahead. Issei nodded, trying to internalize Kiba's advice. He focused on his stance, adjusting his grip on Ascalon to better counter Kiba's swift strikes. The two exchanged a flurry of blows, their weapons clashing with a sound that echoed across the grounds. Issei attempted to utilize the boosted gear's power, but Kiba skillfully evaded the enhanced attacks, using his agility to stay 1 step ahead. Kiba's swordplay wasn't just about offense. His defensive maneuvers were equally impressive, parrying Issei's strikes with ease and using minimal movements to dodge. Issei focused harder, his own movements growing more fluid with each passing moment. The weight and balance of Ascalon began to feel natural in his hands. Kiba, use your environment, Issei. As the session progressed, Kiba introduced various combat scenarios, challenging Issei to adapt and think on his feet. They practiced defending against multiple attackers, counterattacking after a feint, and using the environment to their advantage. Kiba, Issei, remember to keep your guard up after you strike, he advised as he parried a particularly aggressive swing from Issei, countering with a swift thrust that Issei narrowly avoided. Taking Kiba's advice to heart, Issei started to adapt, using the terrain of the training grounds to his advantage. He feigned a direct attack, then at the last moment, used the boosted gear to propel himself upwards, attempting to catch Kiba off guard from above. The move was unexpected, and Kiba barely managed to raise his sword in time to block Issei's downward slash. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, kicking up dust around them. Issei's maneuver, while bold, also opened his defenses, a fact Kiba was quick to exploit. As the dust settled, Kiba lunged forward, his blade aimed with precision. But Issei, learning from earlier exchanges, was ready. He twisted in the air, using the momentum to avoid the thrust and land a counterstrike, his sword glowing with the power of the boosted gear. Kiba, impressed by Issei's quick adaptation, smiled. The sparring continued, each attack and counterattack making Issei more attuned to his own strengths and weaknesses. Kiba's relentless pace pushed Issei to his limits, but with each passing minute, Issei's responses became quicker, his movements more deliberate. The training wasn't just about physical prowess, it was a mental and emotional catharsis, allowing Issei to channel his turmoil into something constructive. They too continued on and on until they decided to take a break. Both were breathing heavily, the exertion evident in their stance, but there was a sense of accomplishment in the air. Kiba, you've improved a lot, Issei. Your reactions are getting sharper, and you're starting to anticipate moves better. Issei, wiping sweat from his brow, couldn't help but smile, a genuine smile that hadn't graced his features in what felt like ages. Issei, thanks, Kiba. This really helped, you know. Took my mind off things for a while. Kiba clapped Issei on the shoulder, his expression turning serious. Kiba, Issei, if you need anything just let me know, alright? Issei, yeah, thanks. Kiba, if you don't mind I could use some help with an experiment. Issei, an experiment? What kind? Kiba, it's for a new balance breaker I'm working on. Issei, really? Tell me about it. Kiba, theoretically it's a balance breaker that embodies the fusion of one of my swords with dragon power. Imagine a squadron of knightly figures, each empowered by dragon essence, fighting alongside me. They'd resemble your scale mail a bit, but a little more streamlined. Issei, that sounds incredible, Kiba. But how exactly do you plan to do that? Kiba, that's where I'm stuck and why I need your help. The balance breaker requires a deep connection to dragon energy, something you're much more familiar with. I was hoping we could combine our strengths, your dragon power and my sword skills, to create something new. Issei, I'm in, Kiba. What do you need me to do? Kiba, first, we need to establish a connection between your dragon energy and my swords. I believe if we can harmonize our energies, we can lay the groundwork for my new balance breaker. Issei, alright. Ddraig, do you think you can give us a hand? Ddraig, sure, I'm quite curious to see how this will play out. Issei, alright Kiba, let's do this. Issei and Kiba stood up, both energized by the prospect of creating something new. Issei summoned the boosted gear, and Kiba formed a black and purple sword that had purple accents on it. Kiba, let's start with a simple energy transfer. Try to channel a small amount of your dragon power into my sword. We need to see if it's even compatible. Issei put the gauntlet on the sword and began booting his power before transferring it. Ddraig poured a little of his own energy into it as well. Boost, 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 boost. Transfer. Ddraig shouted from the sacred gear. As the energy flowed into the sword, the air between them crackled with potential as the draconic energy made contact with the demonic energy in the sword. A faint glow began to emanate from the blade, a sign of their energies beginning to synchronize. Kiba, this is good, Issei. I can feel the dragon energy mixing with the demonic energy. Let's keep going. It began to hum with a resonance that seemed to bridge the gap between their powers. A soft glow enveloped the blade, pulsing with the combined essence of dragon and holy devil energy. The air around them charged with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere was responding to this unprecedented fusion. Kiba, with his eyes locked on the sword, marveled at the sight. This is more than I hoped for. The energy isn't just compatible, it's synergizing. Ddraig, indeed, the energies are not clashing. Rather, they're enhancing each other. This could hold great potential. Encouraged by the initial success, Kiba decided to push their experiment further. Kiba, Issei, let's try to shape the energy. If we can direct it, maybe we can form the knightly figures I envisioned. Issei nodded, focusing his mind on channeling the dragon power not just into the sword but through it, envisioning the dragon knights Kiba had described. Kiba, in turn, concentrated on molding the energy, his sword serving as the conduit for their combined powers. As they both poured their energies into the effort, the glow around the sword expanded, forming ethereal shapes reminiscent of armored knights. These figures, made of light and energy, hovered around them, an awe-inspiring sight that brought Kiba's vision closer to reality. Kiba, incredible, this is the first step towards creating it. But we'll need to refine this, make the summoning more controlled, and the nights more substantial. Issei, we did it, Kiba, it's just the start, but it's a real start, he said, catching his breath from the exertion, and exhilarated by their success. Kiba, yes, and with your help, I believe we can fully realize this balance breaker. We'll need to experiment further, and ensure we can control and sustain this power. Issei, whatever it takes, Kiba. I'm with you all the way. If we master it enough, it'll be a huge help in the game against Serzex. Kiba, how's your training with the Triana? Issei, it's going a bit slowly, but I've somewhat adjusted to it, but we have a slight problem with it. The stamina consumption is crazy. And I definitely think the bishop form is gonna be the biggest bitch of the whole Triana combo. Kiba, probably, unlike the rook and knight, the bishop form needs additional time to charge the blast. We may have to use teamwork to pull this off. That way you can have enough time to charge up the blast and it can make its mark. Issei, yeah, that could definitely work. That way I don't have to worry about weaving and dodging while trying to change up. But if it doesn't work, we need to come up with another method. It'll be obvious as hell if I'm just standing there. And no doubt Serzex has heard about my new power and is training even harder for it. Kiba, well, it can't be helped. After all, you unlocked it while fighting the hero faction, and survived going up against Cao Cao, who wields the true Longinus. Issei, right, that battle was all over the news. But it also means Serzex will be preparing for it, expecting me to rely heavily on the Triana. We need to be unpredictable, maybe even develop a new tactic that he won't see coming. Kiba, that's a good point. We could use the element of surprise to our advantage. Maybe we can integrate the new balance breaker concept we're working on into our strategy. If we can perfect it in time, it could be the unexpected game changer we need. Issei, I like that idea. Plus, working on this with you has given me a few ideas. If I can refine my magical control, I might be able to reduce the stamina consumption of the Triana or even enhance its abilities. I've been relying mostly on brute strength and the boosted gear's power, but I haven't really focused on honing my magic. Even though I barely have any magic, having a better control on what I do have might be able to help. Kiba, that's an excellent point, Issei. Your strength has always been your physical power and the boosted gear, but incorporating magic, even in small amounts, could open up new avenues for tactics and strategies. It's about using every tool at your disposal, not just the most obvious ones. Issei, exactly. I need to start thinking outside the box, using everything I've learned so far. And maybe, just maybe, I can surprise Serzex and everyone else. Kiba, I have no doubt about that, Issei. You've always had the ability to surpass expectations, making the impossible possible. Let's keep pushing the boundaries and see where this journey takes us. Issei, thanks man, and thanks for agreeing to spar with me today. This training and working on the balance breaker with you, it's helped clear my head a bit. Kiba, anytime, Issei. We're not just teammates, we're friends. We look out for each other, in battle and beyond. Let's keep pushing forward, together. The two friends shared a determined look, their spirits lifted by the possibilities that lay ahead. They resumed their training, each strike and maneuver fueled by a renewed sense of purpose. Eventually the training ended and Kiba teleported them back to the human world. They then parted ways. Issei walked home deep in thought about everything that had happened today, but when he got to the front of his mansion, he stopped. Ddraig, partner? What's wrong? Issei, Ddraig, do you sense the presence of Rias and the girls? Ddraig, yes, unfortunately I do. Issei, I should have asked Kiba to teleport me to the spare room that I've been sleeping in. Sai, I'm really not in the mood for dealing with them. Ddraig, perhaps you should contact the Valkyrie, she might be able to help. He suggested, but he knew Issei wouldn't go with it. Issei, no, I don't want to bother her over something like this. I'll just suck it up. With a deep sigh, Issei reluctantly opened the door to his own house. The moment he stepped inside, he could feel the tension in the air. He immediately spotted Rias sitting in the living room, surrounded by the rest of the girls from the Orc. The glares they shot his way made it clear that they were waiting for him to say something. Issei could already tell that this conversation was going to be anything but pleasant. Trying to keep his cool, Issei nonchalantly walked towards them, doing his best to hide the knots in his stomach. As he approached, Ria stood up and crossed her arms, her crimson eyes burning with a mix of anger and concern. Rias, Issei, do you have any idea how worried we were? You vanished without a trace and didn't bother to answer any of our calls. Issei, huh, like you actually care. Aquino, what's gotten into you? Your attitude has been unbearable lately. You yelled at your two friends and treated them awfully. You've turned into a complete jerk. Zenobia, she's right. You're not the same person we respected anymore. My respect for you has been dwindling as time goes on with this new personality of yours. Issei, oh wow. As if I actually cared about your respect for me. You've already shown how much you respected me before, right? Or have you conveniently forgotten? And I don't need you, of all people, to call me in jerk Aquino. Don't you have some underclassmen to tease or bother somebody, probably somebody and who actually cares about your opinion? Asia, what's happened to you, Issei? This isn't like you. Issei, what's happened to me? Well, maybe it's the fact that I sacrificed 99% of my life force for a woman who seems to have forgotten all the good I've done for her multiple times. Or maybe it's the fact that even as a devil, my life expectancy is just as average as a normal human. If you want to know what's going on with me, it's a lot of regret for my past actions, for all of you. Rias, that's enough. You will not disrespect everyone else in the peerage like this. Issei, whatever. I'm going to my room. I don't have to put up with this shit. With that, Issei stormed up the stairs and went to the guest room he had been sleeping in, then he slammed the door shut. He demanded that the girls leave him alone, he wanted nothing to do with them. Issei stood in the silence of his room, the echo of the door slam still ringing in his ears. His heart was racing, a mix of anger, frustration, and a deep-seated pain throbbing in his chest. He felt trapped in a whirlwind of emotions, each one cutting deeper than the last. With Rias and the girls. Rias, what the hell is his issue? That was cruel. What happened to him? Kaneko, Rias, I am not sure, but he felt cold towards us. He hasn't even been coming to training sessions. It's not like him at all. Aquino, I should punish him for that comment towards me. He needs to learn that he can't just push us away whenever he feels like it. Kaneko, I don't think that a good idea. The emotions I felt from him felt like if we pushed him any further, he would actually attack us. Asia, you don't mean that, do you, Kaneko? Issei wouldn't do that, right? Rias, yeah, Issei wouldn't do that, and if he attacks us he will be labeled a stray, though I've felt the connection with his pieces, becoming weaker. I'll ask my brother about that later. But leave the asshole to himself. I don't want to deal with him. He's been acting like a spoiled child, throwing a tantrum and ignoring everyone around him. It's like he doesn't even care about us anymore. We've been nothing but supportive, and this is how he repays us. The other girls agreed with Ria's statement. Zenobia, he's acting so immature. Ignoring us won't solve anything. He needs to grow up and face his responsibilities. Aquino, I can't believe he's treating us like this. After everything we've been through together, he's just throwing it all away. I hate to say it, but maybe we're better off without him. We don't need someone dragging us down with their drama. Kaneko, agreed. Let's leave him to his own devices. If he wants to come crawling back to us, he can do it on his knees. He made his bed, now he can lie in it. Back with Issei. Issei lay on the bed, his back to the door, staring blankly at the wall opposite him. The anger that had fueled his confrontation with Rias and the others had ebbed away, leaving behind a hollow emptiness. He replayed the harsh words he'd exchanged with them, each sentence echoing painfully in his mind. The distance between him and the people he once considered his closest allies seemed to grow wider with every passing second. In the silence of the room, Issei's thoughts turned tumultuous. He questioned his actions, his decisions, and the path he had chosen. The weight of his responsibilities, the expectations placed upon him, and the personal traumas he had endured all seemed to converge, threatening to overwhelm him. He felt isolated, misunderstood, and, most of all, tired. Tired of fighting, tired of pretending, tired of being the person everyone else needed him to be. Issei's gaze fell upon the pamphlet Rosweiss had given him earlier. It lay there on the desk, seemingly innocuous, yet it represented a lifeline he was hesitant to grasp. The temptation to reach out to Rosweiss was strong, but so was his resolve to handle things on his own. He didn't want to burden her, didn't want to appear weak in front of someone who had shown him nothing but kindness and understanding. Ddraig, seeing Issei's turmoil, spoke up. Ddraig, Issei, I know you're hurt, and it's clear that there's a lot of pain on both sides. But this anger, this lashing out, it's not going to heal the wounds. It's only going to make things worse. Issei, I know, Ddraig. I know, but it's just so hard. They don't understand what I'm going through, and it feels like they don't even care to try. I've been struggling with so much, and it's like they just expect me to be the same old Issei. Ddraig, I know, Issei, I saw and heard everything, but you can't let them get to you. If you feel like you talk to? Ddraig's sentence was cut off when Issei heard a knock on the door. Issei, who is it and what do you want? He said coldly. Ravel? Issei, it's me, Ravel. Issei quickly got up and opened the door. There Ravel stood with a tray of food in her hands. Issei, I am sorry, Ravel, I didn't know it was you. Come in if you want to. Ravel, sure. She stepped inside, her expression a mixture of concern and warmth. She carefully placed the tray on the desk, the delicious aroma of the food filling the room. Issei couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort from her presence, a stark contrast to the tension he'd experienced with the others. Ravel, I thought you might be hungry. You've been up here for a while, and I wasn't sure if you had eaten anything. Issei, thanks, Ravel. That was thoughtful of you. I haven't really had the appetite, but maybe I should eat something. Ravel handed Issei the tray of food, and Issei took the tray from her, his appetite slowly returning as the comforting aroma of the food enveloped him. Issei, you know, Ravel, this tastes really good. Ravel, slightly blushing, thanks, I'm glad you like it. Issei, of course, everything you make is pretty delicious. Ravel's cheeks flushed a deeper shade at the compliment, and she couldn't help but smile. She watched Issei as he ate, noticing the slight ease in his shoulders. Ravel, Issei, if you don't mind me asking, what happened downstairs? I could feel the tension all the way up here. Sometimes, speaking about what's on your mind can help lighten the load. Issei sighed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of how much to share, but Ravel's genuine concern made him open up. Issei, it's just everything's been so messed up lately. The way Rias and the others have been treating me, it's like they don't even see me as the same person anymore. I'm just so tired of it all, Ravel. Everything in my life seems to be falling apart right now. The team, my place within it, my relationships with the others, I feel like I'm losing my grip on it all. And the worst part is, I don't know if I have the strength to put it all back together. I just don't know what to do. I feel like I'm at a breaking point. Ravel, Issei, it's okay to feel lost sometimes. But remember, it's not solely your responsibility to fix everything. Relationships are a two-way street, and it takes effort from everyone involved to make them work. You've been carrying this burden alone for too long. Issei looked at her, the vulnerability in his eyes reflecting the turmoil within. Issei, but what if they don't want to fix things? What if I'm the only one who thinks it's broken? Ravel, then perhaps, you should reflect on what's truly important to you. Sometimes we hold on to the idea of how things should be so tightly that we fail to see how they actually are. I can't pretend to know exactly what you're going through, Issei, but please know that you're not alone in this. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, to feel angry or hurt. But it's also important to remember that these feelings don't define you. You're so much more than the struggles you're facing. Issei looked at her, the words resonating deep within him. For a moment, he allowed himself to feel the full weight of her support, and it was like a balm to his wounded spirit. Ravel reached out, her hand finding his, giving it a gentle squeeze. Ravel, Issei, it's okay to not have all the answers right now. What's important is that you take care of yourself, to find moments of peace amid the chaos. And remember, I'm here for you, whenever you need someone to talk to or even just sit with in silence. Issei felt a warmth spread through him at her words, a sense of calm he hadn't felt in a long time. Issei, Ravel, I don't know what I did to deserve a friend like you, but I'm grateful. Thank you for being here, for listening to me. Ravel smiled, her eyes shining with kindness. Ravel, you don't need to thank me, Issei. That's what friends are for. Ravel's gentle reassurance seemed to wash over Issei, soothing the jagged edges of his frayed nerves. He felt a rare moment of peace amidst the storm of his emotions, her presence a calming anchor in the chaos that had become his life. The room was filled with a comfortable silence, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Ravel's presence was like a balm, her quiet support offering him a solace he hadn't realized he was seeking. Issei, feeling a bit more at ease, managed a small, weary smile. Issei, you know, Ravel, I think this is the calmest I've felt in days. It's like you have this calming effect on me. Ravel, flustered by the compliment, felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks. Ravel, is that so? I'm glad I could help, even if it's just a little. You've been through so much, Issei. You deserve to have moments of peace. The conversation flowed more easily after that, the initial awkwardness giving way to a more comfortable exchange. They talked about trivial things at first, the everyday occurrences that seemed so insignificant yet served as a welcome distraction from the heavier thoughts that loomed over Issei. Issei looked at Ravel, her kind words and the gentle pressure of her hand in his offering a comfort he hadn't realized he'd been craving. The weight of his problems didn't vanish, but her presence made them feel less insurmountable. Issei, you know, I think this is the first time in a long while I've felt understood. Like really understood. Ravel's smile widened slightly, her blush deepening at his words, but she maintained her composure. Ravel, I'm glad I could be here for you, Issei. Everyone needs to feel understood, to know they're not alone. Issei, yeah, you're right. I guess I've been so caught up in trying to be what everyone else needs me to be that I forgot it's okay to just be me. To have moments of weakness and to need support. Ravel, exactly. You're human, Issei. Well, part dragon and part devil now, but you get what I mean. It's okay to be vulnerable, to seek help when you need it. Before he knew it, his eyelids grew heavy, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to him. As sleep began to claim him, he shifted slightly, seeking a more comfortable position. In his half-asleep state, he felt something soft and warm beneath his head. Without fully realizing it, he had somehow ended up resting his head on Ravel's lap, her soft breathing a steady rhythm in the quiet room. Ravel froze for a moment, surprised by the sudden contact. A blush crept across her cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and concern coloring her features, and she felt her heart race. She looked down at Issei, his features relaxed in sleep, his breathing even and peaceful, a stark contrast to the strained expression he had worn earlier. The sight of him, so vulnerable and at peace, stirred something within her, a warmth that spread through her chest. Careful not to wake him, Ravel adjusted her position slightly, making sure Issei was comfortable. She watched over him as he slept, her hand finding its way to his hair, gently stroking it in a soothing rhythm. The simple act of caring for him, of being there in this quiet moment, felt incredibly right to her. In the silence of the room, with only the soft sound of Issei's breathing to keep her company, Ravel felt a deeper connection to the Issei who had unwittingly found a place in her heart long ago. Eventually, she gently moved Issei off her lap, putting him on the bed, taking his shoes off and putting him under the covers. She walked towards the door and smiled, looking back at Issei's sleeping figure, happy that she was able to help him. Then before exiting the room she turned the light off and locked the door. When Ravel turned around she saw Kaneko glaring at her. Ravel glared back. Kaneko's glare was icy, a silent accusation in her eyes as she watched Ravel emerge from Issei's room. Ravel, what do you want, Kaneko? Kaneko, what were you doing in Issei-senpai room KFC? You're up to something, aren't you? Ravel, maintaining her composure despite Kaneko's confrontational tone, responded with a hint of ice in her voice. Ravel, Kaneko, the sheer audacity you possess to stand there, casting aspersions on my motives, is truly staggering. Here I am, tending to Issei's well-being, a concept seemingly foreign to you and the rest, who prefer the comfort of self-righteous indignation over actual support. It's a tragic comedy, really, that you'd even hint at impropriety on my part for offering a semblance of solace, when it's your collective neglect that's pushed Issei to the brink. You cloak yourselves in a facade of concern, Yet your actions reek of sheer abandonment. And now, you have the gall to question my presence by his side? Perhaps, before you hurl these baseless accusations, you should take a long, introspective look in the mirror and ponder why Issei finds refuge away from his so-called friends. It's easy to point fingers, Kaneko, far more challenging to confront the uncomfortable truth of your own failings. If you're incapable of contributing anything of substance, I suggest you keep your unwarranted judgments to yourself. It's not my fault that Issei seeks comfort away from the lot of you. It's a direct consequence of your actions, or rather, the lack thereof. Reflect on that, if you're capable of it. And as for my presence in his room, I believe Issei is more than capable of deciding who he wishes to confide in or seek comfort from. Now, if you have nothing constructive to offer, I'd appreciate it if you kept your baseless accusations to yourself. With a sharp turn on her heel, Ravel left Kaneko standing in stunned silence, her words echoing in the hallway like a resounding slap, leaving no room for doubt about her stance on the matter. Kaneko's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment at Ravel's scathing retort. Her fists clenched at her sides, her usual calm demeanor shattered by the intensity of her emotions. Kaneko, how dare that Yakitori speak to me like that? She has no right to judge us or our actions towards Issei. She doesn't know everything we've been through together. After Ravel's departure, Kaneko stood there for a moment, still fuming from the encounter. The fury in her voice was palpable, a rare display of raw emotion from Kaneko, who was typically the epitome of stoicism. Her tail bristled, a physical manifestation of her inner turmoil, as she struggled to contain the tempest brewing within her. It was clear that Ravel's words had struck a nerve. Just then Asia, who had witnessed the tail end of their conversation, approached Kaneko with a concerned look. Asia, Kaneko-chan, was it really necessary to confront Ravel like that? She seemed genuinely concerned about Issei-kun. Kaneko, still simmering with frustration, shot back. Kaneko, concerned? More like nosy if you ask me. Since when did Miss High-End Mighty Phoenix become Issei-senpai's keeper? Kaneko's seething frustration was palpable as she watched Ravel disappear around the corner. The confrontation had left her rattled, the words exchanged echoing in her mind, stirring a tumult of emotions she rarely acknowledged. With a deep, shaky breath, Kaneko forced herself to calm down as she walked off towards her room, but she felt conflicted. Part of her wanted to lash out, to defend her and her friend's actions towards Issei, but another part, a quieter, more introspective side, couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to Ravel's words. Had they really been there for Issei in the way he needed them to be? Or had they been too wrapped up in their own perceptions and expectations to see the signs of his distress? The confrontation with Ravel left Kaneko feeling unsettled. As much as she wanted to dismiss the Phoenix girl's accusations, she couldn't shake off the nagging doubt that maybe, just maybe, they were at fault. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, Ross Weiss witnessed everything that had happened from the moment the Issei entered the house. Time skip next day. Issei woke up feeling extremely sore and his body felt heavier than usual. Issei groaned as he slowly sat up, his muscles protesting every movement. The events of the previous day came flooding back to him. The confrontation with Rias and the girls, the training session with Kiba, and the late-night conversation with Ravel. It all weighed heavily on his mind, adding an emotional exhaustion to his physical soreness. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, his body stiff and uncooperative. As he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread about facing the day ahead. The thought of encountering Rias and the others again filled him with a mix of anger and apprehension. But he quickly shoved it out of his mind, deciding not to let them bother him. Ddraig's voice emerged, a steady presence in his mind. Ddraig, good morning, partner. How are you feeling today? Issei, like I've been run over by a truck, Ddraig. Both physically and mentally. Ddraig, it's understandable, considering what you've been through. Remember, it's important to take things one step at a time. Issei nodded, appreciating Ddraig's concern. Then he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, but when he put the toothbrush in his mouth and it touched one of his front teeth on the left side of his mouth, he felt a sharp pain. Issei winced at the sharp pain in his mouth, feeling something unsettling happening with his tooth. As he gingerly touched the area again, a tooth suddenly dislodged, falling into the sink with a faint clink. The sight of the tooth, coupled with the taste of blood in his mouth, made Issei confused. Issei, what the hell? Ddraig, Issei, what's wrong? What just happened? Issei, spitting out a bit of blood and staring in disbelief at the tooth in the sink, responded with a mix of shock and concern in his voice. Issei, Ddraig, one of my teeth just fell out. And there's blood. I don't understand, this has never happened before. What's going on? Ddraig, don't worry Issei, you might have hit your tooth on something. Besides you're a devil, it will grow back within a day or so. Issei, yeah you're probably right. Issei finished brushing his teeth albeit with some difficulty, then he turned on the shower. After a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, Issei headed downstairs, bracing himself for any potential confrontations. When he made his way downstairs he saw Reese and the girls eating breakfast. Once again they didn't have any food for him on the table, they were completely ignoring his presence. Issei, feeling a mixture of resignation and irritation at being ignored once again, decided not to engage with Reese and the others. He moved to the kitchen to prepare his own breakfast, determined not to let their behavior affect him more than it already had. As he busied himself with making breakfast, the events of the previous night replayed in his mind, particularly his conversation with Ravel. Her words had offered a rare sense of understanding and solace, something he hadn't realized he'd been craving. After preparing a simple but satisfying breakfast, Issei sat down at the table, a little apart from where Reese and the others were seated. He ate in silence, focusing on the food in front of him rather than the tense atmosphere around him. He could feel their eyes on him from time to time, but he chose not to acknowledge it, not wanting to start another confrontation. Once he finished eating, Issei washed his dishes and prepared to leave for school. He grabbed his bag and headed towards the door, his steps heavy but determined. As he passed by Reese and the others, he felt a momentary urge to say something, to confront them about their behavior, but he pushed it down. He reminded himself that he needed to focus on his own well-being right now, not on the drama that seemed to constantly surround them. Issei stepped out of the house, taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air. It felt like a small act of liberation, stepping away from the oppressive atmosphere of the house. He made his way to school, his mind occupied with thoughts of the upcoming day and the challenges it might bring. At school, Issei tried to keep to himself, not in the mood to deal with the usual school dynamics or the whispers that seemed to follow him around lately. The confrontation with Motohama and Matsuda from the other day had made things awkward, and he wasn't eager to face any more social complications. However, he couldn't help but notice the concerned glances from some of his classmates, especially those who had known him as a more outgoing and cheerful person. They were also concerned because he was ignoring Asia and Zenobia, and they were ignoring him vice versa. The day passed in a blur, with Issei going through the motions of attending classes and taking notes. He found it hard to concentrate, his thoughts drifting back to the situation at home, his conversation with Ravel and the upcoming rating game. During one of his classes there was a pop quiz and the teacher had to walk off to deal with some important matters. He was busy working on his test when Aika walked up to him. Issei, what do you want Aika? I'm not in the mood for stupidity. Aika, hey no need to be so harsh Issei. I'm not here to bother you, Issei. I just noticed you've been off lately. You're not your usual self. Is everything okay? Issei looked up at Aika, surprised by her genuine concern. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether to brush her off or open up. Finally, he let out a sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly. Issei, it's just a lot of stuff happening at home and with the club. I'm trying to deal with it, but it's not easy. Aika, sensing the depth of Issei's troubles, nodded sympathetically. She knew better than to pry too deeply into the affairs of the occult research club, but she couldn't help but worry about her classmate. Aika, I can't pretend to know exactly what you're going through, but if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. Issei looked at Aika, a bit taken aback by her offer. It was rare for him to see this side of her, the one that wasn't teasing or prying into his personal life for juicy rumors. Issei, thanks Aika. I appreciate it. It's just complicated. Aika, by the way, is your friend Ravel all right? She seems pretty tired this morning, and I saw her cough up some blood in the bathroom. Issei, what? Ravel coughed up blood? Are you sure? Aika, yes, I'm sure. I saw her in the bathroom trying to clean herself up. She looked really pale and tired. I wanted to ask if she was okay, but she just brushed it off and left in a hurry. Issei, thanks for letting me know, Aika. I need to check on her. Issei felt a jolt of concern at Aika's words. Ravel, coughing up blood? That wasn't something to take lightly, especially considering how fine she seemed the night before. His mind raced with possibilities, worry etching deeper with each passing second. He knew he had to check on her, to make sure she was okay. Issei, thanks for letting me know, Aika. I'll make sure to check on her. Aika gave him a nod, a mix of curiosity and concern in her eyes, before she returned to her seat. Issei tried to refocus on the quiz in front of him, but his thoughts were elsewhere, tangled in worry for Ravel. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of the class and offering Issei the chance to find Ravel. He quickly gathered his things and made his way through the hallways, his eyes scanning the crowd for any sign of her. When he finally found her, she was leaning against her locker, looking more tired than usual, but there was no sign of distress on her face. Issei approached her cautiously, his voice laced with concern. Issei, Ravel, are you okay? Aika mentioned she saw you in the bathroom earlier, and that you seemed unwell. Ravel looked up, surprised by Issei's sudden appearance and the concern in his voice. She hesitated for a moment, debating whether to downplay her condition or to be honest with him. Ravel, I'm fine, Issei. It's just a little fatigue, nothing to worry about. You know how it is with the adjustment to the human world and everything. Issei wasn't convinced. The Ravel he knew was always composed, always in control. To see her like this, pale and tired, it wasn't like her at all. Issei, Ravel, I'm not just anyone asking. I'm your friend, and I'm worried about you. Please, if there's something wrong, let me help. Ravel saw the genuine worry in Issei's eyes, and it made her resolve waver. She knew she couldn't keep pretending everything was fine, not with Issei looking at her like that. Ravel, it's just I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. I thought it was just the stress of everything that's been going on, but this morning, I coughed up some blood. It's probably nothing serious, just a reaction to the stress and the different environment here. But I didn't want to worry anyone, especially not you, after everything you've been dealing with. Issei, Ravel, coughing up blood isn't something you should just brush off. We need to get you checked out, make sure it's nothing serious. I know you don't want to cause any worry, but I'm already worried. Please, let's go see Rossweiss, just to be on the safe side. Ravel could see the unwavering concern in Issei's eyes, and she knew there was no point in arguing. She nodded slowly, finally giving in to his request. Ravel, okay, Issei. If it will put your mind at ease, we'll go to Rossweiss. But let's keep this between us for now. I don't want others to worry unnecessarily. Issei grabbed Ravel's hand and discreetly led her to an empty and unused office and locked the door. He, Motohama and Matsuda would sometimes come here for perverted reasons. He took out the pamphlet Rossweiss had given him, his fingers tracing the Norse runes etched on its surface. He focused his thoughts, sending a silent call to Rossweiss, hoping she would sense the urgency and respond quickly. Ravel watched him, a mixture of gratitude and apprehension in her eyes, understanding the gravity of the situation but still worried about causing any trouble. As they waited, Kaneko approached, her eyes narrowing as she noticed Issei and Ravel together. Her gaze was sharp, filled with suspicion and a hint of anger, still stinging from their previous encounter. She had seen Issei and Ravel enter the office, however, as she drew closer, a sudden, oppressive aura emanated from Issei. It was dark and intense, unlike anything Kaneko had felt from him before. It wasn't directed at her, but the sheer malice in it was enough to stop her in her tracks. Kaneko's eyes widened, and a shiver ran down her spine. This aura, it was almost as if Issei was a completely different person. Fear crept into her heart, a fear she couldn't quite understand. She had always known Issei to be kind-hearted and somewhat of a goofball, not someone capable of emitting such a terrifying presence. It was more terrifying than when he used the Juggernaut drive. Without a word, Kaneko retreated, her earlier resolve to confront Issei and Ravel vanishing in the face of this unexpected and unsettling revelation. She hurried away, her mind racing with questions about what was happening to Issei, and whether the rift between them had grown so deep that it was changing him in ways she couldn't comprehend. Issei, oblivious to the aura he was unconsciously emitting and Kaniko's reaction, continued to focus on the pamphlet, his only thought on getting help for Ravel. He didn't notice Kaniko's approach or her hasty retreat, his mind entirely consumed with concern for Ravel's well-being. After a tense moment, the air around them shifted, and Rosweiss's voice echoed in Issei's mind, a clear sign that she had received his call and was on her way to help. Issei let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Rosweiss's swift response, and turned to Ravel with a reassuring smile. Issei, Rosweiss is on her way, Ravel. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. Ravel nodded, her worry eased slightly by Issei's determination and the imminent arrival of Rosweiss. Eventually Rosweiss showed up, she knocked on the door and Issei quickly opened it to let her in. She stepped inside, her eyes immediately focusing on Ravel. Rosweiss, Issei, what's the matter? Issei, it's Ravel. She's been feeling unwell, even coughing up some blood this morning. I thought it was best to get her checked. Rosweiss nodded, her expression turning serious as she approached Ravel. Rosweiss, Ravel, let me have a look at you. After a thorough examination, Rosweiss's brow furrowed in concern. Rosweiss, this seems like a devil's sickness, not uncommon but not to be taken lightly either. I'll need to call Azazel for a second opinion. Soon, Azazel arrived, and after his own examination he confirmed Rosweiss's diagnosis. Azazel, it's a mild case of devil's sickness. Stress from adjusting to the human world can sometimes trigger it. Ravel, you'll need to rest and stay home for a few days. Turning to Issei, Azazel suggested, Issei, I think it would be best if you looked after her during her recovery. Ravel's cheeks turned a soft pink at the suggestion, and Issei, oblivious to the effect of his words, blurted out, Don't worry, Ravel. I'll take care of you. You've been there for me, so it's the least I can do. Ravel's blush deepened at Issei's words, her heart fluttering at the genuine concern in his voice, also slightly flustered by the implication of spending so much time together under such circumstances. With a plan in place for Ravel's care, Rosweiss escorted her to her next class, leaving Issei and Azazel alone for a private discussion. Azazel, Issei, we need to talk. Issei, Sai took you long enough, I know Rosweiss told you, right? I thought you would have come to talk to me as soon as you heard. He said, sitting down in a chair while Azazel leaned on the teacher desk. Azazel, yes, Rosweiss told me everything that happened. She empathized everything, especially the near activation of the Juggernaut drive. Issei, I didn't want it to come to that. It's just, everything was so overwhelming, and for a moment, it felt like there was no way out. Azazel, I understand the pressures you've been under would weigh heavily on anyone. I'm not here to scold or blame you for what happened. I know you weren't in the right state of mind. In fact, I want to apologize. I'm sorry for everything you're going through right now. If I hadn't sent Rainier and her group to Kashi, wouldn't have killed you and Asia, and you wouldn't be traumatized and afraid to love women. Had I been a better leader, and had a tighter grip on the Grigori, it wouldn't have happened, and for that, I am truly sorry. I have made numerous mistakes as a leader of the fallen angels, he confessed, his voice laced with regret. And one that haunts me is the killing and manipulation of my precious students, you and Asia. Rainier was a scum and took matters into her own hands, despite my orders to only observe. The chain of events that led from there, the burdens you've been forced to carry, the pain and the struggles it's more than anyone, especially someone your age, should have to endure. I've watched you grow, seen the battles you've fought, both on the battlefield and within yourself. You've been thrust into the deep end, Issei, into conflicts and responsibilities that would challenge even the most seasoned warriors. And yet, you've risen to every challenge with a courage that's both admirable and, frankly, astounding. But in focusing on your strength, perhaps we've overlooked the toll it's all taken on you, the personal cost of the battles you've fought. For that oversight I apologize. Issei, Sensei, leading a race and organization is no easy task. I don't hold any resentment towards you, How could I after all you've done to help us? And what Rainier did doesn't excuse the way that the girls gave been treating me. Azazel, I appreciate your understanding, Issei, but it doesn't alleviate my responsibility. As a leader, it's my duty to foresee the consequences of my actions and to protect those under my care. The fact that you and Asia suffered because of my decisions is something I must carry. Now, about the situation with Rias and the others, I've been made aware of the tension and the incidents that have occurred. It's a delicate matter, and while I believe in resolving personal issues personally, know that I'm here to support you. If there's anything you need, advice, or just someone to talk to, don't hesitate to reach out. Issei, thank you, Azazel. It means a lot to hear that. I'm just trying to figure out how to move forward from here. I'm trying to keep it together, but everything just keeps piling up. The issues with Rias and the others, my own doubts, and now Ravel's sickness. It feels like I'm being pulled in a million directions. Everything feels so messed up, and I don't know how to fix it. Azazel, sometimes, Issei, not everything can be fixed in the way we want it to. What's important is how you grow from these experiences. You've shown incredible resilience and strength, qualities that will serve you well as you navigate these challenges. Remember, growth often comes from adversity. You're not alone in this, you have friends and allies who care about you. Ravel, Kiba, Rosweiss, and even I, we're all here for you. Issei, I'll try to remember that. It's just hard to see the way forward sometimes. Azazel, understandable. Just remember, every step you take, no matter how small, is a step forward. And about the rating game with Serzex, I know it's adding to your stress, but it's also an opportunity. An opportunity to prove to yourself, and to everyone else, that you can overcome the obstacles in your path. Use this as a chance to grow, to strengthen not just your abilities, but your resolve as well. I have faith in you, Issei. You faced down gods and emerged victorious. This is just another challenge to overcome. And when the time comes, you'll rise to the occasion as you always have. Say, I hear you. By the way, does Serzex know about what happened? Azazel, yes. The near activation of the Juggernaut drive isn't something we can just overlook, Issei. We had a meeting in the underworld. Serzex, along with the other Mao, are concerned, but they also understand the pressure you've been under. They're supportive and want to ensure you have the resources you need to manage not just the physical battles, but the emotional ones as well. Serzex, in particular, was quite disturbed by the events and expressed a strong desire to support you in any way possible. They all recognize the incredible burden you've been carrying and are discussing ways to provide you with more support, both for your mental well-being and in preparation for the raiding game. Issei listened, a mix of surprise and gratitude washing over him. The idea that the Mao, beings of immense power and authority, were concerned for his well-being and discussing ways to support him was both humbling and reassuring. Issei, I don't know what to say. Knowing they're concerned and willing to help it means a lot. Azazel, you're a valuable part of this world, Issei, more than you realize. Your actions, your growth, they've had a ripple effect, inspiring many. The Mao see that, and they want to ensure you have the support you need to continue on your path. Issei, I'll do my best not to let them or anyone else down. It's just with everything going on, it feels like I'm constantly fighting uphill. Azazel, that's understandable. But remember, Issei, every great hero faces challenges. It's through overcoming these challenges that you truly grow and become stronger. You've got a good head on your shoulders, and you're not alone in this. We're all here to support you in any way we can. Issei, absorbing Azazel's words, found himself grappling with a deeper, more unsettling thought that had been lurking in the back of his mind. The weight of Azazel's gaze prompted him to voice this concern, a vulnerability he rarely showed. Issei, but sensei, what if being a hero isn't enough? I mean, I've tried to be the hero, to do the right thing, to be strong for everyone, but it feels like no matter what I do, it's never enough. The more I try to help, the more things seem to fall apart. And now, with everything going on with Rias and the others, with Ravel's sickness, I can't help but wonder, what's the point of being a hero if I can't even protect the people closest to me? Azazel observed Issei closely, understanding the depth of his turmoil. He took a moment before responding, choosing his words carefully to address the heart of Issei's doubts. Azazel, Issei, being a hero isn't just about saving the day or being invincible. It's about standing up, time and again, in the face of adversity. It's about the courage to continue even when the odds are against you, and the strength to support others even when you're struggling yourself. You're right, it's not always enough. There will be times when you can't protect everyone, when you can't fix everything. That's the harsh reality of the world we live in. But it doesn't diminish the value of your efforts or the impact you've made. Azazel stepped closer, ensuring his words carried the weight of his conviction. Azazel, you see, Issei, the true measure of a hero isn't in their victories, but in their resolve to keep going, to keep fighting for what's right, even when faced with their own limitations. You've inspired so many, not because you're invincible, but because you're relatable. You're not a distant figure on a pedestal. You're one of them, facing the same fears, the same doubts. And yet you choose to fight, to protect, to care. That's what makes you a hero, Issei. Not your victories, but your heart. Issei listened intently, Azazel's words resonating within him. Azazel, and remember, Issei, every hero needs support, allies who stand by them, who share the burden. You don't have to carry all this alone. Those who care about you be your strength when you need it most. It's okay to lean on others, to share your fears and doubts. That's what friends are for. That's what makes a team stronger, not just the victories, but the shared struggles and the collective resolve to overcome them. Issei felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and understanding that he hadn't realized he'd been craving. Azazel's words had lifted a weight off his shoulders, reminding him that it was okay to be vulnerable, to not have all the answers. Issei, thank you, Azazel. I needed to hear that. I guess I've been so caught up in trying to be what I thought a hero should be that I forgot it's okay to be just me, with all my doubts and fears. Azazel nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. Azazel, exactly, Issei. Just be you. That's all anyone can ask for. And remember, you're not alone in this. We're all here for you every step of the way. Issei, if you ever feel like being a hero isn't enough, then don't limit yourself to just that role. Consider becoming something more. A hero fights and protects, yes, but someone who is more than a hero inspires, unites, and leads. They see beyond the immediate battles and work towards creating a future where those battles are fewer. They understand their own weaknesses and use them as strengths, turning their doubts into the very reason they stand up each time they fall. Issei listened, Azazel's words sparking a new thought within him. The idea of being more than a hero, of evolving beyond his current self-imposed limitations, offered a new horizon to strive towards. Azazel, you have the potential, Issei, to be a leader, an inspirer, a unifier. Your journey so far has prepared you for this. Your trials have forged you into someone capable of great things. Don't just aim to be the hero who saves the day. Strive to be the person who changes the game, who shifts the very paradigms we operate within. That's how you'll truly make a lasting impact, not just on the battlefield, but in the hearts and minds of those you touch. Issei felt a surge of determination at Azazel's words. The notion of transcending the traditional hero role and becoming a figure of inspiration and leadership resonated deeply with him. He recognized the truth in Azazel's words. His experiences, his struggles, and his growth had all been leading him to this point. Issei, become something more, huh? That actually makes a lot of sense. I've been so focused on the battles in front of me that I hadn't thought about the bigger picture, about what I could truly achieve if I broaden my perspective. Azazel, the battles will always be there, Issei, but how you choose to fight them and more importantly, how you choose to live beyond them, that's what will define your legacy. You've got the heart, the courage, and the support. Now, it's just a matter of stepping into that larger role, of embracing the full extent of your potential. Issei nodded, a sense of clarity dawning on him. The path ahead seemed daunting, yet exhilarating, filled with possibilities he had yet to explore. Azazel, remember, Issei, the world is changing and it needs leaders who have known struggle, who can empathize with those they lead, and who can inspire hope. You're one of those leaders, whether you realize it or not. It's time to start seeing yourself for what you truly are, and for what you can become. Now, I should let you get back to your day. But remember, if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. And take care of Ravel. She's a good friend, and right now, she needs you just as much as you might need her. I'm sure your presence will be a great comfort to her. Besides, it'll give you something positive to focus on. Azazel walked towards the door to exit the room, and Issei followed Azazel contemplating what he said, but Ddraig spoke up. Ddraig, wait Azazel. Azazel, what is it, Ddraig? Ddraig, before you go, there's something else we need to discuss. Issei has been experiencing some unusual symptoms. Just this morning, one of his teeth fell out unexpectedly. And before that, the other day after Issei passed out from mental stress and the near activation of the Juggernaut drive, I was unable to see into his mind at all like I normally can. This has never happened with any of my past hosts. Azazel turned back, his expression shifting to one of concern. Azazel, a tooth falling out? That's not a typical symptom for a devil, especially not for someone bonded with a dragon like you, Issei. And the issue with your mind that's concerning. It might indicate a deeper issue, possibly related to the stress you've been under, or perhaps an aftereffect of the near activation of the Juggernaut drive. Issei, what does that mean, Azazel? Is it serious? Azazel pondered for a moment, his mind racing through various possibilities. Azazel, it's difficult to say without more information. We might be looking at a unique reaction due to the intense stress and emotional turmoil you've experienced recently. The Juggernaut drive, even in near activation, can have profound effects on its wielder, not just physically but mentally and spiritually as well. Issei, have you experienced any other unusual symptoms? Issei thought for a moment, recalling the events of the past few days. Issei, well, there's been this constant fatigue, regardless of how much rest I get. And there's this strange feeling I can't shake off, like there's something off within me. I just thought it was all the stress piling up. Azazel, we need to conduct some tests to understand what's happening. This isn't something we can overlook. If there are adverse effects from using the boosted gear, we need to address them immediately. Issei, tests? Like what kind of tests? Azazel, a mix of physical and magical diagnostics. We'll check your basic health, and then I'll use some specialized spells to assess the state of your sacred gear and its integration with your body. We need to rule out any potential damage or anomalies. Can I get a sample of your blood? Issei, sure, if it'll help figure out what's going on. Azazel carefully drew a small sample of Issei's blood, his movements precise and gentle to avoid causing any discomfort. As he sealed the vial, his expression was one of focused concern, the gravity of the situation evident in his demeanor. Azazel, I'll analyze this as soon as possible. In the meantime, try to keep stress levels to a minimum and report any new symptoms immediately. We don't want to take any risks. Issei, got it. Thanks, since I appreciate you taking this seriously. Azazel, of course, Issei. Your well-being is a priority. We'll get to the bottom of this. Issei, with a hint of concern lacing his voice, turned to Azazel once more before the fallen angel could leave. Issei, Sensei, wait. Do you think whatever's happening to me could affect my abilities in the upcoming raiding game against Serzex? Azazel paused, turning to face Issei fully, understanding the weight of the question. His expression was contemplative, aware of the importance of Issei's performance in the upcoming game. Azazel, it's a valid concern, Issei. The raiding game is not just a test of strength but of strategy, endurance, and will. Any adverse effects from your current condition could potentially influence your abilities. However, it's also possible that the adrenaline and focus of the game might temporarily overshadow these symptoms. Issei listened intently, weighing Azazel's words. The possibility of his condition affecting the game was not something he could take lightly, especially with the expectations resting on his shoulders. Azazel continued, his tone serious but encouraging. Azazel, that said, Issei, you've always had the remarkable ability to surpass your limits when it matters most. Your determination, your spirit, and your resolve have seen you through challenges that would have stopped others in their tracks. We'll do everything we can to understand and mitigate these symptoms before the game. But I have faith in you, Issei. You're not one to let anything, even this, hold you back. Issei nodded, feeling a mix of apprehension and determination. Azazel's faith in him bolstered his spirits, reminding him of the battles he'd already fought and won. Issei, thanks, Azazel. I'll do my best not to let this affect me during the game. I can't let my team down or myself. I'll fight with everything I've got, no matter what. After all, I made a promise to Serzex to give it my all. Azazel, that's the spirit, Issei. A promise to an opponent like Serzex isn't just about the fight itself. It's about the honor and respect between warriors. Serzex is looking forward to facing you at your best, and I know you won't disappoint him or yourself. Until then, I'll let you know when it's time for the tests, and if I find anything in your blood I'll let you know, but try to take it easy. Issei, I'll try. Thanks, I just hope none of this is serious. Azazel, try not to worry so much, that's us old people job. Issei managed a small chuckle at Azazel's attempt to lighten the mood, appreciating the effort to ease his worries. Issei, I guess I'll leave the worrying to you then. But seriously, thanks for everything, Sensei. It means a lot to know I have your support. Azazel, always, Issei. You're not just a key player in the bigger picture, you've become someone we all genuinely care about. You've got a way of bringing people together, and that's a rare gift. Don't forget that. With a final nod of encouragement, Azazel prepared to leave, his presence always a reminder of the larger world Issei was now a part of, a world full of complexities and challenges, but also camaraderie and growth. Issei, I'll keep that in mind. And I'll be ready for those tests. Whatever it takes to get back to 100%. Azazel, that's what I like to hear. We'll be in touch, Issei. Take care of yourself. With those parting words, Azazel vanished, leaving Issei to reflect on the conversation. The mix of concern and support from Azazel and the mention of his upcoming game with Serzex stirred a complex blend of emotions within Issei. He felt the weight of responsibility, not just to his team and the promises he made, but to himself and the path he was forging. Azazel, crap, I need to get into contact with Albion. In the privacy of his office, Azazel retrieved the artificial sacred gear, Downfall Dragon Another Armor, from a secure containment. The gear, a testament to Azazel's ingenuity and deep understanding of sacred gears, housed the spirit of Fafnir, offering a unique bridge to the dragon realm. Holding the gear in his hand, he spoke into the gear. Azazel, hey Fafnir, you there? We need to chat. The response was almost immediate, the familiar, if not slightly gruff, voice of Fafnir echoing from the gear. The dragon's tone was curious, sensing the unusual nature of Azazel's call. Fafnir, Azazel? This is unexpected. What's on your mind? Azazel leaned back in his chair, choosing his words carefully. He explained Issei's recent experiences, emphasizing the uncharacteristic symptoms and the potential risk to the stability of the boosted gear. Fafnir, troubling indeed. The balance between the heavenly dragons is delicate. Disruptions in one might have an effect and the other. I'll reach out to Albion, see if he's sensed any shifts. Azazel nodded, though Fafnir couldn't see the gesture. Azazel, appreciate it, Fafnir. We need to get ahead of this. There's no telling what's going on. It cowls just be a bug in the sacred gear system, but my intuition is telling me otherwise. Fafnir, I'll see what I can do. Time skips several hours later. The rest of the day went pretty smoothly for Issei. Everyone pretty much left him alone. He didn't go peeping, and thankfully Motohama and Matsuda didn't show up at school at all. Issei, having had a relatively peaceful day at school, made his way back home, his mind still preoccupied with Ravel's condition and the unsettling conversation with Azazel. The thought of his own health potentially jeopardizing the upcoming raiding game against Serzex weighed heavily on him. He knew the importance of the game, not just for his standing but for the entire Gremory group and their allies. The need to be at his best was paramount, and any uncertainty about his condition only added to the pressure. Upon arriving home, Issei braced himself for the atmosphere he'd left that morning. The tension with Rias and the others hadn't eased, and he wasn't sure if he was ready to face them again. But as he stepped inside, he was surprised to find the house quieter than expected. It seemed the others were out, possibly tending to their own tasks or training, giving him a rare moment of peace. He went upstairs to check on Ravel. Rossweiss had brought her home a few hours after Ravel threw up in the bathroom during lunchtime. When Issei reached her room, he knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Say, Ravel, it's me. Can I come in? After a brief pause, Ravel's voice came from the other side, sounding a bit weak but still carrying her usual warmth. Ravel? Yes, Issei, please come in. Issei opened the door and stepped inside, finding Ravel resting in bed, looking a bit pale but managing a small smile when she saw him. Issei, how are you feeling, Ravel? Any better? Ravel, a little. Rosweiss and Azazel gave me some medicine. It's helping, but I still feel a bit weak. Thank you for checking on me, Issei. Issei approached her bedside, his concern evident. He noticed a glass of water and some medicine on the nightstand, signs of her ongoing recovery. Issei, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm here to help. Ravel, I will, thank you, Issei. It's comforting to have you here. They shared a moment of silent understanding, the kind of comfort that comes from knowing someone is there for you in times of need. Issei, feeling a bit relieved to see Ravel somewhat better, decided to stay with her for a while, keeping her company and ensuring she wasn't alone in her recovery. As the evening wore on, Issei helped Ravel with small tasks, making sure she stayed hydrated and had everything she needed within reach. Their conversation drifted from light topics to more serious discussions about the upcoming raiding game and Issei's concerns about his condition. Ravel, despite her own ailment, listened intently, offering words of encouragement and support. She reminded Issei of his strength and resilience, qualities that had seen him through countless challenges. Then Issei noticed Ravel hadn't eaten since the incident at school, so he went downstairs to cook dinner. Now Issei wasn't a master chef or anything, but he had spent enough time with his mother to know how to cook. Issei decided on making lamb stew instead, considering its rich flavor and heartiness, which would be more substantial and comforting for Ravel. He found a decent cut of lamb in the fridge, along with potatoes, carrots, onions, and some herbs. Remembering the basics his mother taught him, he began preparing the ingredients with care. He started by cutting the lamb into small, bite-sized pieces, seasoning them lightly with salt, pepper, and a hint of rosemary to enhance the flavor. He then browned the lamb pieces in a large pot with a bit of oil, ensuring they were nicely seared on all sides to lock in the flavors. Once the lamb was browned, he set it aside and used the same pot to sauté the onions until they were translucent and fragrant. Next, Issei added the chopped carrots and potatoes to the pot, stirring them with the onions and letting them cook for a few minutes to soften slightly. He then returned the lamb to the pot, adding enough water to cover all the ingredients. He brought the mixture to a boil before reducing the heat to let it simmer. He occasionally stirred the stew, checking the tenderness of the lamb and vegetables, and adjusting the seasoning as needed. Then he added in some spaghetti noodles. After about an hour, when everything in the pot had softened and the flavors had deepened and enriched the broth, Issei knew the stew was ready. He tasted it one last time, proud of the hearty and comforting dish he'd managed to create, hoping it would help Ravel feel better. With the stew ready, Issei carefully ladled it into a bowl, making sure to get a good mix of lamb, vegetables, and broth, the steam rising and the savory smell making even his own stomach growl in anticipation. He made a tray with the bowl of lamb stew, some freshly baked bread he found in the pantry, and a glass of water. Then he carefully carried it upstairs to Ravel's room, knocking softly before entering. Issei, I made you some lamb stew. It's not gourmet, but I hope it'll help you feel better. Ravel, touched by Issei's effort and the delicious aroma of the stew, couldn't help but smile. Her appetite peaked for the first time since falling ill. Ravel, Issei, it smells wonderful. Thank you, I really appreciate this. It smells wonderful. You didn't have to go through all this trouble for me. Issei, seeing the genuine appreciation in Ravel's eyes, felt a warmth in his heart, glad he could do something to care for her. Issei, it's no trouble at all, Ravel. I wanted to make sure you had a proper meal. Now sit up so you can eat. Ravel managed to sit up with Issei's help, propping herself against the pillows. As Issei set the tray down in front of her, she couldn't help but admire the stew he had prepared. The rich aroma filled the room, and she felt a comforting warmth just from the sight and smell of it. Ravel, Issei, this looks amazing. I can't believe you made this. Issei, feeling a bit embarrassed but pleased with the compliment, shrugged modestly. Issei, well, I've learned a thing or two from helping out at home. I'm just glad it turned out okay. As Ravel tentatively reached out for the spoon, her hand hovering over the tray, Issei gently intercepted her movement with a soft, yet firm grip. His eyes, filled with a mix of concern and determination, met hers, conveying a silent message that he was there for her, not just as a friend, but as someone who deeply cared for her well-being. Issei, Ravel, you need to rest. Let me take care of you this time. Ravel's cheeks tinged with a soft blush, the warmth of his touch and the sincerity in his voice leaving her momentarily flustered. She wasn't used to being on the receiving end of such care, especially from Issei, whose actions now seemed to blur the lines of their usual camaraderie. Ravel, but Issei, I can manage. It's just a bowl of stew. Issei, however, was resolute, his smile gentle but unwavering as he picked up the spoon himself. Issei, I know you can, but you shouldn't have to. Just relax for now, okay? I want to do this. Ravel found herself caught in the soft but determined gaze of Issei, feeling her resistance melt away. There was something about his earnestness, his genuine desire to help, that made it hard to argue. As Issei carefully spooned a small amount of stew, blowing gently on it to cool it down, Ravel couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. The simple act, mundane to any onlooker, felt incredibly intimate in the quiet of her room, under the soft glow of the evening light. Say, here, try this. Make sure it's not too hot. His voice was soft, a contrast to the usual boisterous tone she was accustomed to, adding layers to this moment they shared. As she opened her mouth to accept the spoonful of stew, their eyes locked, and for a fleeting second, the world outside the confines of her room ceased to exist. The stew was delicious, the flavors rich and comforting, but it was Issei's attentiveness that truly warmed her. Each spoonful was offered with care, his actions speaking volumes of his regard for her. Ravel, feeling a mix of gratitude and something else she dared not name, found herself enjoying the meal more than she anticipated. The embarrassment of being fed faded, replaced by a contentment that settled deep within her. Ravel, thank you, Issei. This means a lot to me. Issei, sensing the shift in her demeanor, allowed himself a small moment of pride. Issei, anytime, Ravel. I'm just glad you're enjoying it. Their conversation flowed more easily after that. The initial awkwardness that Issei's insistence on taking care of Ravel softened the atmosphere, weaving a gentle intimacy into the fabric of their interaction. Ravel's initial resistance gave way to acceptance, her cheeks adorned with a blush that spoke volumes of the burgeoning emotions beneath the surface. As Issei continued to feed her, each spoonful was a testament to their evolving relationship, a delicate balance of care and burgeoning affection that neither fully acknowledged yet. Ravel, Issei, I thank you. This is very kind of you. Issei, sensing the shift in Ravel's demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. The act of caring for her, of ensuring her comfort and well-being, brought him a sense of purpose he hadn't realized he'd been missing. Issei, it's no problem at all, Ravel. I just want to make sure you're okay. You've always been there for me, and I want to be there for you too. The room was filled with an unspoken understanding, a shared connection that seemed to draw them closer with each passing moment. The simple act of sharing a meal had transformed into something far more significant, a bridge between two souls seeking solace in each other's company. As the meal came to an end, Ravel's strength seemed to return, her spirits lifted by Issei's care and the warmth of the stew. She looked at him, her eyes conveying a depth of gratitude that words could scarcely express. Ravel, Issei, I don't know how to thank you. This means more to me than you know. Issei, feeling a warmth spread through him at her words, offered her a gentle smile. Issei, you don't have to thank me, Ravel. Just get better, okay? That's all the thanks I need. Meanwhile, in a different location, Azazel and Rosweiss were huddled around a magical screen that displayed the tender scene between Issei and Ravel. The dimly lit room was filled with the soft glow from the screen, casting long shadows behind them. Rosweiss, with a hint of exasperation in her voice, turned to Azazel, her arms akimbo. Rosweiss, Azazel, is it really necessary to spy on them like this? It's obviously going well. Azazel, unable to hide the grin spreading across his face, kept his eyes glued to the screen, where Issei was now carefully feeding Ravel. Azazel, shush, Rosweiss. This is prime entertainment. Plus, it's educational. We're just observing the interpersonal dynamics of our younger team members. Rosweiss rolled her eyes, her disapproval clear, yet a small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, betraying her amusement. Rosweiss, educational? Really, Azazel? This feels more like an invasion of privacy. They're just teenagers figuring things out. Azazel, but Rosweiss, understanding these dynamics is crucial. Besides, a little bit of light-hearted observation never hurt anyone. And admit it, you're curious too. Rosweiss sighed, her gaze reluctantly returning to the screen. Despite her better judgment, she couldn't help but be drawn into the moment, a soft laugh escaping her as she watched Issei's awkward attempts at caregiving. Rosweiss, all right, I'll admit it's somewhat endearing to see Issei like this. But this feels like we're watching a teenage drama unfold. We should at least have popcorn if we're going to continue this educational observations. Azazel, seizing the opportunity, snapped his fingers, and a bowl of popcorn appeared on the table in front of them. He offered the bowl to Rosweiss with an exaggerated flourish. Azazel, your wish is my command. Now, let's enjoy the show. But you're right, we should keep this between us. No need to let Issei and Ravel know they've got an audience. Rosweiss, unable to resist a chuckle, accepted the popcorn. The room was filled with the sound of their laughter, the tension easing as they settled in to watch the screen, the magical glow casting a warm light over the two, who were now complicit in their light-hearted surveillance. As the scene continued to unfold, their laughter mingled with the occasional commentary on Issei's endearing clumsiness and Ravel's patient amusement. It was a rare moment of levity for Azazel and Rosweiss, a break from the often serious and dangerous nature of their duties. For just a little while, they allowed themselves to be swept up in the innocent drama of teenage life, a reminder of the lighter, more humorous aspects of their roles as mentors and guardians. As Rosweiss and Azazel continued their light-hearted surveillance, the room filled with the occasional burst of laughter and the sound of popcorn crunching. The magical screen continued to display the scene between Issei and Ravel, providing an unexpected source of amusement. Azazel, fully embracing the role of a mischievous commentator, couldn't resist poking fun at Issei's earnest but clumsy attempts at caregiving. Azazel, look at him go. Maybe we should sign him up for a cooking show next. Rosweiss, trying to maintain a semblance of disapproval but failing miserably, let out a giggle, her earlier reservations forgotten in the face of Azazel's infectious humor. Rosweiss, maybe I have to admit, it's rather sweet, in a clumsy kind of way. The screen showed Issei feeding Ravel, who was completely flustered. This only made Rosweiss and Azazel laugh harder, their earlier pretense of educational observation long forgotten. Azazel, wiping a tear from his eye after a particularly loud bout of laughter, glanced at Rosweiss, who was now fully engaged in the spectacle. Azazel, see, Rosweiss? This is gold. We could start a whole series, The Everyday Adventures of Issei Hayato. I bet it would be a hit. Rosweiss, now holding her sides from laughing too much, nodded in agreement. Rosweiss, only if we can guarantee every episode has moments like this. I haven't laughed this hard in ages. Their laughter eventually subsided, leaving a comfortable silence as they continued to watch the screen, the earlier tension replaced by a warm camaraderie. The unexpected joy of the moment served as a reminder of the simpler pleasures in life, even for beings as powerful and ageless as they were. As the evening wore on and the scene on the screen came to a natural close, Azazel and Rosweiss knew it was time to turn their attention back to the more serious matters at hand. Azazel, with a final glance at the now dark screen, turned to Rosweiss. Azazel, well, that was a nice break from the norm. But I suppose we should get back to work. The world isn't going to save itself. Rosweiss, still smiling from the evening's unexpected entertainment, nodded. Rosweiss, you're right, Azazel. But let's keep this our little secret, okay? I don't think Issei or Ravel would appreciate our educational observation. Azazel, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, agreed. Azazel, agreed, Rosweiss. This stays between us. But, Rosweiss, If we ever do start that series about Issei's everyday adventures, we might need a spin-off. Rosweiss' quest for love. It'll be a hit. Rosweiss, who had been taking a sip of water, nearly choked, coughing as she turned to glare at Azazel. Despite her best efforts, a blush crept up her cheeks, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. She shot Azazel a sharp look, her earlier amusement quickly turning into exasperation. Rosweiss. Azazel, must you always bring that up? My personal life, or lack thereof, is none of your business. And for your information, I'm perfectly content with my independence. Azazel, thoroughly amused by her reaction, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but the smirk on his face betrayed his true amusement. Azazel, oh, come on, Rosweiss. It's all in good fun. But you have to admit, it would make for some compelling television. Imagine the plot twists, the dramatic love confessions, Before he could finish, Rosweiss cut him off, her embarrassment turning into feigned outrage, though the twinkle in her eye suggested she was somewhat entertained by the banter. Rosweiss, enough, Azazel. Or I'll start pitching a series about your countless failed attempts at inventing new gadgets. Azazel's bloopers. Now that would be a real crowd pleaser. Azazel laughed heartily, conceding the point to Rosweiss. The banter had effectively shifted the atmosphere from one of surveillance to one of camaraderie and jest. Azazel, all right, you win this round, Rosweiss. But you have to admit, we make a pretty good team, even when it comes to light-hearted espionage. Rosweiss, unable to stay annoyed at Azazel's good-natured teasing, shook her head in amusement, her earlier indignation fading away. Rosweiss, perhaps we do, Azazel. Just maybe lay off the personal jabs next time. Azazel nodded, still chuckling. Back with Issei and Ravel. Issei had finished feeding Ravel. She ate all of the food and had fallen fast asleep. He sat there looking at her sleeping figure, then he gently stroked her cheek. Issei's touch was tender, almost reverent, as he brushed Ravel's cheek lightly. Watching her sleep, her features softened in the peaceful embrace of rest, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of protectiveness over her. In the quiet of the room, with the gentle rise and fall of Ravel's breath as the only sound, Issei found himself reflecting on conversation he'd had with Azazel, the concerns about his own condition, and the upcoming raiding game. The weight of responsibility, the expectations placed upon him, it all seemed to loom large in his mind. Yet, sitting here in the quiet company of Ravel, those concerns felt distant, muted by the simple connection they shared. Feeling tired, Issei adjusted the blanket on Ravel and quietly exited the room. He walked to the guest room he had been sleeping in, and fell face down on the bed enjoying the softness of it. He was feeling a sense of peace and comfort, but that was interrupted when his phone rang. Issei looked and saw that it was Kiba. Issei picked up the phone, still feeling the remnants of the day's emotions swirling within him. Issei, hey Kiba. What's up? Kiba's voice came through, clear and calm, a welcome sound to Issei's ears. Kiba, Issei, I was just checking in on you. How are things going? I heard about Ravel being unwell. Issei, appreciating Kiba's concern, responded with a tired but grateful tone. Issei, yeah, she's been under the weather, but I think she's getting better. Azazel and Rosweiss have been helping out. Kiba, that's good to hear. And how about you? Are you holding up okay? Issei hesitated for a moment, contemplating how much to share. Eventually, he decided to open up to Kiba, trusting in the bond they shared as friends and comrades. Issei, it's been rough, Kiba. Between Ravel's sickness and everything else going on, I'm just tired, you know? Kiba's voice was sympathetic, understanding the depth of Issei's struggles. Kiba, I can only imagine. Hey, Saji invited me to this concert. It's for a group called Lenny Code Fiction. Not sure what they're about, but Saji said they're pretty popular. He got some free tickets and wondered if we wanted to come since no one else in his group wanted to. Issei, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected invitation, considered Kiba's offer. The thought of stepping away from the current stress and enjoying something as normal as a concert was tempting. Issei, a concert, huh? Lenny Code Fiction, I think I've heard a couple of their songs. They're pretty good, aren't they? Kiba, yeah, they have a pretty solid fan base. Saji seems excited about it. And it might be a good break for us, you know? A chance to just let go and enjoy some music for a few hours. Issei mulled over the idea, weighing the need for a distraction against his responsibilities and the situation with Ravel. Issei, it does sound like a nice change of pace. But what about Ravel? I can't just leave her alone if she's not feeling well. Kiba, that's a fair point. How about we check with Rosweiss and see if she can keep an eye on Ravel for the evening? I'm sure she wouldn't mind helping out. Issei considered Kiba's suggestion, recognizing the value in taking a short respite for his own well-being. Issei, all right, let me talk to Rosweiss and see what she says. If she's okay with it, I think I could use the break. And it'll be nice to hang out with you and Saji outside of school and club activities. Kiba, great. Let me know what Rosweiss says, and I'll tell Saji to count us in. It'll be good for all of us to have a night off. Say, yeah, it will be. I'll get back to you soon, Kiba. Thanks for thinking of me. Kiba, of course, talk to you later. With a plan forming, Issei ended the call, feeling a flicker of excitement at the prospect of the concert. Chapter 4. The following day, it was early in the morning and everyone was still asleep since it was the weekend. Everyone, that is, except for Issei and Rosweiss. Rosweiss, in particular, was an early riser by habit, a trait deeply ingrained from her days as Odin's bodyguard. The discipline of her former life had merged itself into her current lifestyle. This morning was no different, and she had already brewed a pot of coffee by the time Issei made his way downstairs to the kitchen. Rosweiss, good morning, Issei. You're up pretty early. Issei, yeah, I had a feeling you'd be up already. Always the early bird, huh? Rosweiss, old habits die hard, I suppose. Plus, I enjoy the quietness of the morning. It gives me time to plan my day and think, she said, pouring 2 cups of coffee and giving one to him. Issei accepted the cup with a grateful nod, savoring the aroma before taking a sip. The warmth of the coffee seemed to chase away the remnants of sleep, bringing a more alert expression to his face. Issei, I can see the appeal in that. The house is so peaceful right now compared to how noisy it normally is. Rosweiss, it's moments like these that make me appreciate the simpler things in life. It's not often we get to enjoy such silence. Issei, yeah, we're usually dealing with something crazy happening. Rosweiss, how was Ravel yesterday? When I brought her home after she threw up, she seemed fine. I checked on her last night when I came in and she was sound asleep. Issei, yeah, she's fine. I gave her some stew last night and we talked for a bit. Rosweiss, that's good to hear. And you? Issei, I'm fine, just a bit tired, nothing serious has happened. I'm assuming Azazel has you keeping an eye on me? Rosweiss, yes, but I'm also doing it out of my own concern for you and your health. Say, I see. Hey, are you hungry? Rosweiss, a little. Issei, how about some pancakes and an omelet? Rosweiss, that sounds wonderful. Thanks for offering. Issei got to work in the kitchen, pulling out the necessary ingredients to whip up a hearty breakfast. The clatter of pots and the sizzle of the pan filled the room. As he cooked, Issei decided it was the right time to bring up the topic of the concert Kiba had mentioned the night before. Issei, Rosweiss, I wanted to talk to you about something. Kiba and Saji invited me to a concert tonight. It's Lenny Code fiction, they're supposed to be really good. I was wondering, would you be able to look after Ravel for the evening? I know it's short notice, but… Rosweiss, yes, I'll look after Ravel while you're gone. It's important for you to take some time for yourself too. I can handle things here. Ravel's been doing better, and I'll make sure she's okay. Issei, are you sure? I don't want to impose on you. Rosweiss, it's no imposition at all. We're all here to support each other, and this is how I can support you right now. Go and enjoy the concert. Have fun and don't worry about us here. Say, thanks, Rosweiss. I really appreciate it. I'll make sure to be back as soon as I can. Rosweiss, don't rush on my account. Enjoy the night. You deserve it. With the matter settled, Issei focused on finishing the breakfast he was preparing. When the breakfast was finally ready, Issei served the plates, each filled with fluffy pancakes and a rich, well-seasoned omelet. He set one plate in front of Rosweiss with a modest flourish, taking a moment to enjoy the look of anticipation on her face. Issei, hope this turns out as good as it smells. Rosweiss' attention was captured by the inviting aroma and appearance of the meal. She wasted no time in sampling the pancakes. The first bite brought a delighted sparkle to her eyes, and she quickly followed it with a taste of the omelet. Her expression was one of pure enjoyment. Rosweiss: Issei, these pancakes are incredible. What did you put in them? They're so fluffy and perfectly sweet. Issei: thanks, I'm glad that you like them. Rosweiss savored another bite of the omelet, her approval evident. Rosweiss: and this omelet? It's so rich and perfectly seasoned. You could seriously consider a side career as a chef with skills like these? Issei: thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Rosweiss: I'm serious. If you opened a restaurant, you'd be a hit. Issei: you really think so? Rosweiss: yes, you have a great talent for cooking, and I think you should try to go further with it. Even if you don't do the restaurant, you could be a food vendor selling things in popular spots, like a mall, special events, or birthday parties. Issei: you know, it's not a bad idea. Maybe I will give it some serious thought. Could be. A fun project, and who knows, it might turn into something big. Rosweiss: so aside from the concert, do you have anything else planned? Issei: not really, but I'm thinking about heading out to the mall. I need something to wear for the concert. Actually, I think I'm overdue for some new clothes. Rosweiss: hey, I heard there's a new store in the mall that just opened up recently. It's called Edge and Echo, and it's got a great selection of casual and formal wear. It's been getting a lot of positive reviews for its unique designs and quality. You might find something perfect for the concert there. Plus, they've got great prices and supposedly great quality. Issei: Edge and Echo, huh? That sounds interesting. I'll have to check it out. Maybe I'll find something that stands out for the concert. Rosweiss: I think you should. I wanted to check it out myself, but I've been preoccupied. Issei: well, I appreciate it, and can I ask a favor? Rosweiss: what is it? Issei: when Rias and the girls are occupied, can you bring me all the porn stuff in my room? His request caught Rosweiss off guard, her fork pausing midway to her mouth as she processed what he had just asked. Realizing how his request sounded, Issei quickly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. Issei: it's not like that. I was planning on selling it all. It's not like it'll do me any good, and I'd rather not waste the chance. Sai: I understand if you don't want to. I would do it myself, but I forgot to grab it when I grabbed my other stuff. And unfortunately, I'm still not allowed to go in my own room. Rosweiss: oh, that's what you meant. Well, sure, I'll handle it for you. Issei: thanks, Rosweiss. Most of everything is in a box under my bed, and then there's a hidden stash behind the bookshelf. Just tilt the third book from the left on the second shelf, and it should pop open. I know it's a weird request, but it means a lot that you're willing to help out. Rosweiss: it's fine, Issei. Where do you want me to put the stuff? Do you want me to put it into the room you're sleeping in? Issei: yeah, you can put the stuff in the closet. Rosweiss: all right, I'll handle it. By the way, you should try to get Ravel something. It might help cheer her up. Issei: that's a good idea. I'll try to think of something while I'm out, he said as he stood up. He grabbed his and Rosweiss' plates, then he cleaned the dishes while Rosweiss cleaned the table. Afterwards he went to the door and put his shoes on. After saying goodbye to Rosweiss, he exited the house. On his way to the wall, Issei walked past a motorcycle shop. Feeling curious, he walked back to it. Issei: Ddraig, what's on your mind, partner? Issei: oh, morning, Ddraig. I was just thinking of how nice it'd be to not have to walk to school so much, or have to bother Kiba or someone else to teleport me somewhere. Besides, I'm 17 now. It might be cool to have my own ride. Ddraig, are you considering getting one? Issei: yeah, I mean, why not? But I guess I'd need a license first. Maybe after the concert and once things settle down a bit, I can look into getting a license and maybe even a bike. For now, I should focus on today. Ddraig, to be honest, they do look a bit interesting. I like the red ones. Issei chuckled at Ddraig's comment, amused by the dragon's sudden interest in motorcycles, especially the color preference. Issei: red, huh? I should have guessed you'd suggest that color. Ddraig: of course, it's the color of power, passion, and strength. And, mind you, I'm the red dragon of domination. It suits us well, don't you think? Issei, yeah, you've got a point, Ddraig, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe if I get one, it'll be red, in honor of you, Ddraig, and our partnership as the security. And we'll make sure it's the most powerful and impressive red motorcycle out there. Ddraig, what would be quite the sight. I'm honored by the gesture. Issei, no problem, it's nothing compared to everything you've done for me. But let's get going. I still have to get some clothes, and I want to get a gift for Ravel. I was thinking of getting her a book since she enjoys reading. Hopefully I can find something that aligns with her interests. It'll show that I've been paying attention to what she likes, and I think I should get some flowers too. They might help brighten up her day. Ddraig, I'm sure she will enjoy whatever you choose. It's the thought that counts, and don't forget about the Valkyrie, you should get her something too. She's been helping out a lot. Issei, yeah, I was thinking about it but I'm not sure what to get Rosweiss. I'm sure I'll find something at the mall, but I was thinking of something like a necklace or jewelry for her. Ddraig, not a bad idea. Issei continued walking in the direction of the mall as he thought about what to get Rosweiss and Ravel. Meanwhile, at the Hayudu residence. In Issei's room, Rias was lying on the bed thinking of everything that had happened between the girls and Issei. She hugged a pillow enjoying the scent of it. Rias felt lonely as she curled up in the bed. Issei hadn't been in the room for several days but his scent was still there. Rias POV. Oh Issei, I just don't understand. I've done everything I can to show you that I love you, I even let you do perverted things to me. So why can't you just say that you love me? All I wanted was for you to say that you loved me, or at least call me by my name like you do the other girls. Sniff sniff, maybe he doesn't love me, but then why would he go out his way to do so much for me and the others? Love should be expressed, right? I need to hear it from him, to know for sure that he feels the same way. Is it because I'm not good enough? Or is there something else? Is it the porn? Or maybe that's not the case and he's, oh I don't know, men are so complicated. Rias buried her face into the pillow. Her thoughts continued to swirl in a mix of emotions. The more she pondered, the more her feelings seemed to knot themselves into complex tangles of doubt and longing. Her heart felt heavy. The room was filled with the lingering smell of Issei, serving as a constant reminder of the distance that had grown between them. She hugged the pillow tighter, trying to find comfort in the faint traces of his presence. Why is this so hard? Why can't I just understand what's going on in his heart? We've been through so much together, faced so many challenges side by side. I'm trying to understand, really I am. But it's so hard when I feel like I'm the only one in the dark. Why can't he see how much this is hurting me? I've tried to be patient, to give him space, but it feels like I'm just waiting for something that might never come. Is it something I did? Or something I didn't do? I've tried to be there for him, to show him how much he means to me. But maybe that's not enough. Maybe I'm just not enough. Tears welled up in her eyes. The thought was a dagger to her heart. The idea that she might not be able to reach Issei, to truly connect with him in the way she longed for, was terrifying. It wasn't just about hearing him say he loved her, it was about feeling secure in their relationship, about knowing that their bond was as deep and enduring as she believed it to be. What does he want? What does Issei need from me that I'm not giving? I've opened up to him, shared my fears and my dreams, but it feels like there's a part of him that's always closed off, always just beyond my reach. Is it because he doesn't see me the way I see him? Is it because I'm the president and his master? I love him more than I've ever loved anyone. But love shouldn't be this painful, should it? I've never been in an actual relationship before, so I don't know what to do in situations like this. And then, there's the fact that Issei he hasn't even confessed to Aquino, Zenobia, Kaneko, Asia, or Irina. Why hasn't he? That's how it's supposed to go, isn't it? What's holding him back? Is it fear, indecision? Maybe it's the pressure and expectations. Maybe he's afraid of disappointing me, of not living up to what he thinks I need. I just wish there was a way to bridge this gap between us, to understand what's truly in his heart without all this guessing and heartache. I'm the crimson-haired ruin princess, heir of the Gremory household, strong and confident in battle, but when it comes to Issei, I feel so vulnerable, so uncertain. It's like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, and I don't know if he's there to catch me if I fall. I need to talk to him. I need to know, Issei, do you love me? The more she dwelled on her relationship with Issei, the more she felt adrift in a sea of uncertainty, with no shore in sight. Tears rolled down her eyes, Rias's sobs were quiet, muffled by the pillow she clutched tightly to her chest. The realization that she might not be able to bridge the gap between herself and Issei, to hear the words of love and affirmation she so desperately needed, was a thought too painful to bear. With Akino and the other girls. Akino, Zenobia, and Kaneko were gathered in the living room, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Then Asia entered the room. She had just finished checking on Ravel and her condition. Her entrance broke the silence that had settled among the group. The others looked at her. Akino, Asia, how is Ravel doing? Any improvement? Asia, she's resting comfortably for now. Rossweiss is looking over her, and according to her, it seems that the worst has passed, but will continue to look after Ravel. Akino, it's good that Ravel is recovering. Kaneko, we shouldn't even have to be taking care of the yakitori, she remarked with a hint of irritation. Zenobia, that's not important, Kaneko. What's really bothering me is how Issei's been acting. He's been ignoring us and he hasn't tried to make amends by confessing to Rias. Asia, maybe there's something we're not seeing. Issei has been through a lot, and maybe just maybe, we haven't been as supportive as we thought we were. Kaneko's eyes narrowed. Kaneko, so you're saying this is our fault? Asia, and no, I am just saying maybe it's just a misunderstanding. We could try talking to him, I'm sure he'll. Kaneko, talk? After everything, you think a simple talk will fix it? She said as her expression darkened. Asia. She flinched and didn't dare respond, feeling afraid from the tone of Kaneko's voice. Zenobia, but we have to do something. We can't just sit here and pretend everything's fine when it's clearly not. Akino sighed, rubbing her temples. Akino, Zenobia, it's not that simple. We don't even know where to start. Kaneko, this wouldn't be happening if Issei wasn't so dense. He should have just confessed to Rias like he was supposed to. Useless pervert. Asia, but surely there must be something we can do to fix things, right? Zenobia, how do we fix this when Issei's just been avoiding us, and we're left in the dark? Akino, we need to understand why Issei is avoiding us. It's clear Issei is upset, but we don't have all the details. Asia, maybe if we give him some space, he'll come around. Issei's always been forgiving, hasn't he? Kaneko, space? That's your solution? We've been tiptoeing around him, giving him all the space in the world, and look where it got us. You think this is just about forgiveness? We're way past that, Asia. Her sharp retort caught Asia off guard, making her flinch even more. Zenobia, already on edge, snapped at Kaneko's outburst at Asia. Zenobia, Kaneko, there's no need to lash out at Asia. She's just trying to find some hope in this mess. Akino, let's all take a moment to breathe. We're not going to solve anything by turning on each other. Kaneko, and what do you suggest, Akino? Just sit back and do nothing? Hoping he'll come around, like Asia suggests. We need to confront the issue, not tiptoe around it. Akino's attempt at peace was met with more resistance than she anticipated, the room becoming a battleground of conflicting emotions and opinions. Asia, nearly in tears from the harsh exchange, tried to speak up once more. Asia, please, let's not fight among ourselves. That won't help Issei or us. I didn't mean to cause an argument. I miss Issei and I thought, Kaneko, maybe if a certain power idiot hadn't been so pushy in the first place, we wouldn't be in this mess. Zenobia, what's that supposed to mean, Kaneko? Are you blaming this on me? Kaneko, well, if the shoe fits. You were one of the loudest voices saying we needed to confront him about his feelings. Zenobia, so this is my fault? We all agreed something had to be done. Asia, please, let's not fight, we're all upset, but fighting won't fix anything. Her plea, however, was drowned out by Akino's attempt to restore some semblance of order. Akino, everyone please. This isn't helping. We're all upset and worried about Issei, but turning on each other isn't the solution. Pointing fingers and laying blame will only divide us further. Her words fell on deaf ears as Kaneko and Zenobia continued going back and forth with each other. Kaneko, You're just as dense as him, Zenobia. Charging headfirst into things without thinking. Maybe if you'd use your head for once, we wouldn't be in this mess. Zenobia, me? Dense? I admit that I am. But at least I'm trying to do something about the situation instead of just sitting around moping and making snide comments. Kaneko. And hiding behind your Tsundract is helping how, exactly? The exchange was rapidly devolving, their words slicing through the already tense atmosphere. Akino, in her attempt to calm things down, found herself caught in the crossfire. Akino, enough, both of you. We should be focusing on... Kaneko interrupted her, her frustration directed now at Akino. Kaneko, and what have your focus brought us, Akino? More tea sessions while we avoid the real issue? Akino, I'm trying to keep us together, Kaneko. Something you and Zenobia seem hell-bent on tearing apart with your petty squabbling. Zenobia? Petty? You think this is petty, Akino? This is about Issei, about our team falling apart. And you call that petty? Akino, I call attacking each other instead of solving the problem petty, yes. You're not making things any better with your reckless accusations, Zenobia. Kaneko, not backing down, added fuel to the fire. Kaneko, at least Zenobia is trying to do something, unlike you, Akino. All you do is hide behind your polite smiles and seductive wiles, avoiding the real problems. The room was charged with a palpable tension, each girl too entrenched in her own viewpoint to see the potential damage their discord could cause, not just to their peerage but to their relationship with Issei as well. Akino, how dare you, Kaneko? You think you're any better with your cold indifference and snarky comments? You're as much a part of this problem as anyone. The heated exchange continued. The room became a cacophony of clashing opinions, each girl too entrenched in her own viewpoint to see the potential damage their discord could cause, not just to their peerage but to their relationship with Issei as well. Akino, realizing the futility of further attempts at peace, sighed deeply, her expression a mix of disappointment and resignation. This is getting us nowhere, she muttered, more to herself than to the others. With Rosweiss. Rosweiss was sitting in Ravel's room reading a book while watching over her, when she heard a commotion downstairs. Rosweiss rushed downstairs, then she turned a corner and entered the living room. The sight that met her eyes was far from what she had expected. Zenobia and Kaneko had each other in a chokehold. Akino stood a few feet away, her expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. She looked at Rosweiss and saw her shaking her head, unable to believe the sheer stupidity. Rosweiss, Zenobia, Kaneko, what in the world is going on here? Zenobia, without releasing her grip, glanced over at Rosweiss. Zenobia, this little cat started it. She accused me of being the reason why Issei's avoiding everyone. Kaneko, gasping for air, managed to respond. Kaneko, because you are. You and your rash decisions always make things worse. Rosweiss, enough. Zenobia, let her go this instant. We are not solving anything with violence. Reluctantly, Zenobia released Kaneko, who immediately straightened up, rubbing her neck while shooting Zenobia a glare that promised this wasn't over. Rosweiss turned to Akino, seeking an explanation. Rosweiss, Akino, can you please tell me what happened? Akino sighed. Akino, it's been tense ever since Issei started distancing himself. We were discussing how to approach the situation when Kaneko blamed Zenobia for being too forward, which that led to this. Rosweiss mentally face-bombed. She couldn't believe that things were coming to this. It was utterly stupid. Rosweiss, this isn't the way to do things, you know that. You need to talk about these things, not fight each other. You're supposed to be a team, remember? Issei wouldn't want this. How do you think he would feel seeing you like this? The mention of Issei's name seemed to act as a cooling agent, the fiery glares softening slightly as the reality of their actions began to sink in. The room fell silent, the only sound being the heavy breathing of the girls as they attempted to calm down. Zenobia, you're right. We got carried away. I'm sorry, Kaneko. Kaneko, rubbing her neck, nodded stiffly, the anger fading from her eyes. Kaneko, yeah, me too. It's just all this stuff has been really frustrating. Akino with a relieved smile, looked at Rosweiss attending to thank her. Aquino, Rosweiss thanks for? Rosweiss, what the hell were you thinking Aquino, letting the two of them attack each other? Aquino, I tried to stop them but they wouldn't listen so I? Rosweiss, that's full of crap and you know it Aquino. As the queen of the peerage, you're supposed to be Rias's second in command, not being able to stop a small squabble like this just makes you look pathetic. And if you can't handle something as simple as preventing a brawl in your own home, how can you be trusted to handle the real threats we face? Aquino, Rosweiss, it's not that simple. You weren't here, you didn't see how quickly things escalated. I tried but… Rosweiss, tried? Aquino, trying doesn't cut it when the peerage is falling apart. You're the queen, for Odin's sake. Act like it? Issei would have never allowed it to come to this. He'd have dived in headfirst, to stop the fight, no matter what. He understands what it means to put this family first. Aquino, you can't compare me to Issei. I handle things differently. Yes, I might not have stopped them physically, but I've been managing the emotional turmoil in this house in ways you can't imagine. Rosweiss, by letting them tear each other apart? Issei's methods might be unconventional, but he gets results. He wouldn't have hesitated to intervene. Aquino, enough, Rosweiss. You weren't here. You didn't see the complexity of the situation. Leadership isn't just about diving headfirst into every conflict, Rosweiss, but it is about taking action, Aquino. Action that you failed to take today. If we can't count on you to step up in Rias's absence, then when can we? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Aquino's role as queen had never been more scrutinized, nor had her methods been more questioned. The silence that followed was proof of Rosweiss's words. Aquino, you think I don't know that? You think I don't question my every decision, wondering if it's what's best for this family? Rosweiss, questioning is fine, Aquino, but there comes a time when you must act. Today, you didn't. And that's what disappoints me the most. Aquino's eyes flashed with anger, not accustomed to such direct criticism, especially from Rosweiss. The room's tension ratcheted up as Aquino's usually composed demeanor gave way to irritation. Aquino, Rosweiss, you've no right to question my commitment to this family. Yes, I might have failed today, but that doesn't give you the authority to belittle my efforts or my loyalty. You think it's so easy, don't you, Rosweiss? Managing all these personalities, keeping everyone in line, it's not as simple as giving orders. Everyone here has their own will, their own emotions. I do what I can, but I'm not perfect. Rosweiss, excuses, Aquino. That's all I'm hearing. Issei would have found a way, and you know it. You're supposed to lead, especially in Rias's absence. Your inaction just contributed to the chaos. Aquino's eyes flashed with anger, not used to being spoken to in such a manner, especially not by Rosweiss. The tension in the room ratcheted up a notch as her demeanor gave way to her rising irritation. Rosweiss questioning her competence really struck a nerve. Aquino, Issei isn't here, Rosweiss. I am. And I'm doing the best I can under the circumstances. You think it's so simple? Well, it's not. This isn't just about keeping order. It's about understanding and empathizing with each other, something you clearly lack. Rosweiss, undeterred by Aquino's outburst, stood her ground. Rosweiss, empathy doesn't excuse failure, Aquino. You're supposed to be the pillar that supports this peerage in Rias's absence. All I'm hearing from you are excuses, Aquino. Issei, even with all his faults, would have stepped in. He wouldn't have stood by watching them tear each other apart. Aquino, Issei is Issei. He has his ways, but I'm not him, Rosweiss. I do what I can in my own way. I don't need you of all people to lecture me on responsibility. Rosweiss, your own way is letting this peerage fall apart. Look around, Aquino. This isn't about being Issei or anyone else. It's about stepping up when it's needed. Right now, you're failing at that. Aquino, shut it, Rosweiss, all you're doing is starting to piss me off. Rosweiss's voice grew colder, her patience was thinning as she glared at Aquino. Rosweiss, mad? You're mad? That's rich, Aquino. You've let things slide far too long, and when someone finally calls you out, you're mad? Aquino's aura darkened, and lightning cracked in her hand. Aquino, Rosweiss, you're crossing a line. You don't understand the pressures, the balancing act it takes to. Rosweiss, save it. You're the queen, Aquino. It's your duty to intervene, to mediate, to prevent this peerage from imploding. Issei, with all his inexperience and impulsiveness, would never have allowed it to reach this. He would have dived headfirst into the fray, not because it was easy, but because it was right. Aquino's eyes blazed with indignation. How dare you? Rosweiss, how dare I? How dare you stand there, making excuses while this family tears itself apart? I'm supposed to be upstairs right now watching over Ravel, but no, I had to come down here because you were letting Kaneko and Zenobia have a choking match. The air was electric with tension, the words hanging heavy between them. Aquino looked as if she had been slapped, her usual composure shattered. Aquino, you're out of line, Rosweiss. You have no right. Rosweiss, I have every right. I call it as I see it, Aquino. When I see something wrong, I speak up. I don't cower behind excuses. And right now, I see a queen who's lost her way. Issei might not be perfect, but he has the heart to stand up for what's right, to keep this family together. Can you say the same? Right now, you're nothing more than a bystander in your own peerage. The confrontation left a bitter silence in its wake, the truth of Rosweiss's words settling like a heavyweight. Aquino, visibly shaken, had no reply. Zenobia, Rosweiss, wait. It's my fault. Aquino shouldn't be scolded like this. I'm sorry. Kaneko, no, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said those things to Zenobia. Rosweiss let out a sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. Rosweiss, good grief. This is getting out of hand. I need to do something with these girls before they do something else stupid. Damn you, Rias. You've holed yourself up in Issei's room all day, she thought, her mind racing for a solution. At that moment, as if on cue, Rias happened to walk down the stairs. Her presence was like a sudden shift in the atmosphere, drawing all eyes towards her. Rosweiss, speak of the devil. I see you're finally up, Rias. Rias, broken voice, yes, I needed some time alone. Immediately, Aquino, Zenobia, and Kaneko's expressions softened, concern replacing their earlier defensiveness. Aquino, Rias, are you okay? You sound upset. Zenobia, yeah, you don't seem like yourself. What's wrong? Kaneko, have you been crying? Rias, I'm fine really. Just had a lot on my mind. Thank you for your concern. She attempted a reassuring smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Rosweiss observed the exchange silently. Rosweiss, was she crying the entire time? Is it possible that she realizes that she and the girls are hurting Issei? Perhaps there's a chance that things will get better. I guess I'll just have to wait and see. Rias, hey, is everything all right down here? I heard a commotion. Aquino, yes, it's fine. Zenobia and Kaneko were just having a small spat. Rosweiss, liar. I wouldn't call them choking each other a small spat. She felt like speaking up but decided to let things play out. Zenobia, yet was nothing serious. Kaneko nodded in agreement. Rias, okay. Why is Asia lying on the couch? Aquino, oh that? She just felt really tired and fell asleep. She lied. In reality, Asia got knocked out when Zenobia accidentally hit her while tussling with Kaneko. Rias, I see, is Issei here? Kaneko, no, he isn't. Rias, oh, I see. She felt saddened. She was hoping to speak to him, but it was clearly in vain. Rosweiss, well, if you need anything, I'll be upstairs watching over Ravel. Rias, wait, it's my turn, isn't it? I'll watch over her. Rosweiss, are you sure? Rias, yes, I am. Rosweiss, all right, go ahead, but you should eat something. There's leftover pancakes? Rias, thank you, Aquino, would you mind? Aquino, sure, I'll bring the food upstairs to you. Rias turned and went upstairs, while Aquino went to the kitchen to make Rias food. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Zenobia were still standing in the living room. Rosweiss, why don't you two go put Asia in her bed? It's the least you can do after knocking her out. Zenobia and Kaneko were shocked that she knew. Kaneko, how'd you? Rosweiss, just go put Asia in her bed. I am not obligated to explain anything to you. Without another word, Zenobia and Kaneko carried Asia upstairs and put her in bed. Rosweiss herself went upstairs and entered Issei's room. With Rias finally out of it, she'd be able to fulfill Issei's request. When she entered Issei's room, it was a complete mess. The bed was completely messy. Rias had clothes on the floor, ice cream cartons, and other things. It was completely cluttered. Rosweiss navigated through the clutter, making her way to the bookshelf where Issei had mentioned the hidden stash was. She tilted the third book from the left on the second shelf. Just as Issei had instructed, the bookcase popped open, revealing a stack of Arrow magazines and DVDs. Rosweiss couldn't help but roll her eyes at the content, but she remembered Issei's request and the reason behind it. With a sigh, Rosweiss gathered the hidden stash, along with the box from under Issei's bed, and made her way out of the room. As she left the room, Rosweiss couldn't shake off the lingering sadness that clung to the air in Issei's room. The space felt like a reminder of the distance growing between him and the others, excluding herself and Ravel, a distance that seemed to widen with each passing day. She sighed, her heart heavy with the weight of the unresolved issues plaguing the household. She had a bad feeling that something big was about to happen. Exiting the room, Rosweiss made her way to the guest room where Issei was sleeping. She set the box in the closet and ensured it was hidden from plain sight. Rosweiss couldn't help thinking about Issei's sudden decision to discard his porn magazines and DVDs, but before she could ponder it any further, she noticed that she had dropped a CD case. When she picked it up, a music CD fell out and it was labeled My Crimson Love. Curious about it, Rosweiss decided to take it to her room and watch it. A part of her felt like she shouldn't, but her curiosity won her over. It was an odd title, one that didn't seem to fit with the rest of Issei's collection. With the CD in her hand, she made her way to her room. Once in the privacy of her room, Rosweiss put up a soundproof barrier so that anyone outside the room couldn't hear a thing. She inserted the CD into her laptop, her fingers hesitating for a moment before pressing play. The video opened with a montage of images, each capturing a moment between Issei and Rias. The first was a scene of Rias kissing Issei on the griffin after he saved her from an unwanted engagement with Riser. As the video continued, it showcased various snapshots of their journey together, battles they'd fought side by side, moments of laughter and joy, times when they supported each other through trials and tribulations. Each image was a testament to their growing bond, a chronicle of their shared experiences. Rosweiss smiled as she watched the video, touched by the depth of their connection. The scene shifted to a photo of Rias kissing Issei before their trip to Kyoto, and then, unexpectedly, Issei began to sing. His voice, clear and heartfelt, added a new layer of emotion to the video. The lyrics spoke of love, of finding someone who changes your world, of the courage to face any challenge together. It was a declaration, a promise, woven through with the threads of their shared memories. Rosweiss sat transfixed and overwhelmed by the purity of Issei's feelings, expressed so eloquently through his song. It was a side of Issei she hadn't seen before, a depth of feeling that he'd captured. In this video, a depth of emotion and vulnerability that he rarely showed. She realized that Issei had more than likely planned to show this to Rias to express how he felt. With the song ending, there was an undeniable warmth from witnessing such a genuine expression of love, but also a bit of sadness for the current rift between Issei and Rias. Rosweiss felt a surprising wetness on her cheeks. She reached up, touching her face in disbelief, only to realize that she was crying. The beauty of Issei's voice, the raw emotion behind the song, and the montage of memories between him and Rias had moved her deeply. The video wasn't just a collection of moments, it was a heartfelt narrative that spoke volumes of their journey together, of the highs and the lows, of unspoken promises and shared dreams. Rosweiss began to understand more of the complex emotions that ran deep within Issei. This video was more than just a montage. It was a heartfelt expression of love, a glimpse into the very soul of Issei Hayato and his feelings for Rias Gremory. A/N, I was unable to find an appropriate sing that matched this occasion, so once I do find one I'll add it. Rosweiss, if only you knew Rias how much Issei actually loves you, she said, wiping her tears away. It's a shame that you and the girls tried to force Issei to confess his feelings. If you'd just been patient you would have heard what you wanted to hear and everything would be fine right now. Damn, things really took a turn. I just hope you don't do anything foolish, or you might ruin things between you and Issei permanently. Hopefully you'll come to realize your mistakes before it's too late. With Rias. Rias was sitting in a chair near the bed watching over Ravel, who was resting peacefully. The quiet of the room provided Rias with too much space for her thoughts to wander. She found herself ruminating on the recent confrontation between Rosweiss, Aquino, Zenobia, and Kaneko. It pained her to realize how much tension had built up within the peerage, much of it stemming from her own unresolved feelings for Issei and the way those feelings had influenced her actions and decisions. Ravel stirred slightly in her sleep, drawing Rias's attention momentarily. Seeing Ravel so peaceful made Rias wonder about the impact their internal strife was having on the younger girl. Rias knew Ravel looked up to them all, especially Issei, and the current tension could not be easy for her to witness. Then Rias heard a knock on the door. "Rias, come in." Aquino walked in quietly, carrying a tray with the breakfast she had prepared for Rias, along with a tall glass of water. She set the tray down on the bedside table with a gentle smile. "Aquino, I brought you some pancakes and an omelet. I hope you're feeling a bit better, Rias." Rias offered a weak smile in return. "Rias, thank you, Aquino. I appreciate it. It's a lot to process, with everything that's been happening, the Cows Brigade, the raiding game against Serzex, and now Issei." Aquino noticed the fatigue and sorrow in Rias's voice, and her heart ached for her friend. She sat down beside Rias and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Aquino, I know it's been tough, especially with Issei. How are you holding up, truly?" Rias sighed deeply, her gaze drifting to the window as if searching for answers in the sky. "Rias, I feel lost, Aquino. It's like there's this gap between Issei and me, and no matter what I do, I can't seem to bridge it. I miss him so much, and I don't understand why he won't talk to us, why he's avoiding everyone. It's like he's slipping away, and I don't know how to stop it." Tears welled up in Rias's eyes as she voiced her fears and frustrations. Aquino moved closer, rubbing Rias's back in a soothing motion, trying to offer some sort of comfort. "Aquino, it's going to be okay, Rias. We'll get through this together. We just need to find a way to reach out to Issei." Rias sniffled, looking back at Aquino with a mix of hope and despair. "Rias, but how, Aquino?" "Aquino, we'll find a way, Rias. I've been thinking and devising a plan, Percy." "Rias, a plan? What do you mean?" "Aquino, well, you see." Meanwhile, in an unknown location. In a conference room, there were several beings that each had powerful auras. Some were humans, devils, and a few fallen angels. At one end of the table there was a man whose aura was more powerful than the rest. He had black hair and deep blue eyes. The man leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table, drawing immediate attention. The room fell into a deeper silence, the kind that preludes a storm. "Gentlemen, ladies, thank you for coming. The reason for this meeting is to discuss our next course of action in regards to the three factions and their alliance. Due to recent events, which includes the loss of some of our soldiers, I have decided that it is time we take more direct action. The balance of power is shifting and not in our favor. This alliance among the three factions and Asgard has bolstered their strength considerably. We must disrupt this unity and reclaim the upper hand. Our primary obstacle is none other than the Sekirei, Issei. His rapid rise in power and influence within the alliance is a threat that cannot be ignored any longer." A low murmur of agreement passed through the assembly, acknowledging the problem that Issei posed. A devil at the far end of the table scoffed. His name was Zaman, and he was a powerful general with 6 devil wings. "Zaman, and what would you have us do? Directly confront him? We've seen the power he wields, and it would be foolhardy to underestimate the Red Dragon Emperor. Have you forgotten how he killed Shalba Beelzebub? Shalba was a descendant of the original Beelzebub. Killing him is no easy feat, especially with the power he had gotten from Ophis. Underestimation is not in our interest, nor is a frontal assault. However, letting him roam free, growing ever stronger, is a risk we cannot afford. It's not just his strength that's an issue, but the symbolic value he represents. He has become a beacon of hope and unity for the alliance. Removing him from the equation would deal a significant blow to their morale and disrupt their cohesion. Zaman, and acting rash will have severe consequences. We've already lost many of our soldiers. Brute force is not the only method at our disposal, Zaman. Issei Haidu, despite his strength, is not without vulnerabilities. He is deeply connected to his peers, and his emotional ties are profound. It is in these relationships that we find our opportunity. Another being, a fallen angel named Caius with 7 wings and piercing silver eyes, spoke up. Caius, exploiting his emotional connections is a strategy with merit. The Security has shown time and again that he draws considerable strength from those around him. If we can insert discord within his circle, it could significantly impact his performance on the battlefield. But how do you propose we implement this? Creating rifts in such tight-knit groups is easier said than done, especially with the 3 factions keeping the town of Ku and the Security and his group under extreme scrutiny. The man nodded at Caius's input, acknowledging the challenge he presented. Indeed, Caius, it won't be a simple task. However, every group has its tensions, its cracks that can be widened. And fortunately, we won't have to do much. The Gremory group is already doing our job for us. Caius, intrigued by this new information, leaned in further. Caius, already doing our job, you say? How so? Recent intelligence shows that tensions are rising within the Gremory group, particularly surrounding Issei and his relationship with the others. It seems personal issues and unresolved feelings are beginning to strain their unity. This presents a perfect opportunity for us. I already have a subordinate that has infiltrated their group. Caius, an infiltrator, you say? That's a bold move, considering the Gremory group's notoriety for their tight-knit bonds and loyalty. Who is this agent, and how do they plan to further these tensions without being detected? The identity of our agent must remain confidential for the operation's success. However, I assure you, they are more than skilled in manipulation and disguise. They have been handpicked by me, and they have an immense hatred for Serzex Lucifer, his sister Rias Gremory, and the Gremory family. Caius, a personal vendetta, you say? That's a powerful motivator. But there's also the risk of exposing themselves if their emotions get the better of them. A valid point, Caius. However, this individual has been carefully vetted for their ability to control their emotions and remain focused on the mission. Their personal feelings towards the Gremorys will serve as a driving force, but they are professional enough to not let it cloud their judgment or actions. They understand the importance of subtlety and the long game. Another member of the assembly, a human mage named Varys with sharp features and a calculating gaze, raised a concern. His power was equivalent to a powerful high-ranking devil. Varys, while this strategy holds promise, we must also consider the potential for backlash. If our operative is discovered, it could unite the Gremory group against us stronger than before. We must tread carefully to avoid detection. A valid point, but worry not, Varys. Our operative has been instructed to prioritize subtlety and to avoid taking any unnecessary risks. Their role is to potentially exacerbate existing tensions, not to create new ones that could lead to their exposure. They will act as a catalyst, not a combatant. Thorn interjected, his tone contemplative. He was a fallen angel with 6 wings. Thorn, and what of the other factions? The Asgardians and Yokai faction? We are monitoring their movements closely. Any intervention on their part will be met with countermeasures. This operation is but one part of a larger chess game, and we are prepared to make the necessary moves. That being said, there seems to be some disunity among us in regards to what to do with the Security. Some here want him dead, to use him as breeding stock, and others want to use him for scientific experiments. So what do you all propose that we do? Personally, I prefer killing him. The room fell into a contemplative silence as the assembly pondered the mysterious man question, weighing the potential outcomes of each option. The air was thick with tension, the stakes of their decision hanging heavily over them. Zaman cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Zaman, killing the Security would certainly send a powerful message. It would demonstrate our strength and resolve, and possibly demoralize the 3 factions. However, the backlash from such an action could be catastrophic. The alliance has grown strong, and Issei Hayadu is a hero to many. His death could unite them against us in ways we cannot predict or expose us and bring down a wave of wrath. Caius also added his perspective. Caius, on the other hand, using him for breeding or scientific experiments could provide us with invaluable information and potentially powerful offspring. However, I must agree with Zaman, this too carries much of a significant risk. The moral implications and the potential for Hayadu to escape or be rescued could turn such an advantage into a liability, exposing us and our operations. Varys, perhaps a combination of approaches could serve us best. We could initially aim to capture the security, extracting as much information and advantage from him as possible. Depending on the results and the evolving situation, we could then decide on his ultimate fate. This would allow us to adapt our strategy as necessary and minimize potential backlash. The mysterious man listened intently to each suggestion. After a moment of silence, he spoke, her voice carrying a decisive edge. Each of your points holds merit. The decision we make today will shape the course of our conflict with the three factions. Therefore, I propose a cautious approach, as Varys suggested. We shall endeavor to capture the security, utilizing him for our gain while assessing the situation. This will allow us to maintain flexibility in our strategy and respond to any changes in the alliance's dynamics. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in a flexible approach. The mysterious man's leadership and strategic foresight had once again provided a clear path forward in the complex game of power and influence they were playing. Let it be so. We will proceed with the plan to capture Issei Hayadu, exploiting the current tensions within the Gremory group to our advantage. Our operative will continue their work, and we will prepare for the opportunity to strike. This meeting is adjourned. As the assembly dispersed, each member was acutely aware of the delicate balance they were attempting to maintain. The upcoming actions against Issei Hayadu and the three factions would require precision, subtlety, and a keen understanding of the intricate web of relationships and powers at play. The path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but the promise of tipping the scales in their favor was too great an opportunity to ignore. With Issei, achoo! Issei rubbed his nose, looking around in mild confusion. Issei, man, someone must be talking about me, or maybe it's just a bit chilly out here. He continued on his way to the mall. Upon entering, the mall was full of hundreds of people, each with their own agendas. Issei navigated through the bustling crowd, enjoying the different sights and smells of the mall. He walked past a pretzel and popcorn place and made a mental note to come back and check them out. Issei made his way to an escalator and rode up to the floor where clothes, shoes, fabric and so on were situated. As Issei stepped off the escalator, his eyes scanned the various shops, each displaying their goods in attractive, eye-catching ways. He remembered Rosweiss's recommendation about the store Edge and Echo and looked around for any signs directing him to it. After a few moments, he spotted a sleek, modern-looking store with a chic sign that read Edge and Echo in bold, stylish letters. Issei, this must be the place Rosweiss was talking about. Walking into Edge and Echo, Issei was immediately struck by the unique designs and quality of the clothing on display. The store had a cool, edgy vibe, with music that matched its aesthetic playing softly in the background. The racks were neatly organized by clothing type, making it easy for him to navigate through the store. Issei browsed through the racks, his fingers skimming over the fabrics, assessing the quality and feel. He picked out a few casual shirts, a pair of jeans, and some accessories that caught his eye. Then he went to the fitting room to make sure the clothes fit just right. Satisfied with his choices, Issei made his way to the checkout counter, his arms filled with his selected items. The cashier, a young woman with a friendly smile, rang up his purchases, complimenting him on his selections. Cashier, you've got great taste. These will look fantastic on you. Issei, thanks. I'm actually going to a concert tonight, so I thought I'd get something new. Cashier, oh, that sounds like fun. Who's performing? Issei, Lenny Code Fiction. I've heard they're pretty good. Cashier, definitely. You're in for a treat. Enjoy the concert and your new outfit. Issei, thanks, I will. With his purchases in hand, Issei left Edge and Echo, feeling content with his haul. As he exited the store, he remembered Rosweiss' suggestion about getting something for Ravel to cheer her up. He decided to look for a bookstore or a flower shop within the mall, hoping to find a thoughtful gift for her. He walked around for a bit and finally came across a bookstore named Goodreads, and there was a flower shop about 50 feet from it. He decided to go to the bookstore first. Issei stepped into Goodreads. The store was quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling mall outside, and it was filled with shelves upon shelves of books covering a wide range of genres and topics. Issei wandered through the aisles, his eyes scanning the titles, looking for something that would pique Ravel's interest. He managed to find several books, but as he walked towards the register he noticed another book called The Truth of a Tyrant. He decided to grab it as well. Issei approached the counter of Goodreads, a few books in hand. The cashier was an older gentleman named Mav with a warm smile. He noticed Issei's selection. Mav, finding everything you need today? Issei, yeah, thanks. Mav, these are some great choices. The Truth of a Tyrant, huh? That one's been quite popular lately. Are these all for you? He said, scanning the books. Issei, actually, they're gifts for a friend of mine. She likes to read a lot. Mav, I'm sure the recipient will appreciate them. Have a good day. Issei, you too. After paying for the books, which totaled out to be $250, Issei made his way to the flower shop, named Blossoms and Blooms. The scent of fresh blooms greeted him as he entered. The flower shop was a vibrant burst of colors and scents, with rows of flowers ranging from the common to the exotic. Issei, wow, this place is amazing. Ravel would love any of these. He reached for a beautiful bouquet of roses, but the moment his fingers brushed against the petals, they wilted right before his eyes. Issei, huh? That's weird. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with a friendly face, noticed Issei's dilemma from a distance and approached him. Maria, oh dear, it seems you have quite the touch. Don't worry, it happens sometimes. How can I help you today? Issei, I'm looking for some flowers, something cheerful, to brighten up a friend's day. The shopkeeper smiled warmly and led Issei to a section filled with bright and vibrant flowers. Maria, these sunflowers are perfect for bringing a bit of sunshine into someone's day. Or perhaps these daisies. They symbolize innocence and purity. Issei reached for a beautiful sunflower, but the moment his hand touched the stem, the vibrant yellow petals wilted away, leaving a sad, drooping flower in its place. Maria, oh my, that's unusual. Let's try something else. Issei, feeling a bit embarrassed, moved to the daisies, but as soon as he picked one up, it too wilted in his hand. Maria, well, this is certainly a first. Maybe something a bit hardier. How about these lilies? Issei hesitantly reached for its lilies, hoping for a different outcome, but just like before, the rose wilted upon his touch. Issei, this is weird. It's like the flowers are wilting the moment I touch them. Is there something wrong with them? The shopkeeper chuckled softly, shaking her head. Maria, no, the flowers are quite fresh, I assure you. It's more likely something on your end. You wouldn't happen to be under a lot of stress or possess a unique kind of energy, would you? Plants can be quite sensitive to these things. Issei, puzzled, set the wilted flowers down and rubbed the back of his neck, trying to make sense of the situation. Issei, I guess you could say I'm not your average customer. But I didn't think that would affect buying flowers. The shopkeeper walked around the counter, approaching Issei with a kind demeanor. Maria, let me try something. Why don't you tell me about the person you're buying these for? Sometimes, focusing on the recipient's energy rather than our own can make all the difference. Issei, taking the shopkeeper's advice, closed his eyes for a moment, thinking of Ravel's smile, her love for reading, and her gentle nature. Issei, she's kind, smart, loves books, and has been feeling down lately. I just wanted to do something nice for her. The shopkeeper nodded, picking up a new bunch of flowers. Issei tried to grab them another, hopeful this set wouldn't wither at his touch. However, just as he was about to grab them, the petals began to droop, the vibrant colors fading into a sickly brown. The shopkeeper, observing this odd phenomenon for the third time, raised an eyebrow and ventured a guess. Maria, is the lovely Miss Ravel your girlfriend, young man? Issei, no, she's a close friend. The shopkeeper nodded, seemingly understanding, but then her gaze sharpened slightly. Maria, you wouldn't happen to be a devil, would you? Issei felt his heart skip a beat, and his blood turned cold. His mind began racing with the possibility that this woman could be affiliated with the Cows Brigade. He could feel the sweat forming on his forehead as he tried to maintain his composure. Before he could respond, the shopkeeper burst into hearty laughter, clapping Issei reassuringly on the shoulder. Maria, I'm just pulling your leg, son. You looked like you were about to have a heart attack. Issei let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, trying to laugh along, though his laugh was more of a relieved exhalation. Issei, why, you really got me there, he managed to say, still feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Maria, let's try this again, with her in your thoughts. Issei, with Ravel firmly in his mind, reached out and gently took the new bouquet, orange roses from the shopkeeper. This time, the flowers remained vibrant and full of life in his hands. Say, it worked. But how? Maria, sometimes, it's all about the intention and where we channel our energy. These flowers are for her, not you. You've got a strong presence, no doubt, but focusing on her made all the difference. Issei, relieved and grateful, smiled warmly at the shopkeeper. Issei, thank you really. The shopkeeper smiled back. Maria, it's my pleasure. And don't worry, flowers have their own way of knowing where they're needed most. These are for her after all. With the bouquet securely in hand and a newfound appreciation for the mysterious ways of plants, Issei made his purchase and left the shop. The last spot he had to go was a jewelry store. Time skip later that night. Issei was upstairs getting dressed for the concert. He wore a dark, fitted t-shirt that highlighted his physique, paired with a pair of dark jeans that were comfortable yet fashionable. To complete the look, he selected a lightweight jacket, knowing the evening might get cooler. Satisfied with his choice, Issei took a final glance in the mirror, making minor adjustments to ensure everything looked just right. Then he grabbed his wallet, phone, and concert tickets before heading to Ravel's room. Issei stood at the doorway of Ravel's room, looking at her and Rosweiss. Rosweiss was by Ravel's bedside with a book in her hand, but her attention shifted as Issei entered. The room was quiet, except for the soft breathing of Ravel, who was still unconscious. Rosweiss looked up, her eyes widening slightly at Issei's appearance. Rosweiss, you look great, Issei. Issei, thanks, I checked out Edge and Echo like you said, they've got some really nice stuff there. Rosweiss, I'm glad I was able to help, don't worry about us here, everything will be fine here. Go enjoy the concert and the music. It's a good opportunity to relax and have some fun. Issei, again, thank you for doing this. I'll have my phone on me, so if anything comes up or if you need me, just call. Before he left, Issei sat some of the books and roses that he got for Ravel on the nightstand while leaving the rest of the books in the bag. Issei, I picked up some things for Ravel while I was at the mall today. Some orange roses, and a couple of books I think she'd like. Could you? He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed with Ravel still unconscious. Then, Rosweiss stood up and she grabbed the bag from Issei's hands. Rosweiss, of course, I'll make sure she gets them when she wakes up. Say, thanks, Rosweiss. I should head out now or I'll miss the opening act. Rosweiss, have fun, Issei. And remember, just enjoy yourself tonight. With a final nod, Issei turned and quietly left the room, his thoughts a mix of anticipation for the concert and concern for Ravel. He then made his way back to his room and jumped out of the window, using his devil wings to slow his fall, and he landed quietly outside the mansion. Then he began walking to the concert. He would have gone through the front door but decided not to because of Rias and the girls being home. As Issei stepped out into the crisp evening air, a sense of excitement began to bubble within him. The usual hustle and turmoil of his daily life momentarily faded into the background, replaced by the anticipation of live music and the company of good friends. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the vibrant energy of the crowd, a mix of excitement and impatience as fans lined up, waiting for the gates to open. Issei scanned the crowd, quickly spotting Kiba and Saji waving at him from a spot further ahead in line. Kiba, Issei, over here. Issei walked over to them, and they were also dressed pretty decently. Saji, hey Issei, glad you could make it? Issei, thanks for inviting us, Saji. I really appreciate it. Saji, no problem, I'm glad you guys decided to come. I didn't have anyone else to give the tickets to, no one in the peerage or school wanted to come, they were busy or something. I didn't want these tickets to go to waste. As they inched closer to the entrance, the anticipation built, palpable in the air around them. The line moved steadily, and soon they were swept along with the crowd into the pulsating heart of the venue. The interior was alight with an array of colors, strobes cutting through the semi-darkness, illuminating faces filled with eagerness and excitement. The stage was set against a backdrop of elaborate visuals, promising an immersive experience. Time skip, end of concert. A/N. I know what you're thinking, but there are specific reasons why I'm not doing the concert in detail. One of those reasons is because I suck at it, and the second is for plot reasons which will be revealed in later chapters. After the concert, Issei, Kiba, and Saji found themselves outside the venue, the cool night air brushing past them. The exhilaration from the concert still coursed through their veins. The songs played at the concert really hit close to home, especially for Issei. Issei, man, that was incredible. Man, that was incredible. Lenny Code fiction is just there are no words. I've never heard anything so amazing in my life. Kiba, absolutely. The way they performed, scene was mind-blowing. The energy, the crowd, everything was just perfect. Saji, I told you guys it was going to be worth it. Their performance is on a whole other level, especially if it's live like it was tonight. Issei, when did you come across them? Saji, sometime last month, after we had karaoke. I was looking for some good music and I happened to come across them. After that I was hooked. Scene is their newest song. I had won the tickets for tonight's concert after beating a guy in a bet, and I'm glad that I got to see it live. I asked Sona if she wanted to come but she declined, and so did the rest of the peerage since they were busy. Kiba, sorry to hear that, man, but I'm glad that you didn't sell the tickets and asked if we wanted to come. Issei, yeah, this was a good break, you know. Just being normal for a change. I really needed it tonight, especially with everything that's been going on. The trio came across a nearby food stand, the smells of street food inviting them closer and making their stomachs growl. Saji, hey guys, let's get something to eat? Issei, yeah, now that you mention it I'm starving. Kiba, me too. When they approached the food stand, while Kiba and Saji were trying to decide what to order, Issei suddenly felt extremely hungry and without hesitation he began ordering. Issei, I'll have 2 of those burgers, a large fries, oh, and those chicken skewers look great, I'll take 4 of those. And, do you have any of those spicy wings? Yeah, a dozen of those too, please. Kiba and Saji exchanged a look of disbelief as Issei's order continued to grow, adding a couple of hot dogs and a large soda to top it off. Kiba, did he just order half the stand? Saji, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he went for the other half too. The vendor, amused and slightly taken aback, busied himself with preparing the sizable order. Meanwhile, Kiba and Saji placed their more modest orders, each settling for a burger and a side of fries. Once the food was ready, they started walking away from the stand, Issei balancing a small mountain of food in his hands. He seemed unfazed, eagerly taking a huge bite out of one of the burgers, his enthusiasm for the food matching the energy he had shown at the concert. Issei, talking in between bites, you guys sure you don't want some? There's plenty here. Kiba, I think we're good. I'm more amazed at your appetite than anything else right now. Saji, yeah, watching you eat is like a spectacle on its own. Have you always eaten this much? Issei, now that you mention it, recently I've felt a lot hungrier than usual. Kiba, might be from all the training and recent stress, especially after what happened in Kyoto with the hero faction and the upcoming raiding game. I'd be lying if I said I was calm with everything that's been going on. Saji, yeah, I know how you guys feel. Sona has been putting a lot more pressure on the peerage than usual. Not that I'm complaining or anything, we need to win the raiding game against Aegis, and after what happened in Kyoto, I definitely need to get stronger. But Issei, how's things going between you and the girls? Issei's expression turned somber at the mention of the girls, the happy atmosphere around him momentarily fading. He took a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before responding in a collected tone. Issei, it's been complicated, to say the least. We had a bit of a falling out recently. So, I see. Sorry to hear that, man. If you ever need to talk or anything, you know we're here for you. He sensed the tension in the mood and decided not to press further. Kiba remained silent, understanding Issei's reluctance to delve into the details, especially in front of Saji. Issei, let's just focus on the good stuff tonight, alright? The concert was amazing, and we should do this sort of thing more often. Saji, yeah, breaks like these help keep us sane. Plus, it's not every day we get to just chill out and enjoy ourselves. Kiba, then it's settled. We'll make it a point to find more events like this. Music, maybe some sports games, anything that gets us out and about. Issei, hey, I plan on getting the new PS5 that's coming out. Maybe we can have a gaming night at one of these games. I'm sure Azazel will want to join in too, and if we need to we can have him make some modifications. What do you guys think? Saji, count me in. It's been ages since I had a proper gaming session. Just let me know when and I'll be there. Kiba, yeah, it does sound fun. The trio continued their walk, enjoying the late-night ambience of the city as they ate. The streets were quieter now, the hustle of the day giving way to the calm of the night. As they continued to chat, the conversation shifted to lighter topics, laughter and jokes filling the air. Saji glanced at his phone, noticing the time. Saji, looks like I should be heading off. My neighborhood's just a couple blocks from here. Issei, already? Alright man. Thanks again for the concert. It was a blast. Take care on your way back. Kiba, yes, thank you, Saji. Let's make sure we do this again sometime. Saji, definitely. You guys take care. And Issei, don't worry about things too much, okay? Things have a way of working themselves out. Issei offered a nod, appreciating the sentiment. Saji then waved goodbye and started off toward his home, leaving Issei and Kiba alone as they continued walking. Kiba turned to Issei, a thoughtful look on his face. Kiba, do you want me to teleport you home? It's a lot faster than walking. Issei, nah, I think I'll walk. The weather's nice, and it's been a while since I enjoyed a quiet night like this. Gives me some time to think. Tonight was exactly what I needed to clear my head. But thanks for the offer. Kiba, alright, just be safe. If you need anything feel free to call. Issei, thanks, Kiba. I'll see you later. Kiba, anytime, Issei. We're more than just comrades, we're family. They exchanged a quick fist bump before parting ways, Kiba disappearing in a soft glow of light as he teleported away, leaving Issei alone on the quiet street. Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, Issei started his walk home, the echoes of the concert still resonating in his mind. The city's nocturnal sounds, a distant siren, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, and the occasional car passing by, accompanied him as he made his way through the almost deserted streets. The walk gave Issei time to reflect on the evening and everything that had transpired over the last few weeks. The concert had been a much-needed distraction, a brief escape from the complexities of his life. But as he made his way home, Issei happened to walk through the park. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp, agonizing pain seared through his left arm, the very one he'd once allowed Ddraig to transform into a dragon to save Rias from Riser. Issei fell to his knees, a scream tearing from his throat as the draconic aura surged wildly through his body, an agonizing sensation akin to boiling oil coursing through his veins. Issei, what the hell is happening to me? I thought I was past this shit. Rias and Aquino took. The memory of Rias and Aquino performing the ritual to suck the draconic energy out of his arm flashed before his eyes. They were supposed to have permanently resolved this issue. Yet here he was, caught in a torturous onslaught that seemed intent on tearing him apart from the inside. Breathing became an unbearable task. Each inhalation was a battle against the constricting pain that threatened to crush his very organs. It felt as though his insides were about to implode, the pressure mounting with no sign of respite. In the midst of his torment, Issei's mind raced, teetering on the edge of consciousness and an abyss much darker. Issei, Ddraig, he managed to choke out, the name more of a plea than a call. Ddraig, partner, you must calm yourself. This pain, this surge, it's a reaction, not a curse. Focus on my voice. Issei, I thought we were past this. What's happening to me? Issei's vision blurred, the edges of his reality fraying as he tried to anchor himself to Draig's words, but the agony made concentration near impossible. It was a battle to even form a coherent thought, the pain a relentless tide washing over every defense he attempted to muster. Issei tried to desperately crawl forward seeking help. The agonizing pain made each movement feel like an eternity. He gasped for air, feeling as if his very soul was being torn apart, his mind a cacophony of panic and despair. Suddenly, a sharp pain was felt in his hand, causing him to scream as several bones in his hand were snapped. Lifting his gaze, Issei's blood ran cold at the sight before him, his heart seizing in terror. Rainier stood there, looming over him with the same twisted, sadistic smirk that had haunted his nightmares. The very same smirk she wore when she betrayed him, when she drove that fatal spear through his gut, killing him. The irony of his situation was a cruel twist of fate. He was in the very park where his life had once ended at her hands and where he nearly used the juggernaut drive weeks ago. Rainier, look at you, Issei. Weak and groveling on the ground, just like before. How pathetic. Did you really think you could escape your past? Escape me, Issei? Even in death, I'll haunt you, tear you apart from the inside. Look at you, so weak, so pitiful. Issei was beyond paralyzed by the resurgence of his deepest trauma, and could only stare in horror. The physical pain from his hand was nothing compared to the psychological torment Rainier's apparition inflicted. She was there to finish what she started. Rainier, remember this pain, Issei. It's the gift I left you, she sneered, her voice dripping with sadistic pleasure as she ground her heel deeper, the bones in his hand protesting with a sickening crunch. Issei screamed in pain even louder, blood gushed from his hand and mouth. This is where you belong, Issei. Beneath me, beneath everyone. You're nothing but a plaything for those stronger than you. How does it feel to be so utterly powerless again? My bad you never had any power to begin with, other than making women hate you. Rainier laughed and increased the pain, now smashing his other hand. She was actually getting turned on by this. The more Issei screamed, the more pleasure she felt. Do you remember the pain, Issei? The betrayal? She formed a red light spear, its glow ominous and all too familiar, mirroring the one from Issei's haunting memories. This was where you first tasted true despair, wasn't it? When I pierced your naive heart with this very light. Let's reminisce, shall we? She pressed the spear lightly against his skin, not yet piercing, but enough to send a paralyzing fear through his veins and burn his flesh. Do you know what's so ironic about all of this? This is where I claimed your life once, where your pathetic existence was snuffed out. Issei tried to move, but as he did, Rainier stabbed him in the foot with the light spear and he screamed in pain. Rainier formed another light spear, laughing sadistically. Rainier, you know, I've always savored the moment of your demise. But watching you squirm in pain now, it's exhilarating. She leaned down, her breath cold against his ear. I want to savor this, draw it out. Your screams are like a symphony to my ears. The despair and helplessness, it's so delicious. I could end you now, but where's the fun in that? No, I want to watch you break, piece by piece. I want to see the light fade from your eyes as you realize there's no escape from this hell. You were always so pathetic, Issei. A pawn in a game you couldn't even begin to comprehend. And now, here you are again at my mercy. It's almost poetic, don't you think? You see, Issei dear, your pain is the key that unlocks the deepest, darkest parts of my joy. It's not just about hurting you, it's about dismantling you, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but a shell. I want you to remember this moment, Issei. The fear, the pain, the utter despair. Let it seep into your very soul, a constant reminder of your defeat, of your worthlessness. This is what you are, a broken, defeated little boy, playing at being a hero. And I am your end, your demise, the darkness that swallows your light. As Issei lay writhing in agony under Rainer's crushing heel, his psyche teetered on the edge of a dark abyss. The pain, both physical and emotional, was unbearable, dredging up memories and fears he'd buried deep within his soul. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Issei, please stop, I can't take it anymore, please. Rainer's response was a venomous sneer, her enjoyment of his suffering palpable in the cold night air. Rainer, begging now, are we? How utterly disappointing. I expected more from you, but I suppose it's fitting for a worthless creature like you. You're not even worth the effort of killing. It's pathetic, really, seeing you grovel like this. You're nothing and less than nothing, Issei. Just a helpless bitch. Her words were a poison, seeping into Issei's wounds, magnifying his despair. But just as the darkness threatened to consume him entirely, a deafening roar shattered the night, echoing with a primal fury that resonated deep within Issei's soul. The illusion of Rainer began to flicker and fade, her image dissolving into the night as if swept away by a powerful gust of wind. Issei, caught in the throes of his nightmare, felt a jolt of confusion and fear, uncertain of what was real and what was not. Ddraig, Issei, wake up. Issei's eyes snapped open, gasping as he sucked in ragged breaths of the cool night air. His heart hammered in his chest, each beat was a painful reminder of the terror he'd just experienced. For a moment, he couldn't differentiate between the horrors of his nightmare and reality, his mind a tumultuous sea of confusion and fear. The wounds inflicted by Rainer in his mind were horrifyingly real upon inspection. Issei stared in disbelief at his hands, the blood and torn flesh. The physical pain was undeniable, a burning, throbbing sensation that coursed through his body with merciless intensity. His body had manifested the injuries from his nightmare, a physical reflection of his mental trauma. It was a psychosomatic response, where the body reacts to mental stimuli as if they were physically real. It was a phenomenon that seemed to be playing out in real time, his body bearing the marks of a battle that had never truly happened. Ddraig spoke, trying to calm him down. Ddraig, Issei, listen to me. Your body reacted to the nightmare, to the trauma. It's a rare occurrence, but in moments of extreme stress or fear, your mind can compel your body to harm itself, to mirror the pain you felt in the dream. It's your own fear, your own memories that inflicted this, not her. Issei's breathing was ragged, a mix of sharp inhales and shuddering exhales as he tried to process Ddraig's words. The pain was real, the blood was real, but the cause, it was all in his mind. A manifestation of his deepest fears, his unresolved trauma at the hands of Rainer, made manifest in a brutal, physical form. The realization did little to calm the storm within him. If anything, it added a new layer of terror, the understanding that his own mind could betray him so completely, could conjure such vivid, torturous experiences from the scars of his past. Ddraig's voice was a steady presence, offering reassurance amidst the chaos of Issei's thoughts. Ddraig, Issei, focus on my voice. You're safe now. It was a nightmare, a manifestation of your fears, but it's over. Issei took deep breaths trying to steady himself, but it didn't work and tears began to flow. Tears streamed down his face and his voice became choked with sobs, struggling to form words amidst his overwhelming despair. His hands trembled, not just from the pain but from the sheer terror of what had transpired within his own mind. Issei, Ddraig, it felt so real. I could feel every pain, every word she said. It was like I was back there, dying all over again. I thought I was over this. Why? Why is this happening to me now? Ddraig, Issei, these wounds, this pain, it's a manifestation of your deepest fears, your unresolved traumas. You've been under a lot of stress, and sometimes, the mind, it finds ways to release that stress, even if it's through recreating your worst nightmares. Issei's breath was hitching in his throat as he tried to wipe away the tears, but they kept coming, relentless like the tide. Issei, but why couldn't I fight back this time? Why did I just let her? Why can't I escape her, even in death? It felt so real. I thought she was going to kill me again. I can't deal with this. It's too much. His voice broke, the weight of his perceived failure crushing him. The Issei who had grown, who had fought and won against formidable foes, seemed to crumble under the haunting specter of his past. Ddraig, Issei, remember who you are. You're not that scared, helpless kid anymore. You're the Red Dragon Emperor, a survivor, a fighter. Nightmares, no matter how vivid, can't change that. This was just a setback, a cruel trick by your own mind. But it's not your reality. Issei sniffled, trying to grasp onto Ddraig's words like a lifeline in the storm. Issei, I am scared, Ddraig. What if I can't control it? What if it happens again, and I'm not just hurting myself next time? What if I hurt someone I care about? The fear of losing control, of his own mind and body betraying him and causing harm to those he loved, was a new terror that gripped his heart. Ddraig, Issei, we'll face this together, like we always have. We'll find a way to heal, to overcome this. Issei, I don't know if I can, Ddraig. Every time I close my eyes, she's there, waiting to tear me apart all over again. How do I fight something that's inside my own head? How do I fight my own fear? Ddraig, the only way to defeat her once and for all is to confront her, as well as your darkest fear, and crush them. Then, and only then, can you finally be free from her. But that's a discussion for another time. For now we need to contact Azazel or Rosweiss and… Issei, no we can't. Ddraig, sensing Issei's adamant refusal, paused. He understood the depth of Issei's trauma and the complexity of his fears. The dragon's voice softened, carrying a note of understanding and compassion that resonated within Issei's tumultuous heart. Ddraig, Issei, I understand your reluctance to involve others, especially Rosweiss and Azazel. You fear they might see you differently, as weaker. But remember, accepting help is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. It shows you're willing to fight, to do whatever it takes to overcome this. Issei considered Ddraig's words. The thought of exposing his vulnerabilities to others, of admitting he was haunted by the ghost of a fallen enemy, filled him with dread. Yet, deep down, he knew Ddraig was right. Issei, I just don't want them to worry, Ddraig. They've got enough on their plates without having to deal with this. Ddraig, they care about you, Issei. More than you realize. They would want to help, to stand by your side through this, just as you would for them. Issei, I know, but they've done more than enough already. It isn't fair for them to keep bearing my burdens. This isn't about Rias and the girls. This time it's my mind and me still being afraid of that fallen bitch. So please, Ddraig, I'm asking you as a partner and friend, please don't tell the Azazel or Rosweiss. Ddraig, Issei, if that is your wish, I will honor it. Your trust in me is something I've never taken lightly, and I promise to keep this between us. But remember, the weight of this burden doesn't have to be yours alone to bear indefinitely. Issei, thank you, Ddraig. Can you make me another promise? Ddraig, what do you need from me? Issei, don't let me hurt anyone. If this happens again, if I lose control, stop me. Please. If I end up killing an innocent person, I don't think I can forgive myself. So please. Ddraig, Issei, you have my word. I'll do everything in my power to ensure you don't harm yourself or anyone else. We're in this together, partner. Issei, thank you. Time skip. Several weeks had passed since the concert, and Issei got more into Lenny Code fiction and various different songs. Ravel was also now better. Issei continued training for the raiding game against Serzex. He sparred with Kiba and Saji when they were available and other times with Rosweiss. Issei noticed that his body felt heavier but guessed it was due to the extra muscle he had built up. His physique had improved by large margins since his training with Tannin. Issei's dedication to his training was evident in every sweat-drenched practice session and in the way his muscles had tightened and grown, adapting to the rigorous demands he placed upon himself. Rosweiss's contribution to Issei's training regimen was particularly noteworthy. Her expertise in magic offered Issei a unique perspective, allowing him to explore and refine his use of the Triana in ways he hadn't considered before. The magic regulation techniques she shared with him were crucial, enhancing his control and efficiency, which was essential for maintaining his power during prolonged battles. Issei also found time to unwind, often engaging in video game sessions with Azazel, Kiba, and Saji. As for Ravel, She took a more strategic approach to assist Issei in his preparation for the raiding game against Serzex. She said that she wanted to repay the Gremry group for making them take care of her. They said that there was no need, but Ravel refused to take no for an answer, and they eventually gave in. Ravel put her analytical mind to good use, meticulously planning and organizing the team's strategies. Ravel's insights into opponent analysis and battle tactics were invaluable, as she provided detailed reports and recommendations on how to counter Serzex's team's strengths and exploit their weaknesses. Ravel meticulously analyzed past raiding games, identifying patterns and tactics employed by Serzex and his team. She helped organize training sessions for Issei and Kiba that simulated scenarios they might face. The Gremry group were impressed with Ravel's keen intellect and strategic acumen. Her ability to dissect complex battle scenarios, predict opponent moves, and formulate counter-strategies with precision was nothing short of remarkable. Kiba, with his own tactical mind and swift adaptability, found a kindred spirit in Ravel. He himself was a technique type, and he appreciated her attention to detail and her ability to draw up plans that accounted for the versatile use of his swordsmanship. Azazel was particularly impressed by Ravel's analytical skills. He recognized her potential early on and often engaged in long discussions with her about various tactical theories and historical battles. Azazel saw in Ravel a strategist who could think several steps ahead, making her an invaluable asset to any team. She also made cakes and various things for Issei and the others to try. At the same time, Rias and the girls were still upset at Issei and trained on their own, and though improving, Azazel noticed the lack of motivation in them. A part of their conscience had started gnawing at the girls, and they felt guilty, but it was overruled by their emotions of betrayal and hurt, which were still fresh and raw. The complexity of their feelings towards Issei created a palpable tension during their training sessions. One day after school had ended, with less than a month left before the raiding game, Issei was called into the Orc by Rosweiss after being told they needed him. They had been tasked to hunt a powerful stray devil. Issei felt reluctant about going, but he was worried that the girls might get hurt or worse. Besides, Rias was still his master regardless of what was going on between them. When Issei entered the clubroom, Rias and the girls were sitting down with serious expressions. He noticed that Kiba and Gasper weren't there and let out a sigh. Aquino swiftly erected a magical barrier, effectively halting his departure in the event he decided to walk off mid-conversation. Rias, Issei, we need to talk. Issei, sigh, I should have known you'd pull something like this. What do you want, Rias? Last time I checked you didn't want anything to do with me. Rias, Issei, why have you been ignoring us? We hardly see you anymore. But we deserve an explanation. Issei, I've been training, focusing on the upcoming raiding game against Serzex, something which I hope you haven't forgotten about. And the last time we spoke, it was clear that apparently my presence was causing more harm than good. Rias's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with a mix of anger and hurt. Rias, so, training is your excuse? Abandoning your friends, your family here, because you think you're the only one taking this seriously? Issei, you have no idea how your absence has affected us. We're a team, yet you choose to isolate yourself. And for what? Issei, we've been through so much together. How can you say we've been ignoring you? It's you who's changed, not us. You've been distant, and now you're using your training as an excuse to push us away. Issei, push you away? Family? A family that doesn't communicate, that just assumes and judges? You say we're a team, but you sure don't act like it. And now all of a sudden my training is a problem. As for isolating myself, for your information, I've been training with Kiba and Rosweiss, so don't even give me that. I'm hurting the team. Bullshit, Rias. Maybe I thought I was doing everyone a favor by keeping my distance. Kaneko, usually quiet, her voice tinged with bitterness, spoke up. Kaneko, maybe you were to say. Ever think that we were doing better without your constant distractions? Issei, fine. If that's how you all feel, then maybe I shouldn't bother coming back at all. Zenobia, unable to contain her anger, slammed her hand on the table, standing up abruptly. Zenobia, you're being selfish. Do you think you're the only one who's struggling? We're all training, Issei. We're all fighting. But unlike you, we haven't forgotten the value of teamwork, of being there for each other. We all have our burdens, but we don't abandon each other. Akino, Issei, please, we didn't mean to exclude you. But can't you see? This behavior is tearing us apart. We need to be strong, especially now, we've got the raiding game and the Cows Brigade to deal with. We've always faced our challenges together. Why are you pushing us away now, when we need each other the most? Issei felt his emotions boiling over, and responded with harshness that surprised even himself. To say, strong? I don't need this kind of strength. Not if it means being part of a team that doesn't trust or respect me. Need each other? Don't make me laugh. You only need me when it's convenient for you and I obey like a good little soldier. I'm sick of being taken for granted, of being the last to know about everything. Maybe it's better if I just stay away for good. Asia, how could you, Issei? We care about you. Rias, so, this is how little we mean to you? After everything we've been through together, you dismiss us so easily, she said, clenching her fists, as her aura started to flare a bit. Zenobia, you're being selfish, Issei. You're not the person I thought I knew. Kaneko, you've changed and not for the better. Issei, if you truly cared about me, you'd respect my need for space instead of cornering me like this, he spat out, his words laced with bitterness. This feels more like an ambush than concern. It's pathetic. You all claim to care, but you lied to me in order to lure me here and you're trying to force a conversation. It's manipulative and I won't stand for it. Rias, an ambush? Is that what you think this is? We're trying to understand, Issei, but you're making it impossible. Akino, pathetic? We've been nothing but worried about you, and this is how you repay our concern. Zenobia, you have no right to dismiss our feelings like this, Issei. We've all been here for you, but it seems you're only interested in yourself. Kaneko, you're acting like a child. We deserve better from you. Issei, understand me? That's bullshit, Rias, and you know it. Last I checked you wanted nothing to do with me. I'm a coward dog that needs to be punished, and that I would come crawling back to you, he said, catching them off guard. They didn't know he heard what they said the other day. Rias, Issei, we didn't mean. Issei, didn't mean what, Rias? To hurt me? Because that's exactly what you've been doing, and now you're acting like the victims here. He said, cutting her off, his anger unabated. Asia, how could you say such things, Issei? Let's just talk this out. We're all upset and things are getting out of hand. Issei, talk? Like how you talked behind my back. How can I trust anything you say now? You're all selfish, all you care about is yourselves, like when you tried to make me confess my feelings several weeks ago. Without pausing, Issei pivoted his scathing critique towards Akino, his tone laced with biting sarcasm. Issei, and Akino, let's not forget your little soap opera. Playing the tragic heroine, torn up about daddy issues that you blew out of proportion. I helped you see the light, and yet, here you are, stirring drama like it's your life's mission. And you speak of trust? Trust you, Akino? How can I possibly trust someone who fantasizes about affairs as if they're just another spicy topping on her already questionable moral pizza? Your idea of loyalty is about as stable as a house of cards in a wind tunnel. Turning to Kaneko, Issei's words were merciless, cutting through the tense air. Issei, Kaneko, always the voice of reason, huh? Talking about care and concern. But when push comes to shove, you're just as self-centered as the rest. Hiding behind your tough exterior, too afraid to face your own insecurities. His gaze then shifted to Zenobia, his sarcasm not missing a beat. Issei, and Zenobia wanting my children? With your warrior mindset? I shudder to think what that brood would be like. Dense, perverted dogs, no doubt, if they're anything like their mother claims to desire. Finally, Issei's scornful attention turned to Asia, his patience worn thin. Issei, Asia, spare me the teary eyes and quivering lip. Your annoying babbling is the last thing I need right now. Your innocent act is getting old. With each biting remark, Issei dismantled the accusations and concerns of his friends, his words reflecting the deep fractures in their relationships. The air was thick with tension, each insult landing like a blow, leaving the group reeling from the intensity of Issei's outburst. The girls, now far from feeling remorseful, were fueled by a mix of anger and indignation. Their faces hardened, reflecting the intensity of their emotions. Rias's patience was finally shattered by Issei's cutting remarks. She stepped forward, her eyes blazing with a mixture of hurt and fury. Rias, after everything, this is how you repay our concern? By insulting and belittling us. Issei, concern? This is your idea of concern? Feels more like an inquisition to me. Aquino, enough, both of you. This isn't solving anything. But her words were lost in the tumult of heated exchanges. Zenobia and Kaneko chimed in too. Zenobia, you've crossed the line, Issei. We might have been worried, but this is unacceptable. Kaneko, you're not the Issei we thought we knew. Asia's her heart breaking at the sight of her friends torn apart by conflict. She tried to plead for peace, but her words were barely audible over the shouting. Asia, please, can't we just talk this out? Issei, maybe I'm just tired of being the one everyone expects to bend over backward. Maybe I'm done playing the part of the loyal dog. Rias, loyal dog? Is that what you think we see you as? You're so self-absorbed, Issei. You think the world revolves around you, that your problems are the only ones that matter. You're not a martyr, Issei, you're just a coward who runs away when things get tough. You think you're the only one who's suffered, who's had to make sacrifices. We all have our battles, but unlike you, we don't use them as an excuse to lash out at those who care about us. Issei, care? You call this caring? You're all just a toxic mess. Aquino, toxic mess? Is that what you call your friends, your family? We've been by your side through everything, and now you spit on us as if we're nothing. Kaneko, you're no hero, Issei. Heroes don't abandon their friends. Heroes don't insult those who've stood by them. You're just a selfish, self-centered fool. Her voice was sharp and cold. Zenobia, you think you're so noble, training alone, playing the lone wolf. But you're just scared, Issei. Scared of facing us, scared of dealing with your own failures. Issei, failures? Look who's talking. A group of so-called friends who can't even handle the truth about themselves. Asia, tears streaming down her face, tried once again to bridge the gap, her voice barely a whisper amidst the chaos. Asia, Issei, please, this isn't you. We're supposed to be a team, a family. Issei, family? This is no family. A family supports each other, doesn't tear each other down at the first sign of trouble. You're all hypocrites, pretending to care, but when it comes down to it, you're only looking out for yourselves. Rias, Issei, that's enough. Issei, you know what, Rias? Maybe I'm just sick of playing the obedient pawn in your little chess game. You parade around like you're some kind of benevolent queen, but in reality, you're just a tyrant who uses her family's name to manipulate those around you. Rias was taken aback by the harshness of his words, and responded with equal ferocity. Rias, how dare you speak to me like that? You think you're so noble, so self-righteous, but you're nothing without the power I've given you. I gave you a second chance at life, Issei, after you were killed by that fallen angel. You're just a perverted human who got lucky and ended up with the boosted gear. Issei, lucky? You think I wanted this life? Being dragged into your world of the supernatural and danger? I've fought tooth and nail for everyone in this goddamn room. Maybe it's time you realize that I'm not some puppet? Rias, you're so ungrateful. After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me? By spewing these vile accusations and trying to undermine my authority? You're nothing but a disappointment, Issei, to everyone who ever put their faith in you. Issei, maybe the real disappointment here is you, Rias. Hiding behind your status, too afraid to face the real world. You're not a king, you're just a scared little girl playing dress-up. Rias, how dare you question my intentions, Issei? I've always looked out for you, for all of you. You're blind to the sacrifices I've made, the burdens I carry. You think you have it tough? Try walking a day in my shoes. You've always been nothing but a reckless fool, Issei. You have no idea what it means to lead, to make the hard decisions. Issei, Rias, you're just a spoiled, arrogant brat that thinks everything is going to be given to you firsthand because of your family name. You parade around like some kind of queen, expecting everyone to bow to your every whim. You think that Gremory name of yours puts you above us all, and you call yourself a leader? Please, Take away the Gremory name, and what are you, Rias? Just another devil scared to stand on her own. You talk about strength and leadership, but at the end of the day, you're just hiding in the shadows of your ancestors. You think you command respect, but you're just afraid. Afraid to get your hands dirty, to make the real sacrifices. You rely on others to fight your battles, just like how I had to save you from Riser. And when things don't go your way, you throw a tantrum like the entitled brat you are. Rias's face contorted with rage at Issei's words, her sense of honor and duty as a Gremory deeply wounded. Rias, how dare you speak to me like that? You know nothing of my struggles, of the weight I carry as a Gremory. You know nothing about my struggles, Issei. I've fought tooth and nail to prove myself to others, not just as a Gremory, but as Rias. I've fought for everything I have, while you just stumble through, expecting everyone to pick up after your messes. You're a disgrace, to all of us. You make people look at us with shame because of your perversion. And your words are like those of a petulant child lashing out without understanding the weight they carry. After everything, this is how you repay our concern? By insulting and belittling us? For you to belittle my efforts, to dismiss my achievements as nothing more than the result of my lineage, is the ultimate insult. I am your master, you are supposed to respect me. Issei, a disgrace? I've done everything for this team, for you. I fixed issues and traumas you couldn't fix, and this is how you repay me? You talk about honor and duty, but where's that honor when you need me to bail you out? You're nothing without your peerage, Rias. Nothing. Rias was unable to contain her anger. Without giving it a second thought, slapped Issei. The impact of the slap left a stunned silence in its wake. Everyone froze, the gravity of the moment sinking in. Issei, hand instinctively moving to his cheek, turned to face Rias, his eyes a mix of shock and anger. Rias, with her hands still raised, breathed heavily, her chest heaving with emotion. The silence that followed was oppressive, the other members of the group exchanging uneasy glances, unsure of how to react. Aquino, Rias, her eyes were wide open. Zenobia and Kaneko, both taken aback by the sudden violence, could only stare, their own grievances momentarily forgotten in the wake of the confrontation's escalation. Asia, her concern for Issei overcoming her shock, stepped forward. Asia, Issei, are you okay? Issei's pride was more wounded than his cheek. He glared at Rias, and when he spoke his voice was cold. Say, so this is how it is, huh? When words fail, you resort to violence. Rias, why you pushed us to this, Issei? Your words, your attitude, I didn't know what else to do. You're supposed to respect me. Issei, respect? You talk about respect after what you just did? That's rich, coming from someone who resorts to violence when the truth gets uncomfortable. Rias, Issei, please, it's not like that. I lost control, and I'm sorry. But you have to understand your words, they cut deep. We're all struggling here, not just you. I've offered you my love. I've let you into my life, into my heart, even indulge your perverted antics because I cared for you deeply. And yet, you can't even afford me the basic respect of using my name or acknowledging your feelings for me. Issei? Why is that so hard for you? Issei, you're upset because I couldn't say your name? Because I haven't declared my love in the way you wanted? Is that what this all boils down to? Your ego? Rias, ego? Is wanting to hear my name, to feel loved and acknowledged by the person I care about most, really just ego, Issei? Issei, maybe it is. Maybe your idea of love is just another form of control, Rias. You say you offer love, but what I see is someone who's trying to chain me down to their expectations. You talk about love, but you're quick to slap, quick to judge. Rias, is that what you think of me? A manipulator? After everything, you still don't see the depth of what I feel for you? Issei, feel for me? What I see is someone who's more concerned with titles and appearances than genuine emotions. You say you love me, but the moment things get tough, your first instinct is to lash out, to hurt. Issei's frustration was reaching a breaking point. Rias, you think I wanted to hurt you? Issei, you're the one who's been pushing us all away, hiding behind your training and your anger. I slapped you because I didn't know how else to break through to you, to make you see how much you're hurting us all. All you had to do was say my name. The other day when I asked you what I meant to you, if you had done that everything would have been fine. Tears formed in her eyes as her voice cracked. Issei shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping. Issei, so, it's my fault now? I'm the one hurting everyone? Maybe I'm not the only one who needs to take a good look in the mirror, Rias. I've been by your side, fought for you, risked my life for you. And now, you question my feelings just because I didn't express them in the exact way you wanted. Rias, it's not about proving anything, Issei. It's about feeling valued, cherished. I don't want to be just another girl in your harem. I want to be someone special to you, someone you can't bear to lose. Issei, special? You think you're not special to me? After everything we've been through, you still doubt my feelings for you? You're all special to me. Get that through your thick skull. Maybe the problem here isn't me not saying your name. Maybe it's you needing constant validation? Rias, needing validation? Is it so wrong to want to hear that I'm loved, to feel like I'm more than just a title to you? Issei, you know what? It feels like I'm talking to a fucking brick wall, and it's really pissing me off. You want to hear that you're loved? Then listen to this. Everything I've done is because I love you. Rias, I've done everything I can to show you, to make you feel loved. But if that's not enough, if I'm not enough, then maybe this is where it ends. Ddraig was right. Maybe it is time that I start thinking for myself. And just so we're clear, this isn't just about a heated argument. It's about how we see each other, how we treat each other. And right now, I don't like what I see. Maybe some distance will do us good. He walked towards the door and full of rage he smashed the barrier Aquino had placed. Rias, Issei, wait, she called out to him. She felt her heart sinking, but it was too late. Issei had his mind made up and interrupted her. Issei, no, Rias. I've made up my mind. I've bled and nearly died for all of you, and this is how you treat me. Tell me, Rias, would you have rather it been you that I shaved down 99% of my life for instead of Asia? Would that be proof enough that I love you? I think not. I put my life on the line several times without hesitation. Any ordinary human wouldn't have, especially if they didn't love you. I've been learning from your mother Venelana how to be a proper gentleman, history of the underworld, and how to dance so that I wouldn't embarrass myself, you, your family, others associated with us. And to prove that I wasn't some barbaric low-class devil. I tried to make you all happy and prove my love to each of you, but it seems that it's not enough. Do you know what the word munificent means? It was a part of a test recently, and I think you should look it up. Point is, I'm done with everything, done with trying to be the hero, done with trying to prove myself to everyone for your sake, done pointlessly putting my life on the line since my efforts and blood clearly aren't appreciated. Tell me, do you know what it's like to have nearly every bone in your bone feel like it's broken? To feel your bones snap? To feel a fracture in your spine? Well, I'll tell you, it's excruciating and it's happened on many occasions, but I never complained, and depending on the circumstances, healing them hurts even more. Perhaps I should give up on trying to be loved. Who knows, maybe she's right about me. Maybe I truly am destined to never be loved and be alone. So anyways, I'll give you one last gift. I planned on upholding my promise to Serzex regardless of this happening or not, but with the recent training I should be able to beat him, or just barely. But after that I'm done, Rias. This is where we part ways. I just can't take it anymore. It feels like my soul is being torn apart. I need some time away from all this chaos. I need to clear my head. With those final, cutting words, Issei turned and stormed out, leaving Rias and the rest of the group in a stunned silence. The weight the door slammed shut behind him, marking not just his physical exit, but the deep rift that had formed between him and Rias, perhaps too vast to ever bridge. Rias, with her hands still outstretched, felt a profound sense of loss, her eyes brimming with tears as she realized the gravity of their fallout. The room remained silent, the others exchanging worried glances, unsure of how to comfort Rias or if they should go after Issei. The divide that had been growing between them had finally cracked wide open, leaving them all to ponder the future of their team and their friendships. Rias, what have we done? She fell to her knees and sobbed, the weight of her and Issei's words, her slapping him, and the confrontation bore down on her, and the realization that things would never be the same again. The room felt colder, emptier, as if Issei's departure had taken more than just his presence. It had taken a piece of what had once made them a team. The path forward was uncertain, the wounds of their confrontation too fresh to even begin thinking about healing. With Issei's steps faltered as he exited the club room, trying to mask the turmoil inside him. Tears, a mixture of frustration and sorrow, formed in his eyes, betraying his inner struggle to remain composed. The weight of the confrontation hung heavily on his shoulders, each step away from the room echoing the distance he felt from those he once considered close. As he rounded a corner, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions, he almost collided with Azazel. The suddenness of the encounter caused Issei to stagger back, his eyes red and swollen from crying, meeting Azazel's concerned gaze. He steadied Issei with a firm grip on his shoulders. The silence between them was heavy, filled with unspoken questions and concerns. "Issei, did you hear all of that?" he managed to utter, choked by the tears he was desperately trying to hold back. Azazel nodded slightly. The acknowledgement was enough to convey that he was aware of the intensity of the situation that had just unfolded. "Azazel, wanna go someplace to vent things out?" Issei nodded, and Azazel teleported them to his apartment, the place where he and Issei first met. In the blink of an eye, the familiar surroundings of the school hallway vanished, replaced by the cozy interior of Azazel's apartment. It was a place steeped in significance for Issei, a reminder of the beginnings of their unconventional mentor-student relationship. The sudden shift in environment, from the tension-filled club room to this haven of relative peace, allowed Issei a moment to catch his breath, the emotional whirlwind he'd been caught in gradually subsiding. Azazel and Issei sat down on the couch. Azazel, observing Issei's distressed state, remained silent, allowing him the space to collect his thoughts and emotions. After a few moments of heavy silence, Issei spoke. "Issei, I couldn't take it anymore. The demands, accusations, the expectations, it all just became too much. I just felt so cornered, like they were all ganging up on me. And Rias, the way she questioned my feelings, my commitment, it hurts. And then Rias slapped me. I felt so dismissed, so disrespected. Everything I've been holding in just exploded. I know I said some harsh things I can't take back. But at that moment I truly meant what I said. It felt like they didn't understand me at all. Like all my efforts, everything I've been through with them, just didn't matter." Azazel let out a sigh and leaned back, looking at Issei with a mix of concern and thoughtfulness. "Azazel, it's a tough situation, Issei. Conflicts like these can either break a team apart or make it stronger, depending on how you all handle it from here on out." Feeling a mixture of anger, sadness, and confusion, Issei struggled to find the right words. "Issei, I just don't understand how it got to this point. I thought we were a team, a family even. But after today I don't know anymore. I don't know what to do, Azazel. It's like everything I say or do just makes things worse. I thought I was doing the right thing, keeping my distance, focusing on training, but they can't see it. They don't see how much I'm trying. I've been trying to move past what happened weeks ago in the clubroom, which led to me nearly activating the Juggernaut drive, and they just won't let me. They just won't let me move forward. It's like they're holding me to this impossible standard, where I'm supposed to be perfect, to always say and do the right thing. I make mistakes, I get angry, I get hurt just like anyone else. And when I try to express that, when I try to show them I'm struggling too, it's like I'm speaking a different language. No matter what I do, it's never enough for them. They refuse to see things from my perspective, to even attempt it. It's always about what I'm doing wrong, never about what I'm going through or how I'm feeling. I'm always the one who's in the wrong, always the one who has to apologize and make amends. They don't hear me, they don't want to hear me. And the more I try to explain, the more they seem to push back, demanding more from me, expecting me to just conform to their expectations without question. I'm tired, Azazel. Tired of the constant fighting, tired of feeling like I have to justify my every action. I feel like I'm screaming into a void, And all I get back are echoes of my own doubts and fears amplified by their expectations. Every time I think I'm making progress, something like this happens, and it feels like I'm back at square one. I've given everything to this team, to Rias, but it feels like it's never enough. And when Rias slapped me, it wasn't just a slap in the face physically, it was a wake-up call. Maybe I don't belong there anymore. Maybe I never did. I'm just so confused and angry, and I don't know if there's any coming back from this. Azazel listened intently, the gravity of Issei's turmoil not lost on him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, his voice steady and reassuring. Azazel, Issei, the pain and confusion you're feeling right now, it's understandable. Conflicts, especially deep ones like this, can shake the very foundation of any relationship, be it friendship or something more. It's clear that the bond you share with Rias and the others is strained. But remember, conflict isn't always the end. Sometimes, it's a necessary turmoil that brings about growth, understanding, and stronger bonds. Issei shifted uncomfortably, his emotions still raw from the confrontation. Issei, growth? Understanding? How can there be any of that when all we do is hurt each other with words and actions? Azazel, Issei, what you need now is time to reflect, to cool down, and to consider what you truly want moving forward. This might also be a chance for Rias and the others to reflect on their actions and words. Perhaps they'll recognize that you're still traumatized by Rainier and realize their mistakes. Sometimes, distance can provide the clarity we need to see the bigger picture and to appreciate the value of what we have. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, or that things will magically fix themselves overnight, but don't close the door on reconciliation just yet. It's clear you're at a crossroads, Issei. The pain, the betrayal you feel, it's real and it's valid. But pain is a double-edged sword. It can either break you, or it can forge you into someone stronger. The choice, however, is entirely yours. This confrontation, as ugly as it was, it's also a catalyst for growth, for change. You've been given a chance to reevaluate not just your relationships, but yourself. Who is Issei without the peerage, without the expectations? What does he want, and what is he willing to fight for? Issei's mind was racing, trying to grasp the weight of Azazel's words, the idea of self-reflection in the midst of turmoil. Azazel, you mentioned feeling like you're screaming into a void. Maybe it's time to stop screaming and start listening. Listen to what your heart is telling you, what your soul is yearning for. This isn't just about proving something to Rias or the others, it's about proving something to yourself. And remember, Issei, being alone doesn't mean you're weak, and seeking solitude to find your bearings doesn't mean you're abandoning anyone. It's about finding strength in solitude, about understanding who you are when stripped of titles and expectations. Take this time to heal, to reflect. And when you're ready, when you've found what you're looking for, that's when you make your next move. Whether that leads you back to Rias and the others or down a different path entirely, that decision will come from a place of strength, not anger or resentment. As much as he felt betrayed and hurt, Issei still cared deeply for Rias and the others. The thought of losing the bond they had, flawed as it may be, was more painful than he cared to admit. Issei, sensei? Azazel, yes Issei? Issei, thank you. Your words have given me a lot to think about. I've been defining myself through the eyes of others, through the conflicts and the chaos. I've been so caught up in trying to be who everyone expects me to be, I've lost sight of who I really am, blinded by my own pain and anger. But what you said about listening, about finding strength in solitude, it's scary. It's like I'm standing at the edge of a cliff, knowing I need to jump to reach the other side, but terrified of the fall. The idea of looking into myself and not liking what I find. I don't know where this path will lead, and I don't know if the Issei at the end of it will be the same as the one standing here now or worse off. But maybe it's what I need. I think I'm ready to find out who I am on my terms. So, thank you, Sensei. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know this. I want to face it as the real me, whoever that might be. Azazel, I'm glad to hear that, and there's someone who wants to see you. Issei, who? At that moment Serzex walked into the room. He had been there listening to their conversation, waiting for them to finish. Issei, Serzex? He got up in an attempt to bow, but Serzex raised his hand, stopping Issei. Serzex, please Issei, there is no need to bow to me. In fact, I'm the one who should be bowing to you. I'm sorry for what my sister and her peerage is putting you through, to think that you should call me big brother without hesitation. And I'm sorry about what happened with Rainier. Believe me, had we known about your trauma, I would have done something to help you. I understand if you blame me for what is happening, he said, lowering his head. Issei, please raise your head, Serzex. I don't blame you at all, none of this is your fault. There was no way you could have known about Rainier traumatizing me. Serzex raised his head. Serzex, even so I still feel responsible. She's my little sister and I've spoiled her too much, and so has our father, but regardless it has played a role in what is happening between you and the group. If Rias wasn't so spoiled and prideful, then perhaps she'd see what's going on. I can honestly admit that her pride is her biggest downfall, along with relying on our family's power of destruction. And even if I didn't know about your trauma, I still feel responsible. The very thought that you've been silently suffering all this time greatly disturbs me. Issei, even if you did spoil her, that doesn't excuse Rias's actions. She's in charge of her own emotions and actions just like the rest of us. And I wish I could have told you about my trauma, but it just hurts too much to talk about, let alone think about it. Besides, we've been so busy with everything that's been going on with the Cows Brigade that I didn't want to bother anyone by bringing it up. Serzex, I understand your reluctance to say anything, Issei, but I still wish you would have told us. You're an important part of the underworld, and even if you weren't, we'd still try to help you deal with your trauma. Your well-being matters to us, to me, as much as any political or social standing, and it pains me to know you've been carrying this burden alone. I understand it's difficult to open up about such painful experiences, but remember, keeping it all inside only gives it more power over you. Say, you're right, Serzex. And I appreciate your concern truly. It's been hard to find the right time or the right words. But you're right, I should have reached out, shared the burden. It's hard. Hard to open up about something that cuts so deep. Serzex's expression softened, understanding the weight of Issei's words. However, his tone shifted as he addressed the issue with Rias. Serzex, as for Rias, you're right. While I may have spoiled her, it doesn't excuse her actions towards you or anyone else. She's at an age where she must understand the consequences of her actions and learn to manage her emotions responsibly. I've been too lenient, perhaps fearing that harshness might stifle her spirit. But it seems that in doing so, I have inadvertently allowed her to remain childlike, in some respects. It's time Rias learned some hard truths. She must grow. She needs to understand that leadership isn't just about commanding respect through power or title, but earning it through understanding, empathy, and maturity. This is a lesson for the rest of the girls in the peerage, excluding Rosweiss as well. They, too, must come to terms with their actions and the impact they have on those around them. Each member must take responsibility for their own growth, their own maturity. They've become too comfortable in their roles, too reliant on the group's dynamic to guide their actions without considering the individual consequences. I intend to address this directly. It will be uncomfortable, perhaps even painful, but it's necessary. They must understand the gravity of their actions, the depth of the hurt they've caused. This isn't just about reprimanding them, it's about initiating a pivotal moment in their lives where they must choose who they want to become. It's a lesson long overdue, and I hope it will spur the growth they desperately need. Issei, I hope she understands, Serzex. Despite everything, I still care about her, about all of them. It's just hard to see a way back from this. Serzex placed a hand on Issei's shoulder, offering a reassuring squeeze. Serzex, this may very well be the turning point for Rias, and for you as well, Issei. But what will come of it is up to you and the girls. Things will either become worse or better. Speaking of growth, Issei, we need to discuss what you plan on doing. Issei, I'm not sure. I know I want to continue training for the raiding game, but I want to be away from Rias and the girls. Serzex, understood, Issei. Azazel, any suggestions? I remember you were supposed to be looking for someone to help with Issei trauma as well. Azazel, actually yes, I have an idea that will serve your needs for space, training, and your trauma. Issei, you should head to Tannin's territory? Tannin has vast knowledge and experience that could significantly benefit you. He has a way of helping individuals confront their inner demons, so to speak. It could be beneficial for you, Issei, especially considering the emotional turmoil you've been experiencing. His methods might offer you a new perspective. It's not a guaranteed cure for depression or anything, but it might give you the clarity and the peace of mind you need right now. Plus, as you already know, his territory is known for its challenging environment, perfect for intense training. Issei, it sounds like a plan. Training with Tannin might be exactly what I need. And if it helps me get my head straight, all the better. Serzex, then it's settled. I'll make the arrangements with Tannin. And while you're there, Issei, it'll give Rias and the girls some time to reflect on their actions and the impact they've had. It's a chance for everyone involved to grow and hopefully come back stronger, more understanding. Issei, thank you both of you. I really appreciate this. Serzex, it's the least I can do, Issei. Compared to what you've done for the underworld, this is nothing. If you need any, and I mean anything at all, just let me know. Azazel, same here, you're my precious student after all. Until things are ready for you in Tannin's territory, you can stay at the Grigori. I'll come with you to the house to make sure Rias and the girls don't try anything. Besides, I need to talk to Rosweiss about some things. Issei, thank you, Serzex, I will. And thank you, Azazel. Serzex, and once you're gone I'll have that talk with Rias, she and the girls excluding Rosweiss, and Ravel will be prohibited from coming anywhere near you while you're recovering in Tannin's territory. This will give you the space you need to heal and grow without any interference. It's important that you use this time to focus on yourself, Issei, so don't worry about things here, or the Cows Brigade, that's an order, no exceptions. But if things become dire and we need you, we'll let you know. Issei, all right, I understand. Azazel, let's get going then. Issei nodded. Azazel activated a teleportation circle, enveloping them in a brief flash of light. Moments later, they arrived at the Hayadu residence. Rosweiss was surprised to see Issei with Azazel, and she also noticed Issei looked pretty broken, making her feel a bit worried. But before she could ask any questions, Azazel sent Issei upstairs to pack his belongings. Azazel, Issei, why don't you start packing the things you'll need for your stay in Tannin's territory? I'll wait here for you, and make sure the girls don't try to do anything. Issei nodded and quickly went upstairs to start packing. Then Azazel turned to face Rosweiss. Rosweiss, Azazel, what's going on? What happened to Issei? He looked so depressed and broken. Azazel sighed, and he motioned for Rosweiss to take a seat. Azazel, Rosweiss, there's been a significant, let's say, falling out between Issei and the rest of the Grimoire peerage, particularly with Rias. Things have escalated to a point where Issei feels he needs to distance himself for a while, both for his own well-being and to give everyone involved some space to reflect and grow from this. The decision was made for him to spend some time away, to train and recover in Tannin's territory. Rosweiss, I knew things were bad, but I didn't expect it to lead up to this. What exactly happened? Azazel, well, in short, Rias and the girls tricked Issei into coming to the orc saying they were requested to kill a stray devil and needed him. But when he got there he found out it was a setup, and things went downhill from there. A lot of hurtful things were said between him and the girls. Here's the recording. He set the device on the table and it replayed everything that happened in the club room. Rosweiss, wait, Azazel, how did you get this video? Were you there the whole time this was happening? Why didn't you step in? Azazel, yes, Rosweiss, I was there, but not in the way you might think. I wasn't physically present in the room. I had set up a monitoring system within the clubroom some time ago, purely as a precautionary measure given the increasing threats from the Cows Brigade. It's not something I use lightly or without cause. Recently, after that near activation of the Juggernaut drive, I modified it to alert me of escalating tensions between Issei and the girls. When I sensed the situation escalating through the system's alerts, I tuned in. Rosweiss, I see your point, but watching Issei and the girls tear each other apart, but still, knowing what was happening, couldn't you have done something to prevent it from reaching this point? Azazel, it was a judgment call, Rosweiss. Intervening in such a deeply personal and emotional conflict is delicate. Yes, I could have stepped in, but it might not have resolved the underlying issues. Sometimes, allowing a situation to unfold naturally, however painful it may be, leads to more genuine resolutions. Consider this. Had I stepped in, would they have truly addressed the underlying issues, or would they have simply suppressed their feelings, allowing them to fester and possibly erupt later in a more destructive manner? This confrontation, as harsh as it was, brought everything to the surface. Now, there's no hiding from the problems they face, both individually and as a group. My hope was that they would find common ground without external interference, but I see now that isn't the case. Rosweiss's mind was racing with the implications of Azazel's words, and found herself torn. She understood the logic, the potential for growth through adversity, but her heart ached at the thought of the pain Issei and the others were going through. Rosweiss, I understand your point, Azazel, but look where that decision has led us. Issei is hurt, the peerage is in disarray, and the rift between them seems wider than ever. Was it worth it? Issei, he's always there for us, and to see him so hurt, so betrayed, it's just not right. Azazel, in hindsight, it's easy to question the decisions made in the moment. The fallout is indeed severe, and I won't pretend it isn't. But Rosweiss, what happened was a catalyst, not the cause. If it hadn't been this, the tension, the unresolved emotions, they would still be there, simmering beneath the surface, only to erupt again later, possibly in a worse way. This confrontation, as painful as it was, needed to happen. It brought everything out into the open, forcing everyone to confront the reality of their situation. I know, it's difficult to see someone you care about in pain. Issei is stronger than he realizes, Rosweiss. This experience, though painful, has the potential to be transformative for him. You know that no matter how many times he gets knocked down, he'll get back up. Rosweiss, so what now? How do we move forward from this? Azazel, now, we support Issei in his decision to take some time away. We give him and the peerage the space they need to heal and reflect. Serzex and I have decided it's best for him to spend some time away, in Tannin's territory. There, he can focus on training and healing without the constant reminders of the recent conflicts. Rosweiss, but why Tannin's territory? And what about his trauma? I remember you mentioned someone was going to help him with that. Azazel, Tannin's territory offers Issei not just the physical training he seeks but also a chance to confront and work through his inner demons in solitude. Tannin has methods that, while unconventional, have been known to aid in personal growth and emotional healing. It's a tough path, but Issei is determined to walk it. With Tannin's guidance, the challenges Issei will face in the territory, they'll test him, yes, but they'll also offer him a chance to grow in ways he might not have within the confines of the peerage. Trust in his resilience, in his ability to rise from adversity. Rosweiss, I hope you're right, Azazel. For Issei's sake and for the sake of the peerage. What about Rias and the others? What's going to happen with them? Are they yet aware of the impact their actions have had on Issei? Azazel, they will be. Serzex plans to have a serious conversation with them about their behavior and its consequences. They need to understand the consequences of their actions and the pain they've caused Issei. It's a wake-up call for them to reflect on their behavior and to grow from this experience. Rosweiss, about time, there've been several instances that I've wanted to say something to Rias and the girls. Is there anything I can do to help, Azazel? Azazel, for now, just being aware of the situation and offering your support where you can is enough. Issei needs to heal and find his footing again. However, your support when he returns, and even in Tannin's territory if communication is possible, will be invaluable. Just knowing that he has someone who understands and supports him can make a world of difference. And Rosweiss, this might also be a time for you to reflect on your own journey and how you can continue to grow and contribute to the team. Continue your duties and support the Gremory group as needed. Your stability and guidance will be invaluable, especially in Issei's absence. And, Rosweiss, keep an eye on the situation here. I have a bad feeling that things may get out of hand with Issei being gone. Rosweiss, you make a good point, and I understand. I'll do whatever I can for Issei, even from afar. And I hope Rias and the others take this time to reflect and grow as well. The girls really need to think about their actions. Azazel, so do I, Rosweiss. So do I. Rosweiss, hey, What happened when you took that blood sample from Issei and examined it? Rosweiss's question caught Azazel off guard, and he hesitated for a moment, considering how much he should reveal. He knew that the information about the blood sample could potentially change how Rosweiss viewed the current situation. Azazel, Rosweiss, when I examined Issei's blood sample, I encountered some fascinating yet unusual anomalies. It's not merely devil, human, and of course dragon blood coursing through his veins, as we might expect due to sacrificing his arm to Ddraig. There were traces of something more, something unexpected. It appears as if Issei's human side is evolving, adapting to the immense draconic powers he's been exposed to, which is significantly stronger than his demonic side. Rosweiss, evolving? In what way? Are you suggesting that Issei is becoming something beyond a human devil-dragon hybrid? Azazel nodded gravely, acknowledging the weight of his observations. Azazel, precisely. This is unprecedented. The unique synergy between Issei's human essence and Ddraig's draconic power is catalyzing a metamorphosis of sorts. This evolution is subtle yet profound, potentially explaining the remarkable changes in his abilities and perhaps even his behavior. Issei is not merely growing stronger, he's transforming into something new, something that defies our current understanding. Rosweiss, this transformation, does it pose a risk to him? How do we ensure it doesn't harm Issei in the long run? Azazel, that's the challenge we face. So far, Issei hasn't shown any adverse effects, but we must remain vigilant. This kind of transformation is uncharted territory, and while it could give him newfound strength and abilities, it also carries unforeseen risks. We must support him, now more than ever. Rosweiss, then we must be there for him at every step, ensuring he's never alone in this journey. What can we do to aid him, Azazel? Azazel's expression softened, touched by Rosweiss's earnest concern. Azazel, your support is invaluable, Rosweiss. Training with Tannin will be beneficial, providing Issei a controlled environment to explore his limits. Furthermore, I'm devising a series of exercises and magical formulas to help him better integrate this burgeoning power. It's a delicate balance, but with our collective efforts, we can guide Issei through this transformation. Rosweiss, but Azazel, have you informed Issei or Serzex about this? It seems critical. Azazel sighed, weighing his words carefully before responding. Azazel, Rosweiss, I haven't brought this to Issei or Serzex yet. The findings are complex, and there's a lot at stake. Rosweiss, what's holding you back? Shouldn't they know? Azazel, firstly, the data isn't complete. I prefer to present findings when I have a comprehensive understanding, not just fragments that could lead to misconceptions or panic. Then there's the psychological aspect. Issei's been through a lot recently. Dropping this kind of bombshell on him, with all its uncertainties, could do more harm than good at this stage. We need a full grasp of the situation before we can even think about bringing this to Serzex or anyone else. Plus, I'm planning to consult with a few ancient dragons and medical experts within the underworld. We need a multidisciplinary approach to fully understand what we're dealing with here. Rosweiss nodded slowly, beginning to understand but still visibly concerned. Rosweiss, that makes sense, but it must be hard, keeping something so significant under wraps. Azazel, it is. But it's about strategic timing, Rosweiss. We need Issei to be in a stable place when he learns about this, both emotionally and in terms of his power control. And we have to consider the broader picture, the ongoing situations within the supernatural world. Revealing this information has to be done at the right time, under the right circumstances. Rosweiss, I understand, Azazel. It's a heavy burden, but if anyone can navigate this, it's you. Just please don't wait too long. Issei deserves to know when the time is right. And Azazel, please, keep me informed of any developments. I want to contribute in any way possible. Azazel, I'm glad to hear it. Now, let's wait for Issei to finish packing so we can ensure his departure is smooth and without any unwanted interruptions. Rosweiss nodded. With Issei and Ravel, Issei's room was filled with a somber silence, broken only by the sound of clothes being folded and packed away. The rhythm of his actions provided a temporary escape from the turmoil churning inside him. Each fold, each item stowed away, was a step further from the pain, a step towards a solace he hoped to find in the challenges of Tannin's territory. Ravel, having seen the despondence etched deep into Issei's demeanor as he ascended the stairs, hesitated at his door. Her concern for him, mingled with the unresolved feelings she harbored, compelled her to knock softly. "Ravel, Issei? May I come in?" Without awaiting a response, she pushed the door open gently to find Issei amidst a sea of his belongings, his back to her. She paused, taking in the sight before her, with his back to her, methodically packing his belongings, his movements devoid of their usual vigor. The air around him seemed tinged with somberness. Ravel's heart clenched at the sight. It was clear that something was amiss, something that went beyond mere physical exhaustion. "Ravel, Issei, I noticed you seemed distressed when you came upstairs. And now you're packing? What's happening?" Issei paused, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. He sighed deeply, knowing the explanation he owed her would reopen wounds that had barely begun to heal. He turned to face Ravel, noticing the genuine concern in her voice and the worry in her eyes that made the walls he had built around his emotions crumble a bit. "Say, Ravel, it's been a rough day. There was an incident in the clubroom with Rias and the others. It didn't end well." Ravel's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Rias, sensing the gravity of the situation. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her. "Ravel, tell me, Issei. What happened? I can see it's hurting you, and it's killing me to see you like this. What exactly happened? Why are you packing your things?" Issei hesitated, but he knew Ravel deserved an explanation. She had always been kind and supportive, and hiding the truth felt wrong. Issei turned to face her, the pain in his eyes a mirror to the hurt in his heart. "Issei, they tricked me into going to the clubroom, saying we had to deal with a stray devil. But there was no stray devil. It was a setup, it was all a ruse to confront me about certain things." Ravel's eyes widened, her grasp of the situation deepening, the pieces falling into place with a painful clarity. "Ravel, a setup? But why would they do that? And why are you so upset? Did something happen during this setup?" Issei's gaze fell to the floor, the next words harder to utter than he anticipated. The memory of Rias's slap echoed in his mind, each recollection a fresh sting. "Issei, it turned into a confrontation, it escalated quickly, and a lot of things were said, things that can't be taken back. And Rias, she slapped me. It was in the heat of the moment, but it hurt, not just physically, but here," he said, placing a hand over his heart. "It was in that moment that I realized how far apart we've drifted." Ravel's expression hardened. It was a complex tapestry of emotions, her concern now tinged with a growing indignation that Ravel's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. The polite, well-mannered girl was now overshadowed by a tempest of indignation and concern for the man before her. The thought of Issei, the person she held in such high regard, being hurt in such a manner by his own peerage, ignited a quiet fury within her. "Ravel, they tricked you, and Rias, she slapped you? Issei, I can't believe she would do that. You, of all people, don't deserve such treatment. You've always been there for everyone, always putting others before yourself. You don't deserve to be treated like that, especially not by your own peerage." Issei could see the struggle in Ravel, the conflict between her ingrained politeness and the raw emotions stirred by the situation. He appreciated her restraint, her respect for him shining through her poised exterior. "Say, thanks, Ravel. It means a lot to hear you say that. I need some time away from all this. It's not just about the slap, it's about everything that led up to it. I need to find a way to heal, to grow from this. And I can't do that here." Ravel nodded, her resolve firming. The situation called for her to be the supportive and understanding friend Issei needed, yet her heart ached at the thought of the pain and betrayal he must feel. "Ravel, I understand and I support you no matter what. If there's anything at all that I can do, you need only ask. And while you're away, if there's anything I can do from here, please let me know. To see you in pain like this, it's unbearable. I care about you, Issei, More than you might realize, she said, the last part slightly blushing. However, Issei on the other hand missed what she was saying and took it as simple kindness. Issei, thank you, Ravel. That means more to me than you know. Flustered by Issei's heartfelt thanks, Ravel struggled to maintain her composure. Her cheeks flushed with a soft pink hue, a clear sign of the emotional turmoil swirling within her. Despite her best efforts to articulate her thoughts, words seemed to escape her, leaving her in a state of endearing vulnerability. Ravel, oh of course. I just want to help. Her cheeks flushed with a soft pink, her heart fluttering with a mix of concern and something deeper, something she wasn't quite ready to define. Issei, oblivious to the depth of Ravel's feelings, offered a weary smile, grateful for her presence and support in this tumultuous time. Issei, I'll remember that, Ravel. Thank you. Ravel, Issei, if you're planning to go away for training or to clear your head, where will you be staying? Have you thought about that? Issei, Azazel and Serzex suggested Tannin's territory. They believe it'll be good for me, both for training and for some peace of mind. It's going to be tough, but I think it's what I need right now. Ravel, I see. Well, if you need to talk or just need someone to be there, I'm here, Issei. Day or night, it doesn't matter. Issei paused, looking back at her, a genuine appreciation in his eyes. Issei, I know, Ravel. And thank you truly. It means a lot. Knowing I have your support makes facing what's ahead a little less daunting. I'll take care of myself, I promise. And I'll come back stronger. The air between them was charged with an unspoken understanding, a mutual respect and care that transcended words. Issei resumed his packing, each fold and stow a step towards his new beginning, while Ravel watched on, her heart heavy with concern yet filled with hope for Issei's journey ahead. Ravel, feeling the weight of the moment, cleared her throat. Ravel, let me help you pack, Issei. We should make sure you're fully prepared for what's to come. Issei, appreciating the gesture, nodded, and together they set about organizing his belongings. The task at hand gave them both a sense of purpose, a temporary reprieve from the emotional chaos that had brought them to this point. As Issei zipped his bag closed, marking the end of his preparations, he turned to Ravel, his expression a mix of resolve and gratitude. Issei, I should head down. Azazel's waiting, and it's time I face what's next. But before I go, once again, Ravel, thank you for everything. Ravel, you're welcome, Issei. And remember, no matter how far you go or how tough the training gets, you're not alone. We're all here for you, cheering you on. Issei slung his bag over one shoulder and turned towards Ravel, a softness in his eyes that hadn't been there moments ago. Issei, Ravel, he began, the words trailing off as the gravity of his imminent departure settled in. For a moment, he hesitated, caught in the turmoil of his own emotions. Then, Issei stepped forward. Gently, almost hesitantly, he wrapped his arms around Ravel in a warm embrace. It was a gesture of gratitude, of farewell, and perhaps something more, something unspoken that lingered in the space between them. Ravel, taken aback by the sudden closeness, let out a soft eep, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red as she registered the feel of Issei's muscular form against hers. For a few heartbeats, the world outside their embrace seemed to fade away, leaving only the unspoken words and emotions that danced delicately in the air around them. As Issei gently released her from the embrace, Ravel's heart was still racing, her cheeks still painted with the evidence of her flustered state. She met his gaze, a mix of gratitude and a hint of something deeper reflected back at her. Issei, thank you again, Ravel, for everything, he said, his voice imbued with a sincerity that resonated deeply within her. Ravel, still recovering from the surprise and warmth of the embrace, managed a small nod. Ravel, you're welcome, Issei. Stay safe. With those final words of encouragement, Issei picked up his bag, casting one last look around the room that had been his refuge, his battleground, and his home. With his bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way downstairs, where Azazel was waiting with Ravel following close behind. Azazel, ready to go, Issei? Issei, his resolve clear in his eyes, nodded. Issei, as ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this. He turned to face Rosweiss. Goodbye, Rosweiss, thanks for... He was caught off guard when Rosweiss hugged him. Rosweiss's embrace was warm and comforting, a silent message of support and understanding. Issei hesitated for a moment before returning the hug. Rosweiss, take care of yourself, Issei. Remember, we're all rooting for you. Say, thanks, Rosweiss. I'll keep that in mind. They stepped back from the embrace, exchanging a look of mutual respect. Rosweiss offered a supportive nod, and Issei turned towards Azazel, ready to embark on his journey. Azazel, observing the exchange, gave a knowing smile. He understood the importance of these farewells, the strength they provided. Azazel, well, it's time. The portal is ready. Issei took a deep breath, casting one last glance over his shoulder at Rosweiss and Ravel, who stood side by side, their expressions a mix of concern and encouragement. With a determined nod, he stepped forward, following Azazel towards the glowing portal that awaited them. They stepped into the portal, the light enveloping them in a warm embrace before they vanished, leaving Rosweiss and Ravel alone in the quiet of the room. 4 hours later, the Hyudu residence, once filled with the tension of heartfelt farewells, had settled into a deceptive calm. The living room, bathed in the soft glow of the evening light, held a silent anticipation. Serzex and Azazel, having returned from their respective tasks, sat on the couch. The weight of the situation was evident, the room charged with an anticipatory silence that preceded the storm that was about to unfold. Rosweiss and Ravel had taken seats as well, their expressions mirroring the seriousness of their superiors. They exchanged anxious glances, the uncertainty of the situation leaving them on edge. The sound of the front door opening broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Rias and the rest of the girls walked in, oblivious to the gravity of the atmosphere they were about to step into. The moment they laid eyes on Serzex and Azazel, any words they might have had died on their lips. The seriousness of the situation was immediately apparent, and the joviality that had been present moments before evaporated into the charged air of the room. Serzex cleared his throat, the room's attention squarely on him as he prepared to address the elephant in the room, his gaze sweeping over the girls, each of whom seemed to shrink under his scrutiny. Serzex, Rias, we need to talk. His voice firm yet carrying an undercurrent of disappointment that set the tone for the conversation that was about to unfold. Rias, brother, what are you doing here? Serzex, have a seat, Rias, all of you, that's an order. He said, flaring a small amount of his power to empathize his seriousness. Rias and the girls immediately sat down in front of Serzex, worried about what was to come. Serzex's gaze was steady and authoritative as he looked at each of the girls in turn, his disappointment evident as it was written on his face. Serzex, I've come here today, despite how busy I currently am, because of a very serious issue that has come to my attention. An issue concerning the way Issei has been treated by all of you, his peerage. Rias, brother, wait. Serzex, silence, Rias. He accidentally flared some of his power. The room trembled slightly under the unexpected surge of Serzex's power, a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation. Rias, taken aback, fell silent immediately, her protests dying on her lips as she lowered her gaze. The other girls, too, sensed the severity of the moment, their earlier unease deepening into genuine concern. Serzex took a moment to compose himself, his expression softening slightly, but the firmness in his tone remained unchanged. Serzex, I apologize for my outburst, but this matter requires your full attention and understanding. What has been brought to my notice is not just troubling, it's deeply disappointing. The way Issei has been treated, the lack of empathy and understanding shown towards him, is not what I expect from a member of the Gremory family, let alone the leader of a peerage. I am aware of what you girls did in the clubroom today, of how you treated Issei. How do I know this? It's thanks to Azazel being security-minded. I have seen the recording of what transpired in the clubroom, and I must say, I am deeply disappointed. As to explain what he meant, he activated the recording which displayed everything that happened in the clubroom. Rias and the girls were completely shocked and now afraid. As the recording played, the room was engulfed in a heavy silence, punctuated only by the voices emanating from the device. The girls watched, mortified, as their actions and words were laid bare before them, their impact undeniable in the light of Serzex's disappointment. The reality of their behavior, now inescapable, hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating in its clarity. Rias's face was pale as she watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The realization of how their actions must have appeared from an outsider's perspective, especially from Serzex, was a bitter pill to swallow. The regret was evident in her eyes, a mixture of shame and sorrow for the pain they had inadvertently inflicted on Issei. Akino, usually composed, found herself struggling to maintain her poise. The weight of her own words, now echoing back at her, was a stark reminder of the power they held and the damage they could do. Kaneko, typically stoic, showed signs of discomfort, her gaze fixed on the floor, unable to watch the unfolding scenes. The reality of her participation in the events, once rationalized, now seemed indefensible in the cold light of accountability. Zenobia and Asia, too, were visibly shaken, the gravity of the situation dawning on them as they watched their own actions play out. The camaraderie and unity they had once taken for granted within their peerage now seemed fractured, the fissures all too evident in the wake of their collective misjudgment. As the recording came to an end, Serzex turned it off, and the room was once again enveloped in silence, a tangible tension lingering in the aftermath. The girls, now confronted with the undeniable evidence of their actions, awaited Serzex's judgment, a mix of fear and regret evident in their demeanor. Serzex, seeing your actions and hearing your words replayed like this, it's disheartening. Each of you, members of the Gremory family and peerage, have fallen short of the values we hold dear. The respect, understanding, and empathy we must extend to every member of our family, especially to someone like Issei, who has repeatedly proven his loyalty and courage, were absent in your treatment of him. The way Issei was cornered, the harsh words, the physical assault, it's unacceptable. Issei has been an invaluable member of your team, facing numerous challenges and dangers alongside each of you. Yet, the lack of trust, respect, and the outright hostility he faced from his own teammates is deeply troubling. Rias, brother, it wasn't like that. We were just... Serzex raised a hand, silencing her. Serzex, I've seen the evidence, Rias. There's no excuse for the behavior displayed. Issei has been deeply hurt by this, so much so that he feels the need to distance himself from all of you. The way Issei has been treated, the lack of empathy and understanding shown towards him, is not what I expect from a member of the Gremory family, let alone the leader of a peerage. Rias, I understand that conflicts can arise within any group, and that emotions can sometimes cloud our judgment. However, what concerns me is not just the conflict itself, but how it was handled. The lack of communication, the disrespect, and ultimately, the physical altercation that occurred, are all indicative of deeper issues within your peerage. As the leader, the responsibility falls on you to foster an environment of respect, understanding, and support within your peerage. Leadership is not just about making strategic decisions. It's about nurturing the bonds that hold your team together, especially during times of conflict. However, you lack all of this. And to the rest of you, he said, turning his attention to the other girls, you are all responsible for your actions and your contributions to this situation. A peerage is a team, and every member plays a part in creating a supportive and respectful environment. Rias, brother, please just let me. Serzex, I'm still speaking. Rias, it's rude to cut someone off when they're speaking, but I guess it's become a habit of yours since you did it to Issei. And right now your brother is not speaking to you, the Devil King Lucifer is. Serzex's words were sharp, cutting through the tension in the room with a precision that left no room for doubt about the gravity of the situation. His disappointment was vivid, casting a somber shadow over the gathered peerage. Rias was visibly taken aback by the directness of her brother's critique. The realization that her actions and leadership were being called into question by Serzex himself was a bitter pill to swallow, her posture deflating slightly under the weight of her brother's words. Serzex, Akino. Akino, yes, Lord Lucifer? Serzex, correct me if I'm wrong, but who was it that helped you fix the relationship between you and your father and helped you get over your mother's death? Was it not the Sekiryu? Akino's expression shifted, a mixture of realization and regret crossing her features as Serzex's question hung in the air, poignant and direct. She swallowed hard, her usual composure wavering under the intensity of the moment. Akino, it was Issei helped me reconcile with my father and come to terms with my mother's death. He was there for me when I was struggling the most. Serzex, Asia, tell me. Who was it that risked their life to save you from a certain fallen angel, was stabbed 3 times by light spears in the process of doing so, which are harmful if not fatal to us devils? Who begged Rias to reincarnate you into a devil because they didn't want you to die? Who was it that fought like hell to get you back when Diodora Astaroth kidnapped you? Who was it that, because they thought you died, went into the Juggernaut Drive killing a descendant of the original Beelzebub and then proceeded to nearly harm everyone else, losing 99% of his life force, which has barely been recovered and might have died had it not been for the White Dragon Emperor's intervention? Asia's eyes widened, her heart aching at the vivid reminders of Issei's sacrifices and the lengths he had gone to protect her. The memories flooded back, each one a testament to Issei's unwavering dedication and the depth of his care for her and the others. Asia's voice trembled with emotion as she responded, the gravity of Serzex's questions weighing heavily on her heart. Asia, it was Issei. He did all of that for us. He's always put himself in harm's way to protect us, to save us, even when it meant risking his own. I owe him my life more than once. He's always put others before himself, especially those he cares about. And yet, how did we repay his kindness and sacrifices? Tears glistened in Asia's eyes as she acknowledged the painful truth of their recent actions towards Issei, contrasting sharply with the compassion and heroism he had always shown them. Serzex, exactly, Asia. Issei's selflessness and bravery have been a beacon for this peerage. His actions speak volumes of his character and his commitment to those he considers his family and friends. Yet, when he needed empathy, understanding, and the benefit of the doubt, what did he receive in return? The room fell silent as the girls started to see what Serzex was getting at and began feeling guilty. They began to see what they had done. Serzex, Kaneko, tell me, who was it that protected you from your sister Kuroka when she tried to kidnap you during the peace treaty in the underworld? Who was it that took several blows from Kuroka in an attempt to protect you and Rias despite not being strong enough? And since she'd poisoned the both of you, had you moved the poison would have killed you faster. Who was it that when you felt nervous in the battle against Loki comforted you? Who helped you get over your fear of your sister? Kaneko's usually stoic demeanor faltered under the weight of Serzex's questions, her eyes reflecting the turmoil within as she was confronted with the undeniable evidence of Issei's selflessness and dedication towards her and the rest of the peerage. The memories, both painful and heartwarming, surfaced with clarity at his prompting. She swallowed hard, her voice small but clear in the heavy silence of the room. Kaneko, it was Issei. He stood up for me against Kuroka, despite the risks. He got hurt trying to protect me and Rias Nisama. And during the battle against Loki, when I was scared, he was there to reassure me, to give me strength. He's always been there, putting himself in harm's way to protect us, no matter the cost to himself. Serzex, indeed, Kaneko. Issei has consistently demonstrated his willingness to stand in the face of danger for the sake of his friends and family. His actions during the incidents with Kuroka and Loki are testament to his courage and his deep care for all of you. Yet, when he needed understanding and support, when he needed his peerage to stand by him as he has so often stood by you, what response did he receive? The pointed nature of Serzex's inquiries left a palpable tension in the room. Kaneko, along with the rest of the peerage, was forced to confront the harsh reality of their recent failings towards Issei, a stark contrast to the loyalty and bravery he had always shown them. Serzex, Zenobia. Who was it that helped you fight against Kokabeel? Surely you know that you would have died in that fight. Who was it that gave you a reason to stay in Ku and gave you a new purpose after finding out that the God of the Bible was dead and was excommunicated by the church? Who was it that you said you wanted to have children with? Who made Chow Chow Wilder of the true Longinus, which is said to be strongest, run with his tail between his legs? Who was it that despite being stabbed by the true Longinus, which is likely more pain than a light spear, and when all of you were down continued to get up and fight and evolved, unlocking a new power in the process? Zenobia, it was Issei. He was there during the battle against Kokabeel, risking his life alongside us. He gave me a home and a purpose when I felt lost and abandoned by the church. He's been a constant presence, offering support and giving me a sense of belonging when we felt lost. And yes, it was Issei who I said I wanted to have children with, because of the strength and kindness he's shown. He stood against Cao Cao, enduring unimaginable pain from the true Longinus, and still, he fought on, evolving and unlocking a new power to protect us all. Showcasing a strength and resilience that inspires us. Serzex, finally, my little sister Rias. Tell me, who was it that desperately fought for you in the raiding game against Leila Phoenix, despite it being their first? Who was it that did a decent amount of damage to Reiser's peerage, protecting Asia from an attack from Reiser's queen? Who was it that kept fighting until they couldn't anymore, and even when they couldn't, they still fought, staring Reiser right in the eye with determination despite the fact they were going to be killed by him? Who was it that gave up their arm to achieve balance breaker? Who was it that, despite the brutal beating Reiser gave them, crashed the engagement party without a second thought and then challenged Reiser to a duel in exchange for your freedom and won? Who did you give your first kiss to? Who was it that let you stay in their home? When word that Kokabil had come to Kuo, who formed an alliance with Zenobia and Irina, who at the time were part of the church, despite you telling them not to get involved with Zenobia and Irina, yet did so anyway to help Kiba, whom you couldn't keep under control? Who managed to land several blows on Kokabil when you couldn't? Who took on Vale, a descendant of the original Lucifer, who is also the White Dragon Emperor, when he threatened to harm his family and you, and in the process fused a part of the White Dragon Emperor's power with his sacred gear, which shaved down his life force? Who boosted his power like never before when Azazel mentioned Vala's power might divide the size of your breasts? Need I say more? Who was bit by Fenrir, a dog known for killing gods, in an attack meant for you? Who risked giving up being a devil to rescue you from the dimensional gap? Who risked going into the dimensional gap? Who do you have to thank for your achievements? Who do you all rely on? Rias sat there, her eyes widening, filled with a mixture of emotions as the full extent of Issei's sacrifices and contributions were laid out before her. Each question from Serzex echoed in her mind like a drum, each question striking her heart, reverberating with the undeniable truth of Issei's unwavering dedication and sacrifice. The weight of her brother's words pressed heavily upon her, a stark reminder of all that Issei had done for her, for their family, and for their peerage. The memories, each a testament to Issei's unwavering dedication and bravery, flooded her mind, overwhelming her with a mix of guilt, gratitude, and a deep-seated realization of how much Issei had truly done for her and the peerage. The gravity of Serzex's words made her realize the depth of Issei's dedication and love, not just for her but for the entire peerage. She also remembered what Issei said to her in the club room, "Everything I've done is because I love you." Rias, it was Issei. He did all of that for me, for us. He's fought with everything he has, time and time again, not just for his own sake, but for all of us. He's put himself in harm's way, endured pain, and made unimaginable sacrifices. And yet, when he needed us the most, we let him down. Her voice cracked with emotion, the weight of her brother's words, and the reality of their actions settling heavily upon her heart. The realization that Issei, the person who had been their pillar of strength, who had faced down countless threats and challenges for their sake, felt the need to distance himself from them was a stark and painful acknowledgement of their failure. Serzex, yes, Rias, you have failed as a leader, friend and master. This isn't just about pointing out what Issei has done for each of you. It's about understanding the essence of what makes a team, a family. It's about reciprocity, about empathy, and about standing by each other, especially during the tough times. Issei has consistently put himself on the line for each of you. He's fought against odds that were often against him, suffered pain, and risked everything not for glory or recognition, but because he cares, because he believes in the bond of this peerage, in the family you've all built together. He has gone above and beyond to help each of you with your personal struggles, asking for nothing in return. His dedication to this family, to each of you, has been unwavering. Issei has been more than just a member of this peerage. He's been a protector, a friend, and a source of strength for each of you in your times of need. He's shown a level of courage and selflessness that demands not just acknowledgement but reciprocation. Yet, when he needed understanding, when he was in turmoil, the support he's so freely given wasn't reciprocated. Issei has more than proven his commitment to this family. The question now is, have you? Have any of you girls? The room fell into a contemplative silence. The weight of Serzex's words hung heavily in the room, a tangible reminder of the disparity between Issei's actions and their recent treatment of him. It was a moment of uncomfortable truth for the peerage, a mirror held up to their actions and inactions, laid bare before them, undeniable and painful. Rias, her eyes brimming with tears, struggled to find her voice, the realization of her failures as a leader and friend to Issei cutting deep. The others, too, were visibly shaken, the truth of Serzex's words resonating within them, stirring a mix of guilt and resolve. Serzex, since none of you can respond, I'll say it for you. None of you have lived up to that commitment, not in the way Issei needed you to. It's time for each of you to take a hard look at your actions and their impact on someone who has been nothing but devoted to this family. Rias, now unable to hold back her tears, nodded in acknowledgement, her voice choked with emotion. Rias, you're right, brother. We've taken Issei for granted, overlooked his needs and his sacrifices. We've failed him, and for that I am truly sorry. We'll apologize to Issei immediately and… Serzex, no you won't. Rias, wait, what? Serzex, did I stutter? I said no you won't. Rias, why not? Azazel, because Issei isn't here anymore, he's gone. Rias, what do you mean he is gone? Rias yelled. She was on the brink of having a mental breakdown. Her beloved Issei was missing. Was he taken? Was it the Cows Brigade? Did he leave of his own volition? Did some tragedy happen? Rias worried thought. Meanwhile, Ravel and Rosweiss were watching the scene with stoic expressions. Ravel was still highly upset with the way they treated Issei earlier, however she was mature enough to keep her thoughts to herself, for now. She was an extremely well-mannered and polite girl. Her family, especially her mother, saw to that. However, she could also be quite vindictive when situations called for her to be, and hurting the man she held in the highest regard certainly qualified as such a situation. She took a deep breath though and exhaled. Issei wouldn't want her to take some petty form of revenge on his friends, even though she felt they deserved it. Rosweiss was upset about how the girls treated Issei for the past month as well, and she was glad that they were finally getting a reality check. But what really caused Ravel and Rosweiss to have stoic expressions was because Azazel was toying with Rias and the girls. He still hadn't given them the full story and appeared to be enjoying the situation his misleading words created. Serzex, of course, was allowing this as a bit of punishment for the girls, but that was just a speck compared to what was to come. Ravel, whispering, honestly, what an insufferable man. He may be our teacher, but I truly wonder how Aquino's father and the rest of the Grigori put up with this man and his nonsense for so long. Rosweiss, whispering, I wonder how I put up with it. But I suppose it comes with the territory of being a Valkyrie. Enduring the whims of powerful beings is part of the job description. Ravel, nodding, indeed, it seems we're all at the mercy of higher powers in one way or another. And for some reason they have such childish behavior. Rosweiss, sighs/whispering, indeed, it's disheartening to see those in positions of power behave so irresponsibly. Meanwhile, Azazel continued to watch the scene unfold with a mischievous glint in his eye, enjoying the discomfort he was causing among Rias and the others. Serzex also watched the unfolding drama with a subtle amusement, knowing full well the impact of his words and Azazel's teasing. However, he decided it was time to get back to being serious. Serzex, all right, that's enough, Azazel. Go ahead and tell them what happened. Azazel, all right, fine. Issei wasn't kidnapped by the Cows Brigade or anything like that. With his expressed consent, we sent Issei to a secluded place to train and reflect on everything that has happened. He needs time away from all of this, from the peerage, from the recent conflicts, to find himself again and to heal. Rias, he chose to leave? Azazel, yes, Rias. Issei made the decision himself. It wasn't an easy choice, but he felt it was necessary for his growth and well-being. Rias, and where is this secluded place? Azazel, It's none of your business, you won't be stepping 1 foot near Issei. Rias felt angry and her aura began to rise emanating from her body as she snarled at Azazel. Rias, what do you mean it's none of my business? He's my pawn, I have a right to know of his whereabouts. Azazel, Rias, you need to understand. Issei needs time. He needs space to heal, to process everything that's happened. Pushing him to confront us right now would only make things worse. Rias, no. I have to find him. I have to apologize, to make things right. Tell me where he is, Azazel. She flared even more of her power, which was starting to destroy a few things, but her power was immediately cancelled out by Serzex. His aura was far more controlled and wasn't destroying anything, yet undeniably powerful, instantly quelling the rising tension and halting the destruction emanating from Rias's emotional outburst. His expression, once tinged with amusement, now bore the seriousness of a leader disappointed by the lack of understanding and respect being shown. Serzex, Rias, sit your ass down. If you really care about Issei as much as you claim, then you'll respect his need for this time away. This isn't about what you want right now, it's about what Issei needs. And what he needs is space and time, away from everything that has caused him pain, including this peerage. Your actions right now only serve to prove the point that Issei's decision to take time away was necessary. Your immediate instinct to find and confront him, despite his clear need for space, shows a disregard for his feelings and well-being. Rias, feeling the weight of her brother's words and the authority behind them, reined in her emotions, her aura dissipating as the reality of the situation settled in. Serzex, understand this, Rias. Issei's whereabouts will remain undisclosed to ensure his time away is undisturbed. This period is as much about your growth as individuals and as a peerage as it is about Issei's. All of you girls, excluding Rosweiss and Ravel, are prohibited from any form of contact with Issei. Azazel and I have already taken the necessary steps to cut off communication between you and him, including his phone, therefore any one of you who violate this order, or try to find a loophole in it will be severely punished. And Rias, as for you, if you dare to disobey me any further, I will effectively, immediately remove Issei from your peerage regardless of the upcoming raiding game against Serorg. That means stop trying to track him. Rias was shocked that Serzex knew she was attempting to track Issei through the link he shared with her using the evil pieces, which she was attempting to do mentally at the moment. Rias, how did you know I was trying to track him? I was just... Serzex, because I had Ajuka block your connection to his evil pieces temporarily. I now have access to them and can monitor any attempts to track or contact Issei through that link. It was a necessary precaution to ensure Issei's privacy and time for reflection are fully respected. I had Ajuka working on this for a bit. It's a beta product created specifically for this reason. Rias was shocked by the lengths to which her brother and Ajuka had gone to protect Issei's solitude, felt a deepening sense of her own oversight and the seriousness with which Serzex was treating the matter. Tears started to form in her eyes. Rias, why are... Azazel, because the current Rias will only fail to see the situation and hurt him more. Aquino, what did you just say, Azazel? When Azazel said that, it was almost as if lightning ran through the peerage. Azazel, I said, the current Rias will only fail to see the situation and hurt Issei more. Does it sound familiar to you? Maybe because those are the exact same words you said to Issei about Rias? Zenobia, how do you? You mean you? Serzex, yes, we know all about what happened in the club room the day after the broadcast in the underworld. Thanks to Rosweiss, and we also know what you don't know about what happened that day. The revelation that their first confrontation in the club room was known to Serzex and Azazel sent a ripple of shock and shame through the peerage. Rias, however, amidst her tears, sought clarity in regards to what Serzex just said. Rias, what do you mean by what we don't know about that day? What happened after Issei left the club room? Serzex exchanged a glance with Azazel, the latter nodding, agreeing that it was time to reveal it. Serzex, what happened is you nearly killed everyone in Ku, including yourself. Azazel took a deep breath, his expression serious as he prepared to delve into the details of the events that unfolded after the peerage's harsh confrontation with Issei. Azazel, Issei was already mentally unstable, due to his emotional turmoil, combined with the stress and pressure he's been under, but you girls pushed him nearly off the edge. You see, after you tried to force Issei to confess, and then proceed to berate him because he didn't confess the way you wanted him to, and before you say anything Issei was indeed going to confess even though it was painful for him, he still tried anyways, but you cut him off. Issei himself said this. After that, Issei ran out of the club room, because of what you girls did and what Issei was already dealing with. He was on the verge of activating the Juggernaut Drive. You foolish girls pushed him to a breaking point. The Juggernaut Drive, as you know, is a devastating power that consumes the user's sanity and life. We could be dealing with a catastrophic situation, which resulted in everyone in coup, including Issei, being dead. The peerage, already reeling from the revelation that their actions were known, now faced the stark realization of the potential disaster they had unwittingly contributed to. The weight of Azazel's words hung heavy in the room, a sobering reminder of the fragility of the situation they had all been navigating. Rias, her tears now flowing freely, was stricken with guilt and horror at the thought of what her actions could have led to. Rias, we had no idea. Issei was that close to using the Juggernaut Drive because of us? Serzex nodded gravely, the disappointment evident in his gaze. Serzex, yes, Rias. The situation was far more serious than you realized. We have Ravel and Ddraig to thank for stopping Issei from using the Juggernaut Drive. While you were all busy talking badly about Issei, Ravel went to comfort Issei and ended up helping Ddraig stop Issei from using the Juggernaut Drive, saving everyone in coup. But in the process of doing so, Ravel got choked by Issei due to him not being in the right state of mind. Thankfully Ddraig was about to snap Issei out of it, and he let Ravel go. You should all be on your knees bowing and thanking her. The same would go for Ddraig if Issei was here. The girls, already overwhelmed by the gravity of their actions, were further humbled by Serzex's words. One by one, they turned their gaze towards Ravel, their eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude, guilt, and newfound respect. Rias was the first to act, moving from her seat to approach Ravel directly. The pride and authority that usually characterized the young devil heiress were replaced by a genuine humility as she knelt before Ravel. Rias, Ravel, we owe you a debt we can never fully repay. You saved Issei, and I didn't even know. I'm so sorry for the danger you were put in because of our negligence. One by one, the rest of the peerage followed suit, bowing their heads as they each expressed their gratitude and apologies to Ravel, acknowledging the critical role she played in averting disaster. Aquino, Ravel, you showed incredible courage and selflessness. Thank you for being there for Issei and for all of us. Kaneko, thank you, Ravel. You did what we failed to do. Kaneko had to really swallow her pride to say that. Zenobia, your actions speak volumes of your character, Ravel. We are in your debt. Ravel, please stand up. There's no need for this. I did what anyone in my position would have done. It was the right thing to do. Issei needed help, and I couldn't stand by and watch him suffer. What's important now is that we all learn from this and ensure it never happens again. And if you truly are sorry, then prove it. It's not enough to kneel and apologize when the damage has already been done. Issei has bled for this peerage, sacrificed his peace of mind, and what did he get in return? Accusations, neglect, and a slap in the face. You've all been selfish, so wrapped up in your own issues and desires that you failed to see the pain right in front of you. Issei's pain, his well-being, his sacrifices, seem to have been taken for granted by all of you. It's disgraceful. Issei deserved better from each and every one of you. He's not just some pawn for you to use and then discard when things get tough. He's a person with his own fears, hopes, and unbearable burdens. He's fought, bled, and nearly died for this peerage. Issei's loyalty and bravery should be met with equal respect and support, not the shallow, self-absorbed behavior you've all displayed. You claim to be his friends, his family, yet you pushed him to a breaking point. If you can't support Issei, if you can't be the family he needs, then maybe you don't deserve him at all. The room was thick with tension, Ravel's harsh rebuke leaving a palpable impact. It was a wake-up call, a harsh reminder of their failures and the urgent need for change. Azazel, well said, Ravel. Serzex, yes, I couldn't agree more. Perhaps it would be wise to put Issei in your peerage. I could talk to your mother and… Rias, what? You can't do that. Issei belongs to me. He's my… Serzex, he's your what? Toy? Pet? Precious pawn? Look at yourself, Rias. You need to grow up, you are too childish. When I mentioned Issei should be in Ravel's peerage, you immediately started yelling and got on defense mode. All it took was a mere suggestion to trigger such a reaction from you. That's precisely the problem. Your possessiveness over Issei isn't about his well-being. It's about your own desires and control. Issei isn't an object to be owned, Rias. He's a valued member of this team, a friend, and much more. The fact that you immediately jump to claim him as yours without considering his feelings or what's best for him is indicative of the very issue we're addressing. Yet, when it came to truly understanding and supporting Issei, where was that passion? Where was that sense of protectiveness? This speaks volumes about your current state of mind and your ability to lead. Rias was shocked and hurt. She struggled to find the words to respond. The stark truth in her brother's statement cut deep, forcing her to confront the reality of her actions and their impact on Issei. Serzex, Rias, you have much to learn about leadership, about empathy and the responsibility you hold towards those in your care. Leadership isn't just about possession or control. It's about understanding, guiding, and most importantly, nurturing those under your care and supporting them through their darkest times. What I did was a test, and you failed miserably, Rias. Understand this clearly, all of you. Issei belongs to no one. He is his own person. Let me remind you that Issei was dragged into the supernatural world against his will, thrust into a life of danger and constant battle. He didn't choose this path, Rias. It was forced upon him, and yet look at how he's risen to the occasion. Rias was taken aback by her brother's stern words, felt a mix of anger and realization dawning upon her. The thought of losing Issei, not just emotionally but officially as a part of her peerage, struck a deep chord within her. Rias, but brother, Issei he's important to me. I know I've made mistakes, but I can't imagine the peerage without him. Serzex, and that's precisely why you need to reflect on your actions, Rias. You say you care about Issei, yet when he needed understanding and support the most, you offered criticism and dismissal. When he was on the brink, pushed to the edge by the very people he considered family, where was your leadership then? True leadership would have been to stand by him, to listen and to provide the support he desperately needed. Instead, you added to his burden, to the point where leaving was his only escape from the pain. Serzex continued, his voice firm and unyielding, as he delved deeper into some of the core issues plaguing Rias and her peerage. Serzex, Rias, your reliance on Issei has become a crutch, one that has stunted not only your growth but that of your entire peerage. Remember the rating game against Riser? You had ample time to prepare, to train, and to strategize. Yet, when push came to shove, it was Issei who bore the brunt of the battle. Because you had grown complacent, relying too heavily on your power of destruction and on Issei's willingness to put himself in harm's way for the sake of others. You also thought you had time on your hands, but you never once considered that things could possibly change, which they did, and the engagement was sped up. And let's not overlook the glaring oversight in not providing Issei with the training he desperately needed. As soon as you knew he had possession of the boosted gear, you should have taken immediate steps to ensure he received proper guidance, particularly from someone like Tannin. Instead, you had him chasing after contracts, squandering precious time that could have been spent honing his abilities. This lack of foresight cost you the rating game against Riser, and it nearly cost Issei his life against Riser. Is this the mark of a true leader? Rias winced, the truth of her brother's words cutting deep. She had always prided herself on her leadership and being independent, but Serzex was laying bare the flaws in her approach. Her gaze fell to the floor, the weight of her failures bearing down on her. Serzex, your over-reliance on the Grimoire's famed power of destruction is another issue. Yes, it's a formidable ability, inherited from our lineage, but your approach to it has been, for lack of a better word, one-dimensional. Magic is vast and varied, yet you've pigeonholed yourself, neglecting to expand your repertoire or even perfect the very power you lean on so heavily. If you choose to focus solely on the power of destruction, then the least you could do is strive to perfect it, to push its boundaries. And yet, your efforts in this regard have been lackluster. Physical training seems to be an afterthought for you, which is unacceptable. Without your magic, you're vulnerable, weaker than an average human. How can you expect to protect those under your care in such a state? The room was silent, the gravity of Serzex's critique hanging heavy in the air. Serzex, and your independence, Rias, it's admirable but poorly misguided. Your refusal to call for help during the Kokabeel incident put everyone at unnecessary risk. Aquino had to step in to do what you should have done from the start, which was contacting me. Leadership isn't just about bearing burdens alone, it's about knowing when to seek help, when to rally your allies. You wanted to handle everything on your own, but in doing so, you jeopardized the safety of your team and everyone in Ku. Rias felt a pang of guilt, remembering the fear and desperation of that day. Serzex, you aspire to be a leader, Rias, but leadership is more than just a title. It's about making tough decisions, about putting the well-being of your team above your own pride. It's about recognizing your weaknesses and striving to overcome them, not just for your sake but for the sake of those who follow you. You've been given a wake-up call, Rias. How you respond to it, how you grow from it, that will define your path forward. Will you rise to the challenge, or will you continue to let your shortcomings define you? I'm not saying this to be cruel, Rias. I'm saying it because it's the truth you need to hear. You have potential, great potential, but you must confront these flaws, these failings, if you're ever to realize it. If Issei truly holds such significance for you, Rias, it's imperative that your actions reflect this, not merely your words. Utilize this period of separation to understand what true leadership encompasses. It's about more than issuing commands. It's about listening, comprehending, and being willing to take advice. Issei's departure is a symptom of a larger problem within your peerage, and it's one that needs immediate attention. This isn't about punishment or retribution, it's about growth and responsibility. It's time to reflect on your actions, on how you treat each other. Being a team, a family, means supporting and uplifting one another, not tearing each other down. And as a stipulation, when Issei returns, I expect him to find a peerage that has grown, not just in power, but in ability, understanding, and unity. If not, I will indeed, unless Issei says otherwise, remove him from your peerage one way or another. Rias's eyes were brimming with tears, and her voice was full of desperation and disbelief. Rias, you can't do that, brother. You can't just take Issei away from me. He's more than just a pawn to me, Her protest was echoed by the rest of the girls, their voices a chorus of upset and disagreement. Aquino, Lord Serzex, please reconsider. We've made mistakes, but we can learn, we can change. Issei is a crucial part of our lives, not just as a peerage member but as someone we deeply care about. Kaneko, taking him away won't just affect Rias, it'll affect us all. Asia, please, Serzex, Issei has been a beacon of hope for us. We promise to do better, to be better for him. She had tears streaming down her face as pleaded. Zenobia, we'll prove to you, to Issei, that we can rise above this. We'll become the peerage he deserves. The room was filled with the raw emotions of the girls, each one voicing their plea, their commitment to change, their need for Issei's presence in their lives. The atmosphere was charged with a palpable sense of urgency and a collective realization of the grave mistake they had made in taking Issei for granted. Serzex, and how exactly do you plan on doing that? Do you even understand the root of what caused all of this? The issues that led us here aren't surface level, they're deeply ingrained in the very foundation of your peerage. It's not enough to simply want to change, you need a concrete plan, actionable steps that will lead to real, lasting transformation. So, tell me, what's your plan? The room fell silent, the girls exchanging uncertain glances, their resolve momentarily shaken by Serzex's pointed questions. The enormity of the task ahead seemed to weigh heavily on them, the path to redemption unclear. Rias, gathering her composure and steadying her voice, finally spoke up. Rias, even if we don't know the full extent of our mistakes or how to fix them right now, we'll figure it out, I swear it. Serzex, you better, Rias. Because if you don't, if you allow history to repeat itself, know that I will not stand idly by while Issei suffers because of those failures. This is your chance to prove that you can rise above this, to show that you can truly be the leader Issei and your peerage deserve. Take this opportunity seriously, for it might very well be your last. Serzex turned his attention to Rosweiss, his expression shifting to one of appreciation. Serzex, Rosweiss, your efforts in this matter have not gone unnoticed. Your level-headedness and sense of responsibility have been a stabilizing force in a time of turmoil. For your diligence and commitment, Rosweiss, I want to ensure your efforts are properly recognized. I will see to it that you are rewarded for your contributions. This may come in the form of a commendation, additional resources for your own development, or perhaps an opportunity that aligns with your aspirations and talents. In addition, I will grant you 2 favors. As long as it's in my power, I will grant it to you. Rosweiss was somewhat taken aback by Serzex's generous acknowledgement. She got off the couch and kneeled before him. Rosweiss, Lord Lucifer, I am deeply honored by your words and the recognition. My actions were driven by a sense of duty and concern for Issei's well-being, as well as the stability of our peerage. I am grateful for any reward, but please know that my primary motivation is, and always will be, the safety and prosperity of those around me. Thank you for your kindness and for acknowledging my efforts. I will continue to do my best to support Issei and the rest of the peerage. Serzex smiled. He and Azazel prepared to leave, but then Serzex turned around. Serzex, oh Rias, I almost forgot. Just so we're clear, just because you changed doesn't mean that Issei will forgive you and accept you back into his heart. You girls scarred him more than you know. And as a result, he flared a small amount of his power, and his tone shifted, became colder, and more authoritative. If, or when I find out that you tried to manipulate Issei in any way, through magic or other means, to coerce his feelings or decisions, I will not hesitate to take immediate and severe action. The path to redemption, if it exists for you in Issei's heart, must be walked with sincerity and respect for his feelings. Any deviation, any attempt to force his hand or heart, will be met with consequences far beyond what we've discussed today. In other words, I'll hand you over to our mother and let her handle you. Ria's face drained of color at the mention of their mother, Venelana. The mere thought of facing her under these circumstances sent a shiver down her spine. Venelana Gremory, renowned not only for her beauty and status but also for her strict and, at times, ruthless demeanor, especially when it came to matters concerning the well-being and honor of her family and those they held dear. Serzex, Rias, as of now, mother and father are not fully aware of the depth of what has transpired here. They know of the incident, yes, but not the extent of your actions and their impact on Issei. I have kept the finer details from them, giving you a chance to rectify the situation on your own. But make no mistake, Rias. If I find out that you, or anyone from your peerage, attempts to manipulate Issei through magic, coercion, or any underhanded means to force his forgiveness or compliance, I will inform mother and father of everything. Every detail, every mistake, every lapse in judgment you've made. And you know well, Rias, how they will react to the news that her daughter's actions nearly led to the death of someone under our care. Especially mother, given her fondness for Issei, and her views on loyalty and the treatment of those under our care, and her uncompromising stance on loyalty and respect within the family. Rias swallowed hard, the mention of her mother's potential involvement adding another layer of urgency to correct her mistakes. Serzex, this is your chance to make things right, Rias. Use it wisely. Also, I've already spoken to Kiba. He along with Rosweiss will notify me or Azazel. Gasper knows as well. This is your final warning. His eyes bore into Rias and the rest of the peerage, ensuring his message was received loud and clear before he turned and departed with Azazel, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. Chapter 5. The Grigori. Issei was sitting in the room that Azazel had assigned for him until things were ready for him in Tannin's territory. As he sat in a chair next to the bed, he thought about how things were going from here on out. Issei's heart was severely scarred, even more so than when Rainier killed him. Issei's POV. Heh, I never thought I'd end up here, the place where Rainier came from. I wonder, when supernatural beings die, what happens to them? Do they all end up in purgatory? If so, what's it like there? Is Sheech still alive somehow somewhere? Sometimes I wonder, would it have been better if I had died that day? No, what am I saying? I am grateful to be alive. If I had a chance to start all over again, would I choose this path of heartache and suffering? No, I definitely would. For what it's worth, I've met so many amazing people and friends. But even so, no matter how hard I try, peace just seems so unattainable. Why are we even fighting? Is it beliefs, ideals, or just desires? Had I never been born with the boosted gear, probably would just still be a boring and useless pervert. Back before all of this crazy stuff happened to me, I had no clue what I wanted to do with my life except having a harem. How pathetic of me. I had a dream but no means of attaining it, no direction or ambition that could have led me to it. And now, here I am, in the thick of battles and politics among beings far more powerful than I ever imagined. It's strange how life turns out, how one moment can flip your world upside down and set you on a path you never anticipated. Yet, in all this chaos, in all this uncertainty, I found something worth fighting for. More than just the fleeting dreams of a naive teenager, but a cause. I've seen the darkness that lurks within the hearts of both humans and supernatural beings, but I've also seen the light. These experiences, battles, they've shaped me, molded me into someone I never thought I could be. But, even with the power I have, can I really make a difference in this world, or am I a cog in some grand scheme? It feels like I'm more lost than ever. I remember thinking how cool it would be to have powers, to be someone special. But reality is far from fantasy. With power comes responsibility, and with responsibility comes sacrifice. I've sacrificed more than I ever thought I was capable of, and yet, the battles never seem to end. There's always another enemy, another challenge, another obstacle to overcome. And for what? Just when I think I've found happiness, it's ripped away from me. And with the fallout with Rias and the others, I feel more isolated than ever. They were my family, loved ones, support system, the ones I fought alongside with and for. But in the heat of anger and frustration, words were said that can't be taken back, actions were taken that have driven a wedge so deep, I'm not sure it can ever be mended. I've always been afraid of being alone, and now that fear has become my reality. Sitting here in this room, in the very place that symbolizes the start of my journey into the supernatural, I can't help but wonder if I've made the right choices. A part of me wishes to die, but I refuse. Not only that, but I can't get her out of my head. Rainer? Will you die for me? Even now, I can still hear her voice. She's the one that started all of this. The pain she inflicted on my heart, mind, and perhaps even my soul, it still has an impact on me to this day, except now it's progressed to the point where even my own body is trying to kill me. I'm so pathetic. But it's pretty ironic, the one who took my life, in the beginning, still occupies such a significant part of my thoughts, constantly reminding me of my naivety and the cruel reality of the world I've been thrust. Yet, in some twisted way, I owe her for pushing me into this life that has brought me so much pain but also immeasurable growth and connections I would never trade for anything. The more I dwell on these thoughts, the more I realize how much I've changed. The Issei who once lived for simple pleasures and fleeting desires has been replaced by someone who's seen too much, felt too much pain, and shouldered too many burdens. Yet, despite it all, there's a part of me that's grateful for this transformation. It's as if through suffering, I've discovered a depth of strength and resolve I never knew I possessed. Perverted. As Issei was reflecting on his decisions and where they have led him so far, he heard a knock on the door. Say, come in. The door opened and Azazel walked in. Azazel, hey Issei, how are you holding up? Issei, fine I guess. Azazel, well, Tannin is ready for you in his territory. I pretty much gave him a rundown of what happened, but I didn't go into detail. That's something you'll have to talk to him about. Issei, all right, I'm ready. Azazel teleported them to the outskirts Tannin's territory, where the large dragon king was waiting. Azazel, yo, Tannin. Tannin, Azazel, it's good to see you again. You too, young security. From what I hear of your achievements, it seems you've grown a lot since the last time you were here. I heard you faced down the wielder of the true Longinus and made him retreat. Well done indeed. It's not easy carrying the pressures that come with being the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, thanks, it's good to see you too, sensei. Azazel, well, this is where I take my leave. If you guys need anything, let me know. Tannin, of course, I can handle things from here. Azazel. Young Sekirai, we can leave when you're ready. Issei, okay, just give me a moment. He turned to face Azazel. Sensei, thank you for this, I really appreciate all you've done for me. Azazel, you're welcome. Issei, use this time to figure out what you want and who you are. But don't start getting all mushy on me, he said jokingly, hitting Issei's chest. Issei, yeah, you're right, well, see you around. Azazel, later. Issei. He was about to teleport, but before he could, Issei pulled him in for a tight hug. Azazel was caught off guard a bit, but he quickly reciprocated the hug. After parting, Azazel teleported back to the Grigori while Issei walked towards Tannin. Tannin let Issei climb on his back, then they flew off. After a while they finally arrived in the designated area that Tannin had chosen for Issei to train in. They landed on a large cliff. Issei hopped off his back and Tannin shrunk his size a bit. The overall view of the area was rugged and expansive, surrounded by jagged mountains that seemed to pierce the sky and several caves. It also had quite a few hot springs. Tannin, this is where you'll train until it's time for the raiding game. Issei, where are we? I've never been to this part of your territory. Tannin, this is where I handled special cases such as yourself. It's near the heart of my territory. That aside, before we begin discussing your training, I believe we have much to talk about. Azazel gave me the rundown on what happened to you, but he didn't go into detail. Let's have a seat and talk. Issei sat down next to Tannin, looking over the vast territory that met the sky of the underworld. The two sat in silence for a bit, then Issei spoke up and he explained everything to Tannin, from what Rainier did to Rias slapping him. Tannin couldn't believe what he heard. He was absolutely livid when Issei mentioned that he nearly used the Juggernaut drive but managed to maintain his composure. He was sad to hear that Issei had been suffering so much. Issei told Tannin things he hadn't even told Azazel and the others, like the nightmares he's been having. His body felt weak and heavy, spitting up blood occasionally, and what happened the other night when his body began attacking him. Tannin, I'm sorry to hear that. No, Issei. You've clearly been through a lot. It pains me to know that you've been suffering silently for so long. To be honest, I never thought this would happen between you and the peerage, considering how close you all are. Issei, you weren't alone in that train of thinking. I, too, never saw this coming, but it's too late now. What's done is done. But ever since Rainier killed me, every day has felt like a living hell as I tried to suppress the memories of her and hid behind my perversion. Tannin-sensei, do you know why I wanted a harem? It's because I've been lonely ever since my grandfather died. Things have kinda gone downhill for me. Due to my perversion, people started distancing themselves from me. I already had a hard time making friends, so that made it worse. And then, of course, my parents started scolding me, and for some reason, they started paying attention to me or spending time with me at all aside from dinner or school reports. My parents only recently started paying attention to me and complimenting me when Rias and the other girls came into my life. And I'm pretty sure my perversion was inherited. In fact, sometimes I wonder if it'll pass down to my children. I don't want them to end up like me. But because of all that, I felt lonely and yearning for love. The reason why I wanted a harem was because I wanted to be surrounded by women that genuinely love me, and I would love them back. Tears began forming in his eyes. Is it so wrong for me to seek love? A part of me wants to give up on loving altogether. He wiped his tears away. Tannin felt sad seeing Issei shed tears and hearing his story. Originally, he thought that Issei was just a perverted guy with a good heart who happened to be this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. However, there was far more to Issei than he and others could imagine. There were things that even Ddraig didn't know, until recently. After Issei nearly activated the Juggernaut drive, he started browsing through more of Issei's memories and found some pretty interesting things. Tannin put a hand on Issei's shoulder, trying to offer some sort of comfort, then he began speaking. Tannin, Issei, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be loved, and you shouldn't give up on love either. Yes, the girls were wrong in their treatment of you, but just because things aren't working out with them doesn't mean it's the end of the road for you. Relationships can often be complicated, and there are bound to be some conflicts. Tell me, have you ever seen your parents get into an argument and say harsh things to each other? Issei, yes. Tannin, and they still love each other, don't they? This is proof that just because a relationship isn't working out, you shouldn't give up on it, let alone shut your heart out to the world. Issei, if you shut your heart and stop loving, it will lead you down a dark path, and once you go down that road, there may be no redemption. Your hands will be stained with blood, sins, remorse, and regret that will never go away until you kill yourself. Even then, you'll still be tormented, because unlike other beings, once you die, you won't reach an afterlife. Instead, your soul will be absorbed into the sacred gear like all past wielders. Your hatred, rage, remorse, suffering, pain, and so on will then be passed on and felt by the next wielder of the boosted gear and the next. So long as the sacred gear system remains, it will never end. And let's say that you found a way to break that cycle, who's to say that you'll be free from those emotions? So, don't give up on love. It would sadden me to know that my student went down such a path. And think of your parents. Despite your perversion, you know deep down that they still love you as their son. Would you rob your parents of such love? Imagine the impact it could have on them. Maybe the grammary girl and the girls in the peerage aren't the ones for you. Perhaps there's someone else out there waiting to be loved just like you. That being said, you shouldn't give up on the girls in the peerage. Issei was silent after listening to Tannin's speech. A part of his soul was touched by it. He'd never considered such possibilities. Issei, I never thought about it like that. Do you really think someone would actually love me? I'm a joke to everyone, no one takes me seriously, not even my own parents. Tannin, then, make them take you seriously. Stop worrying about what that fallen angel said, she's a damn liar. If you want people to take you seriously, then you must prove that you are worth being taken seriously. Actions speak louder than words. And yes, I do believe you can find love. What about your childhood friend Irina, or the Phoenix girl Ravel who is staying with you? Perhaps they have feelings for you. Issei, well, I think I might have heard Irina once saying something about loving me. And Ravel? I doubt it. She's just a good friend and she's been really helpful lately. I don't think she has any romantic feelings for me. Tannin, is that so? Well then, that's something to consider. Let's say the Phoenix girl doesn't have any feelings for you. It seems to me that there is some sort of romantic connection between you and your childhood friend, Irina. Issei, I guess, but was she sincere or… Tannin, have you seen her naked? Issei, wait, what? I mean, yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? Why would you even ask that? Tannin, how did she feel about you seeing her naked? Issei, well, she felt pretty embarrassed, especially the first time I used dress breaker on her when she first came back to Ku and we fought. Shit, I didn't even consider the fact that Kibo was there or someone could have been watching. I'm such a jerk. Tannin, well, what about when the two of you have been alone? Issei, well, she didn't particularly seem embarrassed. In fact, when I looked into her eyes she seemed happy. And she didn't mind when I accidentally groped her in a closet during our trip in Kyoto, even though she could have become a fallen angel if things went too far. Tannin, I see. Do you understand what this means? When a woman who isn't a prostitute or lewd doesn't mind you seeing her naked means, it's a sign that they love you, or at the very least have some sort of feelings for you. Issei took a moment to process Tannin's words, the realization slowly dawning on him. It was a perspective he hadn't considered before, so engrossed in his own insecurities and the complexity of his relationships. The thought that Irina might genuinely have feelings for him stirred a mix of hope and confusion within him. Issei, I never really thought about it like that. I guess I've been so caught up in my own pain and insecurities that I failed to see the signs. But, Tannin-sensei, even if Irina does have feelings for me, I'm still scared. I'm afraid that maybe she'll hurt me too, or what if she's found someone else? Maybe she's found a kind angel, she'd be better off that way. After all, I'm a devil and she's an angel. I'd only make her a fallen angel and I could never forgive myself for that. Tannin, maybe she wouldn't mind being a fallen angel if that's what it took to be with you, especially intimately. Issei, but Tannin, Issei, she clearly loves you, but your fear and trauma is blinding you to that reality. If she didn't love you, why would she let you grope her knowing that it could potentially turn her into a fallen angel? If you ask me, she might be perverted just like you. Issei, what? That's impossible. There's no way. Tannin, why? Because she was taught by the church? Huh. If you think being taught to be faithful to God and not indulging in intimate or perverted acts means someone can't be perverted, then take a look at Azazel and the rest of the fallen angels. How do you think they ended up that way? To say, well, Tannin, I've been around for quite a while, Issei, and I have several mates, so I know signs of love when I see one. But as I previously said, your trauma is blinding you to the reality of being loved. You think it's an impossible and inconceivable dream, but it isn't. Issei, it's natural to feel scared after what you've been through. Trust and love are risks, they always have been. But they are also what make life worth living. You've been hurt, deeply, but you've also experienced the joy and strength that come from connections with others. You can't let the fear of what might happen prevent you from experiencing the beauty of what could happen. Issei, I know, it's just so hard to move forward. I feel so afraid. What if you're wrong? What if Rainier is right about me? What if Irina doesn't? Ow. What was that for? Tannin had flicked him on his forehead. Tannin, stop worrying about what if. If things don't work out, you can come to me, and I'll beat you till you forget about it. Issei, that's a pretty narrow-minded approach. Tannin, you won't know unless you try, Issei. To not try is to fail. To not try is to never move forward. If you're really tired of this cycle, pain, and suffering that you've been experiencing, then break it. Only you have the power to do so. As I said before, that fallen angel is a damn liar. You're a kind and good-hearted person, Issei, that never should have been dragged into the supernatural. Yet you were, and you've had an impact on the lives of many people, people that you don't even know. You've gone above and beyond, accomplishing feats that no other reincarnated devil has. In fact, if it wasn't for those old geezers in the Devil Council, you'd have been promoted to a high-ranking devil. Your accomplishments, speed, and power surpass that of a low-ranking and mid-ranking devil. The Mao clearly recognize that, but the council is holding them back. Issei, yeah but? Tannin, tell me Issei, if you tired of Rainier being in your head, then why haven't you just had your memory erased of her? Issei paused, taken aback by Tannin's blunt question. It was something he hadn't considered, the possibility of erasing such a pivotal, albeit painful, part of his past to rid himself of the haunting memories of Rainier that had been a source of so much pain and turmoil. Issei, erase my memories of her? But that would just be running away from my problems. Besides, those memories, as painful as they are, they're a part of what made me stronger. If I erase my memories of her, I'd be erasing what made me who I am today. In a twisted way, I owe her for pushing me into this life that has brought me so much pain but also immeasurable growth and connections I would never trade for anything. Tannin, that's a reasonable explanation, but surely you realize that one way or another you were going to be dragged into the supernatural. It's been the fate of nearly every Red Dragon Emperor. And knowing your kind nature, you wouldn't turn your back on a world, people that you can help. Would you? Yes, your experiences have helped shape you into who you are today, but that only happened because you were willing to keep moving forward and adapt. Perhaps there's another reason why you're still holding on to the fallen angel. Maybe it's because she was your first girlfriend. Issei looked down. Tannin was right on the mark. The realization hit Issei hard. In a way it was true. Despite what Rainier did to Issei, a part of him still loved her, just like the time when Rias gave Issei the chance to kill Rainier but he couldn't. Instead he turned away and asked Rias to do it. He was too heartbroken at the time to do it, and for some reason a part of him didn't want her to die. Issei, you're right. I guess part of me never really stopped to think about it deeply. When Rias offered me the chance to take revenge and kill Rainier, I just couldn't do it. Not just because of what was going on at the time, but because a part of me still cared for her, and seeing Rainier in her Yuma form really fucked with my mind. It's messed up, isn't it? After everything she did, a part of me didn't want her to die. Rainier was my first girlfriend, my first love. In a twisted way, even if it was all a lie, I still hold feelings for her. It's hard to let go of that, no matter how much pain it's caused me. And maybe part of me holds on to that memory as a reminder to never be that naive again. Tannin looked Issei with a mix of empathy and respect. He understood that Issei was going through a tough time. Tannin, it's natural to want to hold on to our first experiences, even if they were painful. First experiences, especially those related to love and intimacy, leave a lasting impact. Love, hate, betrayal, and forgiveness are intertwined in ways that can be difficult to unravel. The fact that you couldn't bring yourself to be the one to end her life speaks volumes about your character. You have a kind heart, one that's capable of love and forgiveness, even towards someone who has wronged you. But holding on to the ghost of Rainier is only just holding you back and not just from healing. Issei took a deep breath, absorbing Tannin's words. He knew the dragon was right, but the path to letting go seemed so daunting, filled with uncertainty and the fear of facing his deepest wounds head-on. Issei, I understand what you're saying, Tannin-sensei, and part of me knows you're right. But how do I let go? Every time I think I'm moving forward, something pulls me back, like I'm trapped in this cycle of pain and regret. Tannin, letting go is a process, Issei. It's about acknowledging your pain, learning from it, and then making a conscious decision to move forward, step by step. It's not easy, and it's not quick, but it's necessary. You are not the same person you were when you met Rainier. You've grown, faced unimaginable challenges, and forged new bonds. It's okay to grieve the loss, to feel the pain, and to acknowledge the love that was there, even if it was based on deceit. But it's also important to give yourself permission to heal and to open your heart to the possibility of new love, genuine love, that builds you up rather than tearing you down. Issei listened to what Tannin said, but deep down inside a part of him was rejecting it, telling him that he shouldn't give up on Rainier because she loves him. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted when spoke again. Tannin, for now, let's focus on your training. Strengthening your body and honing your skills will also help to strengthen your mind and spirit. And in time, you'll find the clarity and peace you're seeking. But what you choose to do in regards to those lingering feelings is up to you, Issei. The end. Chapter 1. Issei's POV. Last night in the sauna, I displeased Bucho. After that, when I got out of the bath, there was a piece of paper stuck on the door to my room which read, "Se, not permitted,"